they have gone back to calling us human rights violators. Because, America is not a baby. Like, we have taken candy from them and now the baby is angry with us. They tried something, they pushed their interest, they realized that we are not going to listen, so they have moved on to other things. They have gone back to their, usual, you are bad in human rights. But on the other hand, they have started
Right.
discussing with us in 2+2, in Quad and everything. So there's no emotion involved. In diplomacy, there's never any emotion. We have made our red lines clear. They have gone back to their trenches and we'll
Right.
just continue.
But this assertion will have to be backed with performance and delivery. You cannot go and put up a face there without having been able to withstand the repercussions of it, because America will come back at you and they will try and extract their pound of flesh. And we'll have to be ready because we've got multiple nations with whom we got to deal. Final word.
Absolutely, Anand. Absolutely, Anand. And that's why I say that they'll try to create a lot of pressures, but that's what Indian government is working towards, development of a resilient supply chain. You eventually have to be self-reliant. And let me tell you, China is moving away from the dollar. Russia has already told its clients in Europe, pay in non-dollar denominated currencies, either most probably ruble. And the problem with America is if India also goes that way, then dollar will go for a toss. So they will create all kinds of trouble so that the country gets destabilized from inside. They will create problem for the government. The government and people of India will have to stay firm. We are a strategic partner of United States. We respect United States, but that respect has to be reciprocated by United States. The condescending approach of them, the threatening tone is not going to work anymore. They think that they're still in 1960s, where we are a wheat importing country of barely got independence. We are a $3 trillion economy today. We know what's good for us. Our independent foreign policy will be decided by our elected government, not by White House officials. So they have to reciprocate in terms of respect. We would give that respect 10 times more. But let me, I reiterate what you said. There will be challenges coming up, and we have to be prepared for that.
Absolutely. And Pathikrit and Abhishek, as I thank you, and we wind up this edition of The Nation at 5, ladies and gentlemen, we all, collectively as Indians, we have to stand up for our country and also do our best for our country, for us to be able to take this position of a strategic autonomy or neutrality, and also be able to assert ourselves against powers who are perhaps used to browbeating nations and also getting their way with them. I've got to wind up on that note. Viewpoint with Zaka right now. Stay with us.
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. The Indo-US 2+2 talks concluded last night. Some significant decisions have been taken, particularly with regard to defense cooperation. But the most important takeaway is an intangible one, but an invaluable one, that India has been able to convey a message to Washington and the powers that be that it is going to stand its ground. It's going to keep an eye out for its own interests, and its decisions are going to be based on its own interests. Even America, despite some critical statements in the lead up to yesterday's 2+2, has had to acknowledge that India is being nuanced in its position in the Russia-Ukraine conflict by being neutral. The question now is, can India follow through with this action and carve out more strategic autonomy? What happens when the next time China challenges India at the line of actual control? How does India weave its own alliances and friends and partners to deal with what is clearly the bigger challenge, and that is the Chinese threat?
After a series of sharp comments from the US against India's neutral stand on Russia, New Delhi got a chance to assert its position at the 2+2 talks.
If you are looking at energy purchases from Russia, I would suggest that your attention should be focused on Europe, which probably we do buy some energy which is necessary for our energy security. But I suspect, looking at the figures, probably our total purchases for the month would be less than what Europe does in an afternoon.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken acknowledged India's position on the Ukraine war.
Russia's war against Ukraine is an attack on Ukraine's people. It's also an attack on that rules-based order that we both adhere to and defend.
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and US counterpart Lloyd Austin reviewed defense cooperation and regional security.
शेयर्ड गोल्स को अचीव करने के लिए शेयर्ड विल भी है. हमारी पार्टनरशिप इंडो पैसिफिक और इंडिया ओशन रीजन में शांति, स्थिरता और प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए काफी महत्वपूर्ण है.
As strategic threats converge, especially following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, It is more important than ever that we stand together to defend our shared values.
The 2+2 talks were preceded by a virtual meeting between Prime Minister Modi and US President Joe Biden, where the Ukraine war dominated the conversation.
I want to welcome India's humanitarian support for the people of Ukraine who are suffering a horrific assault, including a tragic shelling in a train station last week that killed dozens of innocent children and women and civilians attempting to flee the violence.
हाल में बूचा शहर में निर्दोष नागरिकों की हत्याओं की खबर बहुत ही चिंताजनक थी। हमने इसकी तुरंत निंदा की और एक निष्पक्ष जांच की मांग भी की है।
India has been unwavering in its neutral position throughout its 2-month-long war. But is the West finally getting the message?
We're getting more breaking news in this regard. A day after the 2+2 talks, now we're given to understand that Indian Oil, one of the biggest oil PSUs in the country, is removing the Russian Urals from its latest tender. Remember, this had been a pain point with the US, that India is still buying Russian oil. The day after the India 2+2 talks with the United States, the line has been drawn. Indian Oil Corporation, one of the biggest oil marketing companies, PSUs here in India, has said no and in fact removed the Russian Urals from its latest tender. Let me go across to Maha Siddiqui, who's joining us live from Washington. So this was a pain point, even though India imports less than 1% of its oil from Russia. Would it be fair to say that this is as a fallout of yesterday's meeting, or is this independent of that?
Well, it can be seen in the manner in which the two sides spoke yesterday, that there was some amount of understanding that was reached on this count, and perhaps this could be one of the fallouts, as you're saying, of the meeting. Though, let me point out, Zaka, that US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, to a specific question with regard to sanctions and that have been imposed on payments, especially with regards to oil, once again pointed out that oil payments do not attract any sanctions. However, send out a message that the partners of the West, the US, are not together. I think that's the kind of import that was sent out. Though when S. Jaishankar spoke about this issue, he was pretty sharp. He said, look, how much are we importing? That is, how much is India importing, as you pointed out, about 1 to 2%. And how much is Europe importing? He drew out a simile saying that what Europe would in fact get in an afternoon, India probably gets in a month from Russia. So clearly, both sides did have some sort of a basis of understanding each other's position on Russia. And perhaps this could be one of the ways in which India is trying to also send out a message that while the US has understood India's position, we are also looking at how to engage with US further on this issue, and wherever there is a possibility of any maneuvering, perhaps that can be done.
Okay, Maha, we'll leave it at that. Maha Siddiqui, our foreign affairs editor there, reporting for us from Washington, D.C. Let me open this up. What was achieved at 2+2? Has India conveyed in no uncertain terms that it's going to look out for its own interests, and therefore its decisions are going to be based on its perception of its interests? G. Parsarthi is former Indian diplomat. Jonah Blank, former policy advisor to Joe Biden, is joining us. We're also joined by Dr. Swasti Rao from the Manohar Parrikar IDSA, and Zed Tarar is the State Department spokesperson, also joining us. Ambassador Parsarthi, I'll start with you first. I've always maintained that this whole oil question and the statements that we've seen from different US officials is actually a red herring. The real deal in the room, the real elephant in the room, is the defense purchases. India's defense import bill, as it were, to the tune of $100 billion. Even today, both for regular imports as well as spare parts, more than 50% of it comes from Russia. That is what the Americans are not very happy about, not so much oil.
Well, I think that is fair, but who is to blame? The Americans joined the Chinese and the Pakistanis in 1971, put us outside the door, and then went ahead with that policy of becoming more and more chummy with the Chinese and Pakistanis. It only changed after economic liberalization in India. So let's get our historical facts straight. It was the United States, and I'll name them. Primarily the two Democratic presidents, Carter and Clinton, who were responsible for this. And earlier we had the Reagan administration, which in fact ended what Carter had done to us. So, but that's the past, and let's look at the future. I think some message had also to be sent by us to the Russians, because it hurts when innocent civilians die.
Correct.
And I think the Prime Minister, for the first time, made it clear when he spoke to President Reagan that we have concerns about what transpired in Bucha city, and there should be an inquiry. That is the first step. But as I see it, in the Indian oil thing doesn't matter. I think a decision has been taken in private by us that we are going to work out rupee trade arrangements as we had in the past, and the Russians seem agreeable. We can work it out, because let's face it, if today we have aircraft carriers and even nuclear submarines, it's no secret that there was a Russian contribution.
Absolutely.
The Russians are moving ahead with everybody else, including China, but they have been very sensitive to our interests and our defense needs.
Okay.
And let's face it, the tanks which faced the Chinese in Ladakh were Russian last year.
Let me go to Zed Tarar. Zed Tarar, how would you respond to what the Foreign Minister of India yesterday said in response to a question asked by one of the reporters there, that Europe buys more oil in an afternoon than India buys in an entire month from Russia?
Zaka, thanks for having me. जी देखिए, मैं आपको जवाब हिंदी उर्दू में दूंगा, क्योंकि मैं हिंदी उर्दू का प्रवक्ता हूँ अमेरिकी विदेश मंत्रालय के लिए। देखिए, जहाँ तक तेल और ऑयल इंपोर्ट्स का मामला है, मैं बहुत स्पष्ट तौर पर ये कहना चाहूँगा to all of your viewers कि अमेरिका से कोई दबाव नहीं है इंडिया पर, कोई भी बल्कि किसी भी एक हमारे साझेदारी या सहयोगी देश पर कोई दबाव नहीं है अमेरिका से, बल्कि हम समझते हैं कि असल में जो हमारे टारगेट है वो रूस है। यानी कि हम रशिया पर हम प्रेशर डालना चाह रहे हैं, उन पर हम सैंक्शंस लगाना चाह रहे हैं। हम ये नहीं चाह रहे कि हमारे जो अपने एलाइज और पार्टनर्स हैं उन पर कोई भी नुकसान पहुंचे। तो जहाँ तक डॉक्टर जयशंकर का कहना है, हाँ बिल्कुल, बल्कि उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि अमेरिका से बहुत सप्लाई है एलएनजी का इंडिया को, और उम्मीद यही है कि हम आने वाले दिनों में अपने जो अमेरिकी किरदार है इंडिया के एनर्जी सप्लाई में वो भी बढ़ती जाएगी।
Okay. Right now, I think the U.S. contribution to India's energy needs is about 7 to 8%. The Russian contribution is less than 1%. But let me go across to Dr. Swasti Rao. Again, both the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister referring to what happened in Bucha, the President referring to what happened at the Kramatorsk railway station. Is it clear that as we see more and more evidence of these war crimes, and I know Russia has disputed this, but as we see more and more evidence of these mass crimes, does the elbow room for India to maneuver its stand become that much more reduced?
Okay. Good evening, Zaka, and good evening to everyone else here. It's a pleasure to be back on your show again. See, a couple of things we need to understand. I've been arguing for a while now that whatever's happening in Ukraine and Russia, and the parallel simultaneous unfolding of our 2+2, the fourth 2+2 we have with America, these two things are going to be by and large insulated in terms of outcomes. Okay, now let me reiterate. I said outcomes. So obviously there were a lot of talks about our Prime Minister got a chance to actually go and say that we condemn what happened at Bucha, and we are in no way turning a blind eye to the humanitarian crisis out there, and we stand with a de-escalation of violence and conflict, and because that really doesn't serve any purpose, it doesn't solve any problem. So we have said that in a very consistent manner. That apart, in terms of what you said about, does it lessen India's space for maneuvering? I do not think so at all, because if you look at the joint statements, if you look at one sec, if you look at the joint statements, etc., it's very, very clear that there is absolutely a very good positive vibe between India and America. And, let me just tell you that you were actually also on point with respect to considering the oil trade to be a red herring, because understand that all these discussions of trying to have the trade not in ruble were already were already on. And in March itself, I think end of March itself, I think there was a lot of talk about how we would continue with rupee, because ruble is so volatile right now that it makes sense to actually do the trade in rupee pegged to dollar.
All right, so we've lost that link with Aswasi Rao. We'll try and go back to her in a second. But Jono Blank, is that the real worry, that if countries like China and India, China happens to be the second largest energy importer, India the third largest energy importer, now starts trading in local currency, starting off with Russia in rubles, then the primacy of the dollar goes? Is that why the United States has sort of once again laid out the red carpet over the last 24 hours? You had the leaders meeting and then the 2+2. Because somewhere down the line, the statements that we saw in the run-up to the 2+2, whether it was from Biden himself, from Dalip Singh, from others, seem to betray a sense of, that India has let us down, whereas India is just looking out for its own interests.
Thank you for having me on, Zaka. I agree with your second guest, who had said that basically the United States must, and I think does, understand that India is and should be acting in its own best interests, its economic interests, its geopolitical interests, its interests overall. And I agree as well with Swasti and with the ambassador, who have noted that India's attitude is changing. After Bucha, the idea that this is a contest among equals really, I think, is out the window. What we've seen, I certainly don't hesitate to call it war crimes. And unfortunately, we're going to be seeing more of that. India itself, I believe, not as a favor to the United States, but in adherence with its own values, is now taking a tougher stance against Russia. So I think that, rather than U.S. pressure, U.S. fear about the dollar being supplanted, I think that really is the big story here.
No, but what
the United States,
say,
quite frankly,
sir,
I think is not as concerned about whether India's actions in purchasing oil are going to be determinative. I think the United States recognizes that India's is and should be acting in its own best interests.
No, but what would you say to those people who say that, look, India's had its own share of troubles with China over the last couple of years at the line of actual control, and we haven't seen any affirmative or positive or even, for that matter, aggressive statements from the White House, and particularly after President Biden came to office over a year ago. It's almost like, it's too far away and we're not bothered by this conflict.
Well, no, I would think that Galwan is now almost 2 years distant. And during the campaign, Joe Biden did make statements about that. I know because I wrote them. And a lot of other members of the team did too. There was a whole brain trust that was very much involved in making sure that Biden was forward-leaning on this. But Galwan was 2 years ago. There really is not a whole lot of benefit to India of the United States being vocal on this. And Delhi, to be honest, is not asking the United States to be vocal on this. I think the U.S. is exactly as engaged on the issue of line of actual control as Delhi is asking it to be.
Ambassador Parthasarathy, the U.S. position, I think Dalip Singh said it last week when he was here, the next time there's a clash at the line of actual control, do you expect Russia to rush to your aid? And I think the larger point he was trying to make was, look, it's inevitable that Russia and China are going to get closer. So the choice is before India. The decision that needs to be made is to be made by India.
Look,
yeah, and quite honestly,
Ambassador Parthasarathy.
Look, the Deputy National Security Advisor is new to diplomacy, and he could have better chosen his words. What he did say caused offense in India, and I'll leave it at that. But I entirely agree that with the US, it's huge. As two democracies, we are looking at the entire Asia-Pacific region. And every year I go to the United States, I live in the West Coast and look at it through the Asia-Pacific region. And that is the area where we have to cooperate. Right now, I think with the Chinese assertive The fact of the matter is, whether anybody likes it or not, what is the best defense against Chinese maritime attacks? We've provided it to the ASEAN by way of the supply of BrahMos missiles. BrahMos missiles made by whom? Made by India and Russia, but primarily India. So I think America is look, first, as a democracy, it's a natural partner. Second, that we have much in common, but we also have our own interests which we follow.
Okay.
And we have our own history, as I told you earlier. We have a relationship with the Russians in which has served us well. We've been through conflicts with Russian equipment and emerged victorious. So I think, but that does not mean, as I said, and I'm glad the Prime Minister said what he had to say about Bukha City.
Okay.
I think that sort of cruelty in a conflict is
not acceptable.
Is
yeah,
just not acceptable.
Dr. Swasti Rao, I'll give you the final word. Again, what the Western idea and the Western perception is that this is a pivotal moment, that this is a turning point. Here on, hence, everything in the world, the global relations, as it were, is going to be pinned as the United States and its European partners on the one side, and on the other side you have Russia and China. And in that worldview, there is very limited space or scope for neutral countries like India.
I tell you what,
Dr.
this is a very
Rao,
Eurocentric.
Dr. Rao. That was
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Yeah, so Zaka, okay, fine. I mean, let me just tell you that I don't buy into these grand narratives at all, because understand that we live in a very fluid world with very, fluid and changing, situations. So while on the one hand, we do see that there is a kind of a coming together of the Western democratic world, but at the same time, even in the Ukraine-Russia conflict and the way the West started to punish Russia by way of sanctions and thousands of sanctions, not just one. We did see that there were other dependencies that could not be checked. And the most important dependency that I'm referring to is the European Union dependency on Russia for its energy.
Correct.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that, we should not let ourselves be guided by such emotions and, such grand narratives, because they don't really hold truth. What is important, however, is to understand is that we need to be a smart power. We need to keep our national interests first, and the 2+2, the way it is conducted. Let me also tell you that, I had been trying, in my earlier comment, I was saying that I've been trying to make a point in saying that nothing is going to, that the Ukrainian shadow will not really cast any negative effect on the 2+2, simply because it is the USA that needs us far more in the Indo-Pacific than vice versa. And let me also tell you something very important has happened in this space. That is where the US is also trying and coming.
Okay, again, I've lost the line there, but I want to thank all our guests. One thing is very clear. I think the dissonance or the fact that both sides seem to be on different pages in the run-up to 2+2, that seems to have been pushed back a bit with what we saw. The statements first from the Prime Minister and the President, and then the External Affairs Minister and the Defense Minister. Let me also go across to another guest who's joining us. He's the former U.S. Ambassador to India. He's just returned a few months ago. Kenneth Juster, thank you very much for speaking with us. What do you make of what happened in the 2+2? Like I said, this slightly different, maybe a neutral position that India has taken from the US and its European partners. Do you think that that's been resolved and there's better understanding of that today in Washington than it was before the 2+2?
Well, I think it was a very important meeting, for a set of meetings, for a variety of reasons. First of all, the US-India partnership deals with more than what is going on just now with Russia and Ukraine. And so while they might have been discussing their assessment of the situation in Ukraine and of the impact that will have on India, on its energy needs, on its defense needs, and the ways that the United States could be helpful, and the US concerns about some of the atrocities being committed, they also wanted to reassert again the importance of their partnership in the Indo-Pacific region and on dealing with global issues more broadly. So this is a long-term partnership that deals with many important issues, and therefore it was important to get together to discuss the whole range of items on their agenda.
I said earlier on in the program that this whole oil dependency is a red herring. India imports less than 1% of its oil from Russia. The real deal is about defense and military needs. And even today, you're well aware of this, Ambassador, that more than 50% of India's defense imports come from Russia. That's not going to change overnight. What can the US do to help?
Well, I think U.S. government officials appreciate the complexities of India's relationship with Russia, but I think it's also clear that no matter how this crisis is resolved, Russia is going to be in a weakened position. It's going to likely be isolated politically and economically. Sanctions may continue. Its economy will be in a shambles. And so India will need to continue to diversify away from Russian equipment, in my opinion, and they may even need to accelerate that process. The United States can be helpful on in a variety of ways in terms of helping to co-produce technology and equipment in India, to help India's indigenous production capabilities, and also to help India on those key procurements that it may need from other countries. So in a variety of ways, the United States can help make this transition as quickly as India might need to do it.
And finally, you are well aware that India's biggest security concern comes from China. We've seen over the last 2 years what's happened in the line of actual control. And the question many here in India are asking is, how can we depend on the United States? Can we depend on the United States the next time there is aggressive behavior by the Chinese at the LAC?
I certainly think so. I mean, that's obviously a question for the government of India, but I think as was seen in 2020, when the Chinese suddenly amassed 50,000 troops and heavy artillery on the northern border, the United States was extraordinarily supportive in a quick and effective way and over time. And I think when the chips are down and the stakes are high, you can count on the United States of America. And so I think the work we're doing with India on a bilateral basis and in the Quad overall should give the government a great feeling of comfort and satisfaction that the United States is a reliable partner that will be there when necessary.
Okay, we'll see how this partnership progresses. It is indeed exciting times. And thank you very much, Ambassador Kenneth Juster, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. That's a wrap. On the other side, Shreya Dondial will join you.
When a large blast was heard nearby and shrapnel rained down on the crowd below. 59 people were killed in that attack.
Now, this train station is no longer functioning. We saw that one of the strikes hit some of the wires that control the switches on the tracks. They're repairing them right now. People are being essentially bused to the north of here to the city of Slovyansk, where the trains are still running.
Ukrainian authorities have advised women and children to evacuate regions in eastern Ukraine, anticipating heavy fighting.
Meanwhile, Russian forces have started retreating from around the capital, Kiev, but they're leaving behind a trail of destruction. Gorenka in the Kiev Oblast faced the same fate as many other cities. Aerial footage showing the city with empty streets, bombed out buildings, and miles of rubble, where at one point of time, houses were. On Saturday, Russian forces struck a nitric acid tanker in Rubizhin in the Luhansk region. The Ukrainians have called this a chemical attack by the Russians. A similar attack was also carried out in the same town on the 5th of April. The governor of the Luhansk Oblast, Serhiy Hadai, has urged people to stay in their bomb shelters. Nitric acid is dangerous to the human body when inhaled, swallowed, or when it comes into contact with skin. A 15-year-old Russian go-karting champion has come under fire after a video of him doing the Nazi salute on the podium went viral. Artem Severyukin, who raced under Italy's flag at the championship, did the Nazi salute and then laughed as the Italian national anthem played. Remember, the 20-year-old gymnast Ivan Kuliak wore the Russian supremacy Z symbol during a medal ceremony in Doha recently. In a rare acknowledgement, Russia has admitted to significant losses of its troops in Ukraine. Russia has said that over 19,000 Russian soldiers have been killed since this invasion began back on the 24th of February. 150 Russian fighter jets, state-of-the-art air assets, have been shot down. 135 Russian helicopters have been destroyed as well. That's not all. 700 Russian tanks have been demolished by Javelin anti-tank missiles. So clearly, Russia acknowledging the kind of damage and devastation it has faced at the hands of the Ukrainian defense. Meanwhile, clashes broke out during the Ram Navami processions in several states across India. Ram Navami celebrations were marred by violence as clashes broke out in 5 states. In Madhya Pradesh's Khargon, stones were pelted at a Ram Navami procession. Police were forced to fire tear gas shells to control the mob.
कठोरतम कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर दंगाइयों को कोई स्थान नहीं है।
The clashes in Gujarat took a deadly turn. In Khambat, a 65-year-old man died after stones were pelted at a Ram Navami procession. Similar scenes were also witnessed in Howrah in Bengal. In Jharkhand's Lohardaga, vehicles were burnt during clashes. And in Gulbarga in Karnataka, students came to blows. Such incidences of Hindu
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Shreya Dhondial. It's called adding insult to injury. A 14-year-old girl is raped in West Bengal. She bleeds to her death. She is cremated without a death certificate. 5 days later, her family musters the courage to go to the police and lodge an FIR. A TMC leader's son is the main accused. He is arrested. Then comes a complete shocker. The Chief Minister of the state, Mamata Banerjee, almost becomes an advocate for the rapist. She says, and I'm quoting here now, "Are you going to call it rape or pregnant or a love affair?" I asked the police. It was a bad thing, says Mamata Banerjee, and an arrest has been made, but I heard there was a love affair between the boy and the girl. Was it an actual rape, or was she pregnant? Or was there any other reason? Or was she repeatedly slapped? Even her family members knew she was having an affair. Quote unquote, this is the Chief Minister of West Bengal talking about a 14-year-old girl who has been raped, according to her family, and then, as I said, cremated without a death certificate. The girl was 14 years old. And even if she was involved with the boy, does that justify rape? A full-blown political battle is currently underway in West Bengal over the comments. Before we go to our panel this evening, hear what has been said on the matter so far, starting with the Chief Minister.
এভিডেন্সটা পাবে কোত্থেকে? অ্যাকচুয়াল রেপ হয়েছে না প্রেগন্যান্ট ছিল বা অন্য কোনো কারণ হয়েছে নাকি কেউ ধরে ধরে চড় মেরেছে, শরীরটা খারাপ হয়েছে? লাভ অ্যাফেয়ার্স তো ছিলই, বাড়ির লোকেরাও সেটা জানতো, পাড়ার লোকেরাও জানতো। এখন যদি কোনো ছেলে মেয়ে কেউ কারোর সাথে প্রেম করে, সেটা আমার আটকানো আমার পক্ষে সম্ভব নয়। এটা ইউপি নয় যে লাভ জিহাদ নিয়ে আমি প্রোগ্রাম শুরু করব। এটা তার স্বাধীনতা। হ্যাঁ, আমরা এটা নিশ্চয়ই দেখব, যদি কেউ অন্যায় করে অন্যায়ের বিরুদ্ধে অ্যাকশন হবে। অ্যাকশন হয়েছে, অ্যারেস্ট করা হয়েছে, এবং অ্যারেস্ট করতে গিয়ে কোনো কালার দেখা হচ্ছে না।
Now, the victim's father has been repeatedly asked over the last 5 days why he didn't go to the police when the girl had come home and when the family had felt that she was raped. She died a day later because of excessive bleeding, as I said. This is what the response of the victim's father is. He says, given the fact that the alleged rapist was a powerful TMC member's son, he didn't have the courage to go to the police. Take a listen.
প্রশ্ন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী কালকে এটাও করেছেন যে তিনি জানতে চান যে ঘটনা যেদিন ঘটল তারপরে আপনারা থানায় সঙ্গে সঙ্গে জানালেন না কেন, এবং 5 দিন সময়ের পরে আপনারা থানায় এলেন কেন? এর মধ্যে কোনো কারণ আছে কিনা সেটাও তিনি জানতে চেয়েছেন।
কারণ আমাদের ভয় বিদ্যা আছে, বাড়িঘর দোষ জ্বালিয়ে দেবো, তারা আসে যে নিয়ে যদি হসপিটালে যাও।
কে আপনাকে ভয় দেখিয়েছে? কে বলেছে বাড়ি ঘর দোষ জ্বালিয়ে?
যে ছেলেটা নিয়েছে, ওই যে বজনাম করে সময়ের গলি, তারা এসে উঁকি দিয়েছে যে এ নিয়ে যদি উপরে যাও যদি ডাক্তারের কাছে যাও তোমাদের বাড়িঘর জ্বালিয়ে পুড়িয়ে দেবো।
We are now hearing from Shivendu Adhikari of the BJP, who is alleging that the West Bengal government and police are harassing the victim's family and suppressing evidence. He is stepping up his demand for a CBI inquiry into the matter. He is calling it a gang rape and a murder. Let's listen in.
आज आपने विक्टिम के फैमिली से मिले, क्या मिलने के बाद आप एक ही बात दोहराएंगे?
अरे एक ही बात एक बार नहीं, 100 बार दोहराएंगे। आप पूछ लीजिए विक्टिम फैमिली, इसका भी, इस फैमिली का भी डिमांड सही डिमांड है। जो सीबीआई चाहिए, इसका वो पुलिस इस फैमिली को तंग कर रहा है अभी भी।
क्यों, क्या बोल रहे हैं?
ये टीएमसी का लीडर इन्वॉल्व है ना, डायरेक्ट सीधा सीधा इन्वॉल्व है। जो रेपिस्ट पकड़ा गया, उसका पिताजी यहाँ का सबसे बढ़िया लीडर है, दबंग लीडर है टीएमसी का, ग्राम पंचायत का सरपंच है। स्वाभाविक तरीके से ये डर का माहौल है। पुलिस डेली फैमिली को उठा ले जा रहा है थाना में। हम लोग पूरा के पूरा बीजेपी की ओर से फैमिली का असिस्टेंस वो जिस तरीके से वो चाहेगी हम लोग करेंगे।
That was Shugata Mukhopadhyay speaking to Shivendu Adhikari in Hanskhali village, an obscure little village, Shugata, that you're joining us, which has seen a steady flow of political footfall there. And I believe the child rights body of West Bengal has showed up there as well to speak to villagers.
Well, Shreya, it has been indeed an extraordinary day for the Shamnagar village, the obscure village here in Hanchkhali area of Nadia, a central Bengal district. Never ever has this place seen such a footfall of political heavyweights, thronging the village right from the day, all through the day today. It started with local Trinamool Congress MP from the neighborhood constituency of Krishna, Mahua Maitra, arriving and meeting the family. We spoke to Mahua Maitra immediately after, and she said that she has assured the family that the police would do its every bit to ensure that justice is delivered to the family and the perpetrators are booked. Following Mahua Maitra's visit came Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who again took on the chief minister for her comments made yesterday and said that the local police is dancing to the tune, and I quote him, dancing to the tune of the rhetoric that was spelled out by the chief minister in a public forum yesterday. So that was Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's contention, and then obviously Shubhendu Adhikari, the family, was obviously taken aback by the immense footfall of political leaders, the heavyweight leaders who were there all through the day today. But like you rightly pointed out, it was also a statutory body of the West Bengal government, the West Bengal Commission for Protection of Child Rights. The chairperson of that commission, Ananya Chakravarti, was also present in the village today, and when I spoke to her, she gave out certain startling details and saying that the allegations that have been put forward by the family so far has not been corroborated by any substantial evidence. So essentially, it is the word of one person versus the word of the other. That leads me to thinking as to whether, when this matter will ultimately be settled in the court, in the legal corridors, will the contention, will the allegation made by the victim's family hold up, or will this again become another instance of a playground for political bodies and political parties and political netas, whereas the family of the victim would end of the day remain high and dry.
All right, we leave it there for the moment. Shugata Mukhopadhyay getting us an important piece of information where the child rights body of the West Bengal government is saying that so far the family has not provided them with any evidence to suggest that the girl was actually raped. Let me go straight across to my guest this evening. Amina Sherwani is a women's rights activist joining us. Riju Datta is a TMC spokesperson joining us. And Shatarupa is the West Bengal BJP spokesperson joining us as well. Rijo Tatta, I'm coming to you first. I'm reminded of what happened in 2012 and the same thing is repeating in 2022. You remember the Park Street rape case that had happened where Mamata Banerjee had said that the rape case was concocted to embarrass the West Bengal government, and 4 years later the court had ruled that this indeed was rape. And sent 4 rapists to jail. She's doing it again. The investigation has not started. Evidence has still not been collected. And yet here is the Chief Minister of the state speaking about the rape of a 14-year-old and saying, I don't know what to call it, whether I should call it a love affair or a rape or pregnancy.
First of all, Shreya, let me say it very clearly on record that it's a heinous crime. No way we condone such crimes. We condemn it, and we have zero tolerance policy for any kind of atrocity against women in the state of West Bengal. Now, coming to this particular Hashkhali rape case, the incident happened on 4th. The child passed away on 5th. 10th of April, the family, without the dead body of the child, went and complained to the police. And based on the narrative of the parents, the accused have been booked under POSCO Act, gang rape, sections of gang rape and sections of murder. And all the accused are behind bars right now. What the CM of West Bengal has said, she is also, we have to remember here that she is also the Home Minister of the state.
Correct.
So she has got her reports from the DG directly, where right now you have said, when your reporter said, the evidences do not match right now. But it is under the investigation, it is already submitted to the court and these sections are applied.
Correct.
It is my bad luck that I come from a state where the opposition parties who have been defeated, and a couple of them have resulted to 0, will continue their vulture politics and will continue their
No, you can call it, Riju, you can call it vulture politics. You can call it vulture, no, you can call it vulture politics. The point I'm trying to make is, do I know whether this was rape or not? No, I'm not the investigating agency. Fact is, on the ground, your child right body is saying that so far no evidence, no proof has been given by the family that this indeed was rape. That is not my point. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The fact is that a 14-year-old girl died. She bled to death. When 3 people found her sitting on the roadside, she was dizzy. Her family is convinced that she was raped. My question to you is this: if the investigations are not over, does it make any sense? Does it give the Chief Minister of the state any right to go and speak about a 14-year-old in the language that she has? That is my problem. I'm not saying whether this is rape or not rape because I don't know whether it is. Shatarupa, do you want to come in here? What the BJP, what the TMC is saying, where is the evidence? So far, there is no evidence to suggest this is rape, and we have done what we had to do.
I would like to take a line from what Riju said. Yes, I also come from a state where, unfortunately, the government is led by a woman who has absolutely no sensitivity to other women. And here we are talking about a little girl. She was 14 years old. I read there was another rape who was 8 years old. And in this particular incident, since we're talking about Hashkhali, I think some more sensitive points should be coming out. You already know them. I just want to remind you that this girl was invited on her birthday to the house of this Trinamool leader, wherein this entire incident, gory incident, happened. And she, rightly what you said, she was bleeding to death on the roadside when somebody picked her up. And immediately, the moment the Trinamool people got to know, they came and hurriedly burnt the little girl so that there would be no evidence. So it is very nice of the Chief Minister and her spokesperson Riju to say that now there is no evidence. Why only Riju? There is the representative of child welfare, who's I was just seeing her interview. I am aghast. The Trinamool people, the boys came and they burnt up the body. Now they are saying that the parents of the girl burnt up the girl's the clothes so that there are no DNA tests that's made possible.
What? Okay.
The Honorable Chief Minister makes a comment in a different forum. Mind you, this was not even a forum of the police. It was not an internal meeting. There was no reason to pick up on this entire incident. And I don't even want to repeat what she said, but the way she keeps on saying this, you're reminded of one Park Street incident. Allow me to remind you of one other comment that she made. She had said in Bengali that if you have a body like you get fever, if you have a body, it is quite okay to be raped. This is quote unquote the Chief Minister of West Bengal for you.
I don't know, and I have not heard this comment, so I don't know whether this has been said or not.
Definitely. She keeps saying. She even puts in rates of rape. She says if there's a half rape, then her government will give so much amount. If there's a full rape, she will give another amount. If you don't know, I will send you these tweets.
Please send me these tweets because I have not seen them and I have not seen the Chief Minister make these tweets.
Thank you.
Okay, Riju, yes, Riju, come in quickly. Yes, please.
Yes, I will quickly say this. You know, whatever we have seen, our MP has gone there, met the families. We have never stopped any political parties from going there and doing their politics. We, you know, even whatever happened,
beyond
lack
politics.
of evidence or whatever, please let me finish, whether lack of evidence or whatever, the accused have been booked under POSCO Act, gang rape and murder. So everything has been done. And the people lecturing us here, you Shreya being such a reputed journalist, when incidents like Hathras and Unnao happened, have you seen any BJP people go there? So I don't want any lectures from them. I don't need any lectures from them. Let's not patronize.
No, Shreya, please let me come in here.
Done what needs to be done.
No, let's not do this. Let's not
Shatarupa, just a minute. Everyone gets a chance to speak on my show. Let him finish.
What I'm trying to say is, let's not get patronized by these people because they do not have any morale to patronize us. The Bengal police, the Bengal government, and the Chief Minister of Bengal has done what is needed. All the accused are behind bars. Now it is sub judice, and the court will decide the final order. So let them continue their politics of dead bodies.
The Hardras case coming back to on the BJP. We all remember what happened there.
Shreya, the Chief Minister of UP did not make such an insensitive comment there. Here we are talking about the insensitivity. And as far as Hathras is concerned, you will know that immediately action was taken. The police were transferred. Immediately the family was given. Please keep quiet, Riju. Please keep quiet, Riju.
No, you can't.
You have no face to say anything about West Bengal right now. Please, we shall not discuss Yogi Adityanath here. He is not insensitive.
Was the body not created in the middle of the night?
Then by that logic, did Mamata Banerjee go to ground zero where the rape has happened in Nadia? Come on, Riju. I'm going to try and see if
I can finish one line.
And to my producers, can we please patch Amina Sherwani in here? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Shatarupa.
May I just one line? And as far as the Hathras victims' family is concerned, 25 lakhs was given as compensation immediately. I understand that no rape, no murder can be compensated, but the UP government has stood by the victim. Here you have the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal.
Now who is giving rates of rape?
Just see what you are talking. Just see how you are talking, Riju. This is ridiculous. You're comparing one. You're being so insensitive. You don't have an option. Basically, the Chief Minister's spokesperson. I am not talking.
People living in glass houses.
Handled by a government.
Okay.
So it cannot be controlled by the government. But
Riju, the problem is
to be controlled with the rape.
Riju, the problem with Mamata Banerjee is that she's a repeat offender. When it comes to rape cases and comments, I've already told you what she had said in the Park Street rape case, 2012 again, in Katwa, in Bardhaman, there is a rape case, and it was alleged, I'm going to quote her, because I don't want any allegation against me that I misquoted someone. She said, and I quote, a political party is doing all this, shouting rape, they are playing this drama. Ye kya hai? They are staging an act to give a bad name to West Bengal. Every time a woman is raped in West Bengal, this is the opposition party's sazish.
The opposition parties are, I am telling you this, even in this case, Shreya, even in this case, you have heard where the case is standing right now. But see what the opposition is doing. After they have lost Bengal, they are only limited.
Opposition isn't doing anything. It is the Chief Minister who is doing it.
CBI, and they will do their dead body politics. People of Bengal are seeing this. We have done what is need to be done. We don't need to explain ourselves.
They may be doing dead body politics, Riju. They may be doing dead body politics. But what is Mamata Banerjee doing? She is making a case for the rapist, alleged rapist. I'm correcting myself.
Yes.
She is making a case for the alleged rapist. Why? Let the investigation get over. Then she can say what she wants to say. But a 14-year-old dies, bleeds to her death. Her parents are convinced she is raped, and the Chief Minister on national television in front of everyone at a meeting goes and says, I don't know whether this is love affair, pregnancy, whether she was beaten up. Are bhai?
Now please tell me this. Please tell me this. When the accused are already booked behind bars submitted to the charge sheet is submitted to the court on POSCO Act, gang rape and murder, which is a non-bailable section, and capital punishment sections. What my chief minister has said, which I find is nothing wrong, she has said on what the current evidences are coming in front of her. How is that going to change the narrative of the court?
So why forget politics?
This is BJP. This is BJP trying to
ridiculous.
this and making it a nonsense out of it.
No,
Shreya, how can you even get away with a comment like this?
A girl has died. She was burnt without a death certificate. We may never know whether she was raped or not.
Why she was
Why did
burnt
the
with a
chief
death
minister
certificate?
need to go and say what she has? That is the point I'm making. I'm not saying that the West Bengal police did not do what was required of them. They have arrested the main accused. That's not the point I'm making. The point which you are making is that the chief minister has spoken out of turn and very insensitively, and she's a repeat offender. Okay, we'll leave it here. Gentlemen and ladies, one lady and one gentleman, Riju and Chatarupa, thank you very much for joining us here on the show. Thank you very much. It was good to have you. But I'm shifting my focus from West Bengal to Jharkhand. After more than 45 hours, rescue operations in Jharkhand's Deoghar now over. But the tragedy multiplied when a woman who was being winched up by an Indian Air Force Mi-17 fell to her death today. Now just take a look at the video, and it could be disturbing for some of you. This came in today. After 2 days stuck in a cable car over the Trikut Hill, the woman was finally being rescued. It is not clear what led to her fall. Did the harness break? Or did it become loose? Whether the wire broke, we don't know. But what we definitely know is that she fell to her death rather tragically. Now, on Sunday night, 48 people were trapped mid-air in a row of 12 ropeway cables that collided with each other, leaving 2 people dead immediately. Now, 2 Mi-17 helicopters of the Indian Air Force and 2 more helicopters joined the rescue operations on Monday morning. By afternoon, many people had been rescued, but then came, this picture that you're seeing, where a middle-aged man who was being winched up he was almost at the helicopter actually, if you see the pictures, he simply dropped to his death. The High Court has taken cognizance of the incident, has ordered a probe. The state government has been directed to submit a report by April 26th. Okay, but we are also hearing now from the Indian Air Force, and the Indian Air Force has expressed deep regret for the death of these 2 people who were being winched up. They are saying that we were working under extremely challenging circumstances. They are saying that the environment, it was an area that was windy. The terrain was difficult. It was difficult to balance the hover. And the cable cars that you're seeing, there were Garud commandos who had actually winched down to each of these cable cars, and then one by one strapped people, 32 of them, and then ensured that they were, winched up to the helicopter. AVM Manmohan Bahadur, you have been with us on the story for the last 2 days, watching the pictures. I want to ask you whether there has been some degree of failure on part of the Indian Air Force when it comes to this operation. Fact is, 32 people have been rescued. They have been brought to safety. But 2 people have tragically lost their lives simply dropping off while they were being winched up. Is there a problem with the way this operation was conducted?
I don't think so, Shreya, because when you see the videos, you would realize that the way the pilots were hovering continuously for the past 2 days, with hardly any reference point, with at least 3 or 4 cables running below them, and the winch cable going down. The winch cable had to avoid all the wires that were coming down and avoid the gondola which was hanging. So with all these things happening, in the first case, it's a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. There's some problem with your audio, but I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when the first case happened yesterday, if you see the close-up, some channels have been showing, the person actually slipped out of the sling. The sling comes like this. You're supposed to hold on and it comes under the arm. Out, whether it was sheer panic or whatever. He let go of this and now he caught the helicopter. That is not how it's supposed to happen.
Okay.
You are pulled in with the sling inside and the sling is removed inside. Be that as it may, the person is no more, there's no point blaming that person. Now, in today's case, if you notice, and the Air Force has stated in as many words, Garud commandos were lowered, one per aircraft, into the gondola. So he landed, the Garud commandos would land on the roof and go inside and possibly strap up the people. And as the winch cable comes down, push the person out so the aircraft can be winched, the person can be winched out.
Okay.
Now, in the case of the lady who fell today, the winch cable had got entangled, it appears, with the hook of the gondola. And you see the commando climbing out of the gondola without any harness onto the roof, trying to disentangle that cable, which is got entangled somewhere. It is in that point of time, possibly with the friction, the cable has broken. That's what has happened. Now, should either incident have happened? No, not at all. Please spare a thought for yesterday, that person who couldn't hold on and the aircrew in the aircraft, as also for today's case, with the best of efforts of the Garud commando on top, he couldn't untangle the cable, and the crew in which this happened, and certainly for the families.
Okay.
So I'm sure a post-mortem would happen in the Air Force, but this was a very, very challenging task over a very long period of time. Please understand.
Correct.
Over a very long period of time.
Okay, we'll leave it there. I wanted you to come on the show and help us understand what went wrong, because there has been some commentary in social media talking about how this has been a failure on part of the Indian Air Force. The Indian Air Force already has expressed deep regret, but they have put out that they were working under some very, very challenging circumstances. AVM Manmohan Bahadur, thank you very much for joining us. And as we wrap the show, there are some pictures that are coming to us from Ladakh, where the Made in India anti-tank missile Helena has been successfully test-fired for a second time. Now, this particular validation trial on your screens was done earlier today from the Advanced Light Helicopter, where the Army, the Air Force were going to be the end users, and of course the DRDO that helped develop it, part of these user trials. Helena is the third generation fire and forget anti-tank guided missile that can engage targets both in direct hit mode as well as stop attack mode. Now, the system has an all-weather day and night capability and can blast off battle tanks. Earlier trials have been done in Pokhran in Rajasthan, which proved the efficacy of this missile in the desert. Now, once user trials are over, Helena will be inducted into the armed forces. We are leaving you with these pictures. Thanks very much for watching.
Was an office bearer with the Young India and Associated Journals Limited. Congress leaders are accused of acquisition in both companies. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is in Delhi leading a protest against the centre over what he calls alleged discriminatory policy of food grain procurement. KCR's Delhi protest comes months after his party workers blocked 4 national highways in Telangana and demanded a uniform procurement policy across India. The Andhra Pradesh cabinet today underwent a major reshuffle. 25 ministers took the oath of office. 13 new faces were included, while 11 members were retained. Jagan Mohan Reddy constituted his new team on caste and community lines, with most berths going to backward classes. Andhra Pradesh is going to polls in 2024. It's a setback for late Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha's very close confidant, V.K. Shashikala. A Chennai court has dismissed the expelled AIDMK leader's plea against her removal in a party general council meeting in 2017. Shashikala's plea was dismissed after an interlocutory application from AIADMK coordinator O. Pannirselvam. After Imran Khan's dramatic ouster, Shahbaz Sharif has been elected the new Prime Minister of Pakistan. He took the oath as Prime Minister just moments ago. Sharif rejected Khan's bomb letter as drama and promised to resign if charges of an alleged conspiracy to topple the previous government were proven. He also said that Pakistan's Parliamentary Security Committee will arrange an in-camera briefing on this letter.
ऐवान ने एक सिलेक्टेड वजीर आजम झुर्रू की पैदावार वजीर आजम को आइन और कानून के जरिए अपने घर का रास्ता बताया है.
Meanwhile, there is an open revolt against the Pakistan Army Chief Qamar Bajwa and the country's spy agency, the ISI. Dramatic visuals accessed by CNN News18 showing workers of Imran Khan's party, the PTI, hitting the streets and raising anti-Bajwa and anti-ISI slogans. This entire political turmoil in Pakistan is now snowballed because Imran Khan wanted to remove Bajwa before his own resignation. Sri Lanka is struggling to recover from its worst economic crisis in decades. Weeks of power blackouts and severe shortages of food, fuel and medicines have brought widespread misery to the nation. Addressing the nation today, our Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa said that his government takes full responsibility for the crisis.
Huge loans were taken for Hambantota project and similar projects on a very short payback period. With massive EMIs to pay and continuous losses, Hambantota project has become a white elephant for Sri Lanka, and as per the experts, this situation is not going to change anytime soon.
Anger is growing among residents of Shanghai over a harsh lockdown to fight COVID-19. About 26 million residents have remained confined to their apartments for the last 2 weeks. They're facing a dire shortage of food and medicine. This even as Shanghai is reporting 25,000 new cases every single day. Tesla CEO Elon Musk will not be joining the Twitter board after all. The news was confirmed by Twitter CEO Parag Agarwal. Elon Musk's appointment to the board was to come into effect from the 9th of April, but he informed this morning that he will no longer be joining the board. British Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak and his family have moved out of their Downing Street residence in London amid a raging controversy over his wife's tax evasion. According to reports, Akshata Moon
Good evening, everyone. You're watching Plain Speak on CNN News 18, a brand new show with me, Shivani Gupta. On this show every day, we will endeavor to get you the news without the burden of political correctness, where we will address all issues with extreme forthrightness without the fear of the labels that may come our way. A show where we will not allow age-old narratives to keep us from reasoned, fresh perspective. Now, a massive row has broken out over Madhya Pradesh government's action of running JCBs over houses or properties of those caught pelting stones and rioting over Ram Navmi processions in Khargon. This fits perfectly in bulldozer mama image that Shivraj Singh Chauhan is cultivating. But is it by the book? Before we speak to MP Government Minister Vishwas Sarangi, I want to break down some legal perspective on this. Now, it was in 2007 that the Supreme Court took note of various instances where there was large-scale destruction of public and private properties taking place in the name of agitations, bands or hartals. Though there was already a Prevention of Damage to Public Property Act, the court felt there was a lot of gap in the legislation. Therefore, it appointed 2 committees to look into the issues. These were headed by the likes of Justice K.T. Thomas and Senior Advocate Fali Nariman. And in 2009, the court issued guidelines based on the recommendations which they made, which included that high courts may set up a machinery to investigate the damage caused and award compensation wherever mass destruction of property takes place due to protests. The rioters are to be made strictly liable for any damage once the nexus between them and the action has been established. And a claims commission headed by a retired judge may be appointed to estimate the damage and investigate liability. Now, these guidelines were largely left ignored for more than a decade, till widespread anti-CA protests that routinely saw violence in the country. So, Uttar Pradesh government was the first to start acting tough. In 2020, they made the Recovery of Damage to Public and Private Property Ordinance 2020. It provides for a mechanism for recovery of damages during any protest or riots. But remember, a challenge to this in Allahabad High Court is pending. Then, in March 2021, Haryana followed suit with the Haryana Recovery of Damages to Property During Disturbance to Public Order Bill 2021. This too provides for recovery of damages to public or private property during the course of any agitation. But the strictest law was actually made in Madhya Pradesh, the state in the center of the row now. The assembly in Madhya Pradesh cleared this bill only in December 2021. Why do I say that this is the strictest law in the country? Let me break down what does the law in Madhya Pradesh state. So it states that magistrates and revenue officers can initiate recoveries, decide the final amount. This is one of the things that it provides for. The tribunals can recover twice the cost of damage with interest if the claims are not filed by 15 days. This is one of the reasons why it's one of the strictest laws in the country. Also, tenants, leaseholders, juggiwalas, thelawalas can all claim damages. That makes it a very empowering law. And also that judgments have to be given within 3 months. In other states, that timeline is actually much, much larger. And the NP government has been acting against the properties of rioters, even other crime accused, for some time now. Let me break that down. For example, in August 2021 itself, houses of 4 who brutally killed a tribal man were demolished. March 2022, a lot of action has been taken this year itself. Gang rape accused Shadab Usmani's house in Shadol was demolished. March 2022, house of 3 accused of kidnapping in Jara, demolished. Homes of 3 accused of raping a minor girl in Shiopur, demolished. In March 2022 again, in Sioni, houses of 5 accused of raping a student, also demolished. Communal violence in Raisen, houses of as many as 14 rioters were demolished. Local BJP Neta's son was killed in an altercation, and the illegal constructions of the prime accused were once again demolished. Now, before we question MP Minister Vishwas Sarangi, here's more on the political back. We're getting some breaking updates coming in. The Madhya Pradesh government has started demolition of houses of those who allegedly pelted stones at the Ram Navami procession in Khargone.
Some 77 accused have been identified by the police so far, and they are also looking at CCTV footage.
A day after Ram Navami procession was attacked in Madhya Pradesh's Khargone, MP government swung into action. JCBs ran on the houses of those who were seen pelting stones. But has the state government been so eager to send out a message that they have left aside basic provisions of the law?
Under what law the government of Madhya Pradesh has demolished houses of the Muslim community? Fifth, if they were illegally built, you cannot arbitrarily demolish any house. You have to give a notice.
The government continues to defend its actions, not mincing any words, but also adding that properties that were acted upon were illegal to begin with.
ये बदमाश है, बहुत सारी जगहों पे अतिक्रमण किए हैं, तो जो लीगल पूरी कार्रवाई वो करते रहेंगे लगातार।
उनको दंडित तो किया ही जाएगा, लेकिन चाहे सार्वजनिक संपत्ति हो, चाहे निजी संपत्ति हो, जितना नुकसान हुआ उसकी वसूली भी उनसे की जाएगी।
Meanwhile, Congress's Digvijay Singh added fuel to the fire by tweeting an image of a mob attacking a Bihar mosque, claiming it's in Madhya Pradesh, almost presenting it as an excuse for stone pelting and arson. It was deleted shortly after, but the damage was done.
कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी, वैधानिक कार्रवाई होगी। उन्होंने गलत किया, ये भड़काने का काम किया, प्रदेश में आग लगाने की कोशिश की, अशांति फैलाने की कोशिश की। ये चिंतनीय भी है और निंदनीय भी है।
The Madhya Pradesh government is now promising legal action against Digvijay for fake news.
भगवा वस्त्र पहनकर लोग चूरन बेच रहे हैं।
With Natasha Mendon, Shivani Gupta, CNN News 18. So on Plain Speak this evening, our big focus is this political row that has erupted as far as Madhya Pradesh government action is concerned. Was action without due process? So let me first go across to Madhya Pradesh Government Minister Vishwas Sarangi, who's joining us. A lot of questions emerge on your action of bulldozing the houses of those you're accusing of rioting. सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये बन रहा है मिनिस्टर जी कि किस लॉ के तहत आपने ये काम किया है? कोई प्रूफ है आपके पास?
देखिए, जो लोग अराजकता फैला रहे हैं और जिन्होंने इल्लीगल तरीके से अपने मकान बनाए हैं, दुकान बनाए हैं, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई हो रही है। प्रशासन ने देखा कि वो लोग जो कि पत्थर चला रहे थे, जो दबंग हैं, जो गुंडे हैं, जिन्होंने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को अपने हाथ में लिया, जिन्होंने प्रदेश का और शहर का माहौल खराब करने की कोशिश की, और जब देखा गया तो उनके मकान भी इल्लीगल तरीके से बने हुए हैं, कोई बिल्डिंग परमिशन नहीं है, बिना किसी परमिशन के उनके मकान है, गलत ढंग से वो मकान बनाए हुए हैं, गलत ढंग से दुकान बनाए, तो उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई हुई है। और ये देखिए, ये हमारा एजेंडा है। मध्य प्रदेश में कोई भी व्यक्ति यदि कानून अपने हाथ में लेगा तो हम उसको नेस्तनाबूद कर देंगे। इस तरह से अराजकता फैलाने का, इस तरह से धार्मिक उन्माद फैलाने का अधिकार किसी को नहीं है।
नहीं, तो आप कह रहे हैं ना कि ये घर इल्लीगल है। अगर ये इल्लीगल थे तो क्या इनके खिलाफ कोई नोटिस इशू हुआ था? ये क्वेश्चन तो असादुद्दीन ओवैसी भी रेज कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, निश्चित रूप से ओवैसी तो वही बात पूछेंगे जिससे इस देश में अराजकता फैलेगी। ओवैसी से पहले ये तो पूछिए कि उनने पत्थर क्यों चलाए। क्या ओवैसी पत्थर चलाने वाली बात को ठीक मानते हैं? ओवैसी तो केवल तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करेंगे। वो तो ये चाहते ही है कि इस देश में पाकिस्तान परस्ती हो। अब ये मध्य प्रदेश में नहीं चलेगा, और इसीलिए वो लोग जो गलत कर रहे हैं, चाहे बेटियों के साथ गलत कर रहे हो, चाहे माफियागिरी कर रहे हो, चाहे पत्थर चला रहे हो, चाहे धार्मिक उन्माद फैला रहे हो, वो किसी भी समुदाय के हो, किसी भी धर्म के हो, उन्हें बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
ओवैसी जी की जो पॉलिटिक्स है वो अलग, लेकिन क्वेश्चन फिर भी वैलिड है मिनिस्टर जी कि ये जो घर है जो आप अब कह रहे हैं कि इलीगल थे इसलिए आपने एक्शन लिया, क्या उनके खिलाफ कभी कोई नोटिस इशू हुआ है?
इल्लीगल तो थे। देखिए, दो बातें हैं। आप पहले क्या इन्होंने पत्थर चलाने के पहले कोई नोटिस के तहत पत्थर चलाए थे? इन्होंने धार्मिक उन्माद फैलाया, ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। और कार्रवाई केवल ऐसे नहीं होगी कि उनको बंद कर दिया जाए और जेल में भेजा जाए। उनको नेस्तनाबूद किया जाएगा, उनको खत्म किया जाएगा, पूरी तरह से उनको नष्ट किया जाएगा।
Those are very harsh words, आप बहुत सख्त शब्दों का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, और मैं किसी भी तरह से जो भी राइटर है उसके खिलाफ, एक्शन के खिलाफ मैं नहीं हूं। मैं ये भी कहना चाहती हूं बिल्कुल खुले में, लेकिन जो भी एक्शन हो वो लॉ के एम्बिट में होना चाहिए ना। ये एक्शन जो आपने लिया है, ये दिस इज बाउंड टू बी चैलेंज्ड एज इलीगल।
इल्लीगल नहीं है। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य है कि इल्लीगल बोल रहे हैं आप इसको। क्या पत्थर चलाना सही था? क्या धार्मिक उन्माद फैलाना सही था? क्या दंगा फैलाना ठीक था? क्या दंगाइयों पर कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए? क्या दंगाइयों पर कार्रवाई केवल ये हो जाए कि वो जेल में जाएं और कुछ दिनों बाद बाहर आ जाएं? आप ये चाहते हैं क्या फिर से वो दंगा फैलाएं? इससे मैसेज जाएगा। देखिए, इकबाल कायम करना होता है। सरकार इकबाल से चलती है, पुलिस इकबाल से चलती है, और पुलिस का इकबाल कायम करना ये सरकार का दायित्व है।
बट सवाल तो मैं ये पूछ रही हूँ कि ये जो एक्शन आपने लिया है ये तो कोर्ट में चैलेंज होगा। हाउ विल यू जस्टिफाई इट? किस लॉ के तहत ये एक्शन हुआ है?
तो लॉ के तहत ही हुआ है ना। लॉ ये कहता है, संविधान में सरकार को यह अधिकार है कि सरकार किसी भी दंगाई के खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर सकती है, और ये सब जो हुआ है ये नियम के अनुसार ही हुआ है। अब ओवैसी इस बात को नहीं समझ पाएंगे क्योंकि वो खुद इल्लीगल काम करते हैं।
बट आप कोर्ट में ये लड़ाई लड़ने के लिए तैयार है? जैसे कि मैं कह रही हूँ कि ये चैलेंज हो सकता है।
अरे देखिए, कोर्ट के पास कोई नहीं जाएगा। जो इल्लीगल व्यक्ति है उसको ना कोर्ट साथ देगा ना जनता साथ देगी।
अच्छा, फाइनली मैं आपसे दिग्विजय सिंह पे भी सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। उन्होंने एक वीडियो ट्वीट करी, उसका एमपी से कोई लेना देना नहीं था, लेकिन ये दिखा रहे थे कि जो एमपी में हुआ वो उस वीडियो में जो दिखाया जा रहा है उसकी वजह से हुआ। मेरे पास ये भी खबर आ रही है कि आप एक्शन आपने ले लिया, एक एफआईआर आपने कर दी है, और क्या एक्शन लेने की तैयारी है आपकी?
देखिए, दिग्विजय सिंह जी ने जो काम किया वो केवल ट्वीट करने का काम नहीं किया, अराजकता फैलाने का काम किया, और ये दिग्विजय सिंह की आदत हो गई है। जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने खरगोन, जो एक सेंसिटिव इशू था, जिस पर हम देख रहे हैं 2 दिनों से 2 समुदाय लड़ रहे, उस पर इस तरह से कहीं बिहार की किसी तस्वीर को लगा देना और भगवा को, हिंदुओं को बदनाम करना, हिंदू मतावलंबियों को बदनाम करना, ये अराजकता फैलाने की श्रेणी में आता है। उन पर लीगल कार्रवाई तो सरकार जरूर करेगी, पर उसके साथ ही आज मैंने ट्विटर को यह भी लिखा है कि उनके अकाउंट को भी सस्पेंड कर देना चाहिए, परमानेंट रूप से ब्लॉक कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये दिग्विजय सिंह की आदत हो गई है। और ट्विटर, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि इस बात को अलाउ करेगा कि उसका उपयोग करते हुए, ट्विटर का उपयोग करते हुए कोई अपनी राजनीतिक रोटी को सेके, धार्मिक उन्माद फैलाए, लोगों में आपसी समन्वय खराब करे, दंगा फैलाने की कोशिश करे। और यदि ऐसा काम कोई ट्विटर के माध्यम से करता है तो ट्विटर को सो मोटो उसके अकाउंट को बंद कर देना चाहिए।
Okay, fair enough. There are, of course, provisions for that. I do thank you for joining us. Well, the government continues to defend its action. I want to open this up to our panelists as well. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP joining us. Ashpreet Kadiyal, advocate, Congress spokesperson with us. Ishkaran Bhandari, lawyer. Nikhil Mehra, lawyer. Mujibur Rahman, lawyer and activist. And D.K. Giri, political activist, analyst, all joining us on the show. Shehzad, I ask you one more time the same question that I asked the minister. You know, under no rule book can this action be justified. It is one thing to be tough on rioters, stone pelters. I'm sure that nobody will say that I am not for that. But the action also has to be by the book. Why open yourself up to illegality to act against another illegality? The governments cannot act like that.
Shivani, let me clarify the legal position before I get into the political argument. In Madhya Pradesh, like in many parts of the country, there are rules and laws. For instance, in Madhya Pradesh, you have the Madhya Pradesh Bhumi Vikas Niyam 1984. You also have the Madhya Pradesh Damage to Public and Private Property Recovery Act. If you read the two acts together, it does 2 or 3 things. One, it allows for building officers or local officers to adjudge whether a building which is illegally constructed, it constitutes an encroachment, whether it is safe, unsafe, and after following whatever is the due procedure as per the officer concerned, who has the powers to take decisions on this to remove encroachments, they can take necessary action. For instance, you would have seen in many of your areas in Delhi or other places, the local corporation
but
has
the
the
government
authority
is not
without going to
presenting
court of
this
law.
as an
The
action
officer-
against
Let me
illegality.
complete.
That they did
Let me,
today. Yesterday they were presenting it as an action against pelters.
Shivani, you have called me to keep my position. Let
Yes,
me
go ahead.
articulate it because the viewers will be clarified about
I have
it.
actually shown that
So,
Madhya
the
Pradesh has
officers-
such a law, and of course it provides for recovery of damages, but there is a due process for that.
So Shivani, as I was articulating, even if in your neighborhood you see, there are many instances when there might be encroachments around you and officers concerned, after following the procedure they think fit, which is a procedure of law, they go ahead and demolish and remove that encroachment. Now, if somebody still has a problem with the procedure applied, and in this case the DC is P. Anugraha and the DM is Mr. Milind Dhoke, they can be taken to court and that answer can be sought from them. But let me give you another fact which is important. 45 properties were demolished yesterday. It was in the Kheskawadi area, Aurangpura area, Ganesh Mandir area and in Talab Chowk, which happened to be the place where the rioting on Ram Navami took place. I only have one question to ask. Why is the Congress party's dil धड़क रहा है दंगाइयों के लिए? यहाँ पर भी घर टूटे हैं जिनका इलीगल था, उनके लिए कुछ नहीं बोलते। विशेष रूप से विशेष समुदाय के विशेष दंगाइयों के लिए दिग्विजय सिंह का दिल विशेष तरीके से धड़कता है। दिस मीन्स दिग्विजय सिंह का दिल और हाथ कांग्रेस पार्टी का दंगाइयों के साथ। Why is it that they are only complaining about the illegal procedure only in the case of Talab Chowk? Why not in Ganesh Mandir area? Why not in Aurangpura area? Because they know that no illegality has been done.
Ashpreet Kadiyal can respond to that.
Owaisi is not raising their issue.
No, Ashpreet Kadiyal can respond to that. That why do you always object to tough action being taken against those who are clearly doing something illegal?
One, this is not tough action that has been taken by the government. This is a violation of the law done by the very, body that is supposed to protect the people of that state. That is the very body, harming them and not, doing the right thing. One very important thing that the people have to understand is that the answer to violence does not have to be violence. Period. And they have clearly forgotten the principles of Mahatma Gandhi that, if somebody is doing wrong, you're not supposed to respond in the same fashion, in the same manner. Second, I want to tell them that bulldozing the houses of people that you think are accused does not make them accused in the eyes of the law. Kindly allow me to answer. Just because the BJP government thinks that they have done wrong does not make them wrong or a convict. Accused and a convict, there's a big difference. And they had no right whatsoever to punish them. They haven't followed separation of powers. They have disregarded the law. They have disregarded the constitution. They have forgotten that the job of the government is to protect, and it's the job of the judiciary to punish people. And it was not in your hands. It was not your prerogative. Kindly, Shehzad, allow me. It was not your prerogative to go and demolish the houses. And you're saying that, all those houses were illegal. Out of the blue, now that the incident has happened, you figure out, it was illegal. And there was, again, no procedure at all whatsoever was followed again when you demolished the houses. Where was the notice? I want to ask you one thing. Where is the notice? I want to ask you this thing.
5 seconds.
Where is the officer who
Shivani, can I answer quickly? Because we need to move on to other panelists.
Kindly allow me, Shehzad, I'll speak in our time if you don't allow me to complete. Where are the officers who, a certain in a day,
give me 5
kindly, Shehzad, kindly allow me to answer. I won't let you speak if you don't allow me to talk. One, the officers cannot possibly, decide in a day the officers cannot decide in a day if a building or a structure is illegal. It takes time. The procedure says a notice has to be given in advance before you demolish somebody's
let him respond to that. Let him respond to that. Don't repeat the same question.
Let him respond to that.
Answering violence with violence would blind
now,
the world.
Shivani,
Answering violence with violence would blind India. It would spread anarchy.
All right, you've repeated that 5 times. Shivani, can I make my points?
We won't have a country left to protect. We won't have a country
Shehzad.
left to, govern.
Shivani, can I please?
You have to stop answering violence
thank
with
you.
violence.
Shivani, now he's repeating himself 7 times over. Let me answer this. Shivani, now if he stopped
has the government concluded?
First of all,
are you
Shivani, see, your show is short. You have several panelists. Can I make my point? Can you allow me to make my point?
Okay,
Is
Shehzad
there a
now.
difference between the government and the vigilantes?
Ashpreet, you've made your point. Let him respond now.
Just one question.
No, you made enough points, please. Let him respond now.
That is all. Kindly, he was speaking in my time throughout.
Thank you.
Kindly ask him to answer my question. Is there a difference between the government and the vigilantes?
He can only do so if you please allow him to. I want to hear his response. Don't let him off the hook.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That was a dose of nagging. But anyway, let me answer the questions. First of all, who's talking about eye for an eye will make the world blind? The supporter of a party whose chief has just said, or his unofficial chief has just said, कि मैं होता तो चाकू उठा देता. This is Shivani. Shivani, please, if you want me on your debate, you have to let me.
Can I just come in between? Ashpreet, I'm not going to allow
Shivani,
heckling.
please carry
Let me
on
make
this
that very
discussion
clear.
minus me.
Ashpreet.
He's deflecting. He's going to some other topic.
Let me do my job. Do not heckle other guests. Okay?
No, he was heckling me, Shivani, time and again.
Ashpreet, please cooperate now. Shehzad.
No, kindly ask him to do the same. I'll cooperate, but he must not
You
speak
must
in my
stop
time.
now. Please don't waste the time of the debate. Shehzad.
Shivani, we need no lectures about eye for an eye and following Mahatma Gandhi's principles and Ambedkarji's rule of law from a person who has just recently said that Dalits should have picked up the knife and stabbed people. That's not the kind of lectures we want from somebody like Mr. Khadial or his party. Secondly, as far as illegality in any kind of procedure is concerned, Mr. Khadial is a very competent lawyer. If he feels that anything has not been followed, issuing some notices or anything else, he can go to court. Why scream about it here and protect only one section of so-called accused? And by the way, one second.
One second. We're cutting across to some reports that are coming in. 5 people have been reportedly shot in a New York subway. 13 have been injured. There's a possible smoke device that has been detonated on the subway. The fire department of New York is not elaborating on the devices found, but they said they have been called to the 36th Street subway station in Brooklyn's Sunset Park neighborhood for a smoke condition at about 8:30 a.m. local time. Police have said that a male suspect fled the scene wearing a gas mask and an orange vest.
Those quick reaction forces was able to cover them as they do, and it is amazing how quickly police can get to the scene of something. I'm talking within minutes, right? Maybe even a couple of minutes if they're close enough. And you could see some of that presence there now and just how broad that police presence is outside that Brooklyn police station. We also have Anthony Barksdale on the line with us here. Again, as the details come in, you have a number of steps that the attacker, as far as we know it, took here. Wearing a gas mask, police investigating whether brought along a smoke grenade, wearing an orange construction vest, perhaps to give the impression of being an official worker, and of course brought a loaded gun and has done a lot of damage here. That speaks to even more planning than we knew initially. Anthony Barksdale, you still there?
Absolutely, yes I am. Yeah, absolutely. This is based on what we're hearing right now. This is planned. And even though we are in the initial stages, the NYPD can start doing a lot of work in solving this. Like you just said, they can form a perimeter to try to lock this down. But back to Joe's point, there are different routes to escape, to get through a perimeter. So we don't know who or what we're dealing with at this point, but as Joe also stated, unfortunately, the NYPD knows what to do here. And I know that this is a difficult situation, but they're going to be methodical about this from beginning until the end. We really have to focus now on finding the suspect. We have to worry about the victims. And there's a lot of work to do, but they can do it. I believe that they can pull it off based on their experience and their resources.
And no doubt timing has to play a factor here as well if we are talking about an attack that may have been and likely was premeditated, just given that this occurred during morning rush hour, the morning rush hour commute here in New York City, where thousands of commuters take subways to and from work, dropping their kids off from school. I want to get back to Jason Carroll. I believe you have some more information for us.
Well, I know, Bianna, you were asking about the mayor's office, and just a few moments ago, we heard from his press secretary, who said the following, tweeted out, said, New York City's mayor continues to be briefed on the situation. While we gather more information, we ask New Yorkers to stay away from this area for their safety and so that first responders can help those in need and investigate. Just wanted to just give you that very quick information about the status of the New York City's mayor's office.
We also have a statement tweeted by Governor Kathy Hochul, New York governor, saying that I have been briefed, I'm quoting here, on this developing situation in Brooklyn. First responders are on the scene, and we will work with the MTA and NYPD to provide updates as the investigation continues. And boy, as you look at that street there outside the station, a sea of vehicles, first responders, and those probably what you're seeing there, explosive sniffing dogs, part of the investigation here, because of course the force reports were of multiple undetonated devices they were investigating. Our latest information is police looking to determine if those were smoke grenades. And as Jason was saying, the attacker apparently wearing a smoke mask, a gas mask rather, in preparation for that. Joseph Giacalone, as you look at this force response here, a lot of folks on this case, and they're going to be on this case quickly. Tell us what next steps they're going to be taking.
Well, they're going to be coming in from outside partners, right? So we're going to see the FBI, the ATF, and the New York State Police. I'm sure that the governor's already released them down there because there's a trooper barrack not far away. So they're going to have to just cordon off the area. They're going to shut down highways and streets just to make sure that there aren't any other devices in the area. So they're going to go a few thousand feet from out that. I would recommend that everybody just stay away from this. They're all, the idea of Sunset Park Station, it just intrigues me a little bit. But in regards to, is it a terrorism attack, or this is just an act of, a random violence? We don't know just yet, but, it's not the biggest train hub that we have. So that might be a little bit of a sigh of relief, so to speak, for officials, because in Manhattan there are unfortunately much bigger targets. And we don't want to give anybody that idea or suggestion, but the idea behind this is now just to apprehend this person. And then as Anthony had said, the detectives are going to take over. We're going to be pouring into his social media accounts and what have you, because just want to see if there was any headway in regards to if there was anything that could have been gleaned prior to this statements that he made. it's going to be one of these types of investigations that are going to go on for quite a while. Right now, we just need to find him, apprehend him, and then question him.
I want to bring in Charles Ramsey at this point, former commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Office. And I do want to get you to weigh in on what you just heard from Sergeant Giacalone, suggesting that he at least found it curious where this incident took place, that it wasn't in one of the more high-profile areas of the city, like Times Square, like Penn Station. Your analysis as to how this went down and how authorities are now trying to piece this together.
Well, I'm not familiar with the New York City subway system, but if this is a location that is not heavily traveled, that makes it a softer target. So if you did have the intent of doing something and getting away with it, then it would make sense to do it there. But I do want to say this, and that is that like any investigation of this magnitude that's very dynamic, a lot of the information you get early on turns out not to be that accurate. And so we need to be careful and kind of sift through things right now. They're at the very, very early stages. They're securing that scene. If there is other devices there, they got to render them safe. I'm sure they're checking other subway and transit stations throughout the city to find out whether or not they're safe or not. So there's a lot of stuff going on right now. And I heard it mentioned earlier that all the federal agencies are responding. NYPD, obviously the largest department in the country, very well resourced. So you've got a lot of people there that'll figure all this out. But the early information, we have to kind of sift through it carefully because we don't know what we have yet.
Yeah, I mean the NYPD, the size of the force there, and its special units, resources, vehicles, teams to respond to incidents like this one. Jason Carroll, been following the story for the last hour. What's your latest information?
And a bit of information from the NYPD, who is just putting out, Jim, that they are saying that according to their investigation, no active explosive devices found at that scene at this time. So there's that, because remember initially there were reports from the FDNY that there were several undetonated devices at that same location, but they also made it very clear that it wasn't exactly clear what those devices were. So the NYPD, at the very least at this point, clearing that up and saying that there were no active explosive devices at this time at that scene there, down there. And you can see a number of officials are down there on the scene. They're going to be looking for witnesses to try to piece together where this happened down there at the subway stop. Did it happen at there? Did it start someplace else? And there, a lot of these details we're going to be getting in the next few minutes, the next few hours as the situation continues to unfold.
Yeah, that's consistent with the idea that this, if there was something, it was a smoke grenade and not something more serious. That a relief.
Yeah, and to your point, Joseph Giacalone, you know, it is quite stunning that they were able to clear the scene of other devices within just a matter of 20 minutes or so. I want to go to Bryn Gingras, who is now on the scene there. Bryn, give us a sense of what you're seeing.
Yeah, guys, listen, it's a chaotic scene here in Brooklyn. I can get out of the way so you can see how far the flashing lights stretch, several blocks, because that's believed, as you've been getting updates from Jason, that this stretches several blocks. And according to sources, the perpetrator is not in custody yet, so this is still very much an active investigation. I can tell you, arriving to the scene with quick force is we have emergency vehicles like ambulances, we have the ATF here, we have the FBI, JTTF, in addition to, of course, the NYPD. So a lot of law enforcement here has descended on this scene to try to get this investigation going, trying to figure out exactly what is happening here. And I know Jason has been giving you all of those updates, but yes, that recent good news from the NYPD, no active devices at the moment, but we have seen the bomb squad here with the bomb dogs going into the subway system and checking that out to give that all clear. But again, everyone here at the scene has been telling me that this is still very much an active investigation, still trying to exactly piece together what happened, where it happened, how many people were injured. We're latest hearing 13 people brought to area hospitals. Is there more? And of course, this big question is, who is this person that might be responsible? Is it just one person or many? And that's something that investigators are trying to learn right now. Here's what we know at this point. At least 5 people shot at a station in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, New York, 36th Street and 4th Avenue. 13 injured in total. We don't know how many of them were shot, but at least 5 people shot. Police investigating the use of a smoke grenade in the midst of this attack. They say the attacker was wearing a gas mask, also an orange construction vest. And as Bryn was just saying there, the suspect still at large. But you see in those pictures, live pictures from just outside the scene, the enormous response from the NYPD and the FDNY Fire Department of New York as well. We still have Charles Ramsey on. Charles, you've led police departments in 2 major cities. Tell us how cities react to kind of this and how seriously they take attacks such as this.
Well, you take it very, very seriously, but one of the main things now is to kind of minimize the panic that obviously is going to take place as people start to hear about this. And I was pleased when Jason said NYPD provided more information. That's got to be your main source is NYPD, because they'll give as much information out as they can without compromising the investigation, because there'll be all kinds of rumors, all kinds of things floating around right now. And you got to really kind of keep the panic down, because this has a ripple effect on the entire transit system in New York City, no question about that. I'm sure they're recovering video, they're going through video, they're doing everything they need to do now to kind of get a handle on exactly what took place and who's responsible. But information is going to be, coming out rather gradually, but they'll get it out as quick as they can to try to minimize people's concerns and anxiety. I mean, this is a major incident.
Yeah, NYPD, in the tweet that they issued, asked for any eyewitnesses to tweet them at NYPD tips. And that gives you the sense of what a modern-day crime scene looks like. It takes cooperation from witnesses on the ground there, those that have snapped photos, those that have been in the vicinity and happen to capture it with their cameras. And this, hopefully, Chief Ramsey, will help expedite not only in capturing the perpetrator, but building back and recreating the scene itself.
Yeah, that's what it's all about is, you have to recreate. That's what a crime scene is. I mean, it's an historical event. Your job when processing is try to recreate the events that led up to that particular event taking place. So it takes a lot in order to put those pieces of the puzzle together. And without the public's help, it's going to be even more difficult, not impossible, but difficult. And in today's age of information flow, between Twitter and videos being sent and all that sort of thing, they'll be able to get a lot of information. But now somebody has to sort through all that stuff and make sense out of it.
Thanks so much, Charles Ramsey. We will continue to follow this breaking news story out of New York.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Following breaking news this morning, I'm Bianca Goladrigo.
And I'm Jim Shootout. The story out of New York. Officials say at least 13 people are wounded. This following a shooting on a subway platform in Brooklyn. At least one person in critical condition now. Law enforcement officials say the suspect is a man who may have been wearing an orange construction vest, also may have had a gas mask. Officials investigating, I'm told, whether the suspect had and used a smoke grenade in the course of this attack.
There you see images from the subway scene there, blood on the ground there in Brooklyn, New York. CNN's Bryn Gingras is live on the scene. Give us the latest on where this investigation stands thus far.
Yeah, guys, I can tell you that I'm making multiple source calls, as are my colleagues, and there are just a lot of information that's getting sort of bounced around. So that's a big thing right now, is officials here on the ground are trying to piece together everything that happened. But let me get out of the way so you can see exactly what we're looking at here. This is a scene that stretches several New York City blocks. You can see those flashing lights. There are so many agencies here that have descended on the area. There are the FDNY, NYPD, JTTF, ATF, FBI, so you can see the scale of this investigation. What we do know from sources at this point, though, as Jim mentioned, 5 people shot, at least to the knowledge of law enforcement sources to us. One may be critical. We're hearing from the FDNY that at least 13 people may have been transported to area hospitals. NYPD just tweeting out that there are no active devices in the subway system at this point, but exactly what happened down there is still trying to be figured out. The latest information we are getting from sources that possibly this perpetrator was wearing a gas mask and an orange construction vest, and at some point a possible smoke bomb type device had gone off. But again, this is all preliminary. It is still getting worked out. We do know, though, that perpetrator, at least the one person that they are somewhat identifying, is still on the loose. So again, very active, chaotic scene here in Brooklyn that stretches several blocks as all of these agencies are working together to figure out the sequence of events of what happened and exactly really how many victims are there at this point. And we know that they would like people to call in with any information, any video to help with their efforts. Guys?
Yeah, you get a lot of indicators from the few details we know at this point, but the fact that the attacker, it's believed, used a smoke grenade, perhaps to distract, cause fear in the midst of a shooting, wore a gas mask, prepared for the effects of that smoke grenade, an orange construction vest, perhaps to come across as some sort of official there. Joseph Giacalone with us as well, former NYPD sergeant. I'm curious, as you look at the emerging details of this attack right now, and of course the top line ones are the ones we have on our screen, at least 5 people shot, a total of 13 injured at this point. Have you ever seen an attack like this with these, in your experience in the NYPD, with this combination of details as we know them at this point?
Well, believe it or not, I mean, we rarely have incidents like this. So the answer to your question is no. So it's just something that, unfortunately, they're trained for and hope that you never have to use it. So there's so many different aspects of plans about this. So, for instance, hospitals in and around the area will be notified immediately just in case there are more victims than previously reported. So they'll be on high alert. And also every hospital throughout New York City will be on alert, including those across the river in New Jersey. These are all part of the plans that we've developed over the years. One thing that the NYPD does is prepare for unfortunate situations like this. In a city this big, we know we're a target, and it just doesn't have to be with terrorism aspect. You know, I mean, you could have a mass shooting at any time, but there's been very few of these kinds of things in New York City history, believe it or not.
Thank goodness for that. I want to bring back Charles Ramsey. Charles, for much of our viewership, their cities don't have subway systems, right? I'm just curious if you can give our viewers more specific details and information on the level of work, the extra challenges facing the police department and investigators as they are trying to piece this together, but also to investigate an active scene in the subway system.
Well, I mean, it's difficult because, you know, it is a subway system. Obviously, they've shut everything down. So that particular site is secure, but you also want to check other sites as well. I heard Joe mention, you know, how they train and how they plan. You do tabletop exercises, worst case scenarios. You'd have an attack in multiple locations simultaneously. What's the surge capacity of the various hospitals in the area? How many patients can you take to a given place so they can be quickly treated? How do you triage at the scene if necessary? I mean, all these things are things that take place. Now, outside of New York City, if I were still commissioner in Philadelphia, for an example, or Washington, D.C., I would be just, as a precaution, checking transportation hubs, subway systems, elevated trains, things of that nature. If nothing else, not that there's a threat that goes beyond that, but you want to give your public a sense of safety and security. They want to see a few uniforms, because when they get on these systems, having watched CNN, seeing what's going on in New York, they're going to be a little concerned. So this goes beyond just New York in terms of just doing some things to kind of reassure the public that everything is okay.
Some new information, and we're learning that the ATF, that's the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, investigates gun crimes in this country, is now on the scene of the Brooklyn shooting. Anthony Barksdale, I've heard it consistently from New York police officers, and we've heard this from public comments from the commissioner, from the mayor, about the problem with guns and gun violence in New York, where those guns come from, how easy it is to get them into the city from other states. They speak of them coming from southern states, often with more lax gun laws. As you watch what's been happening in New York with a shooting like this, but also a broader statistical rise in violent crime, what's the role of guns in that?
Guns play a significant role in what the United States is seeing in many cities, including New York. Yesterday, the president, in my opinion, gave a wonderful speech about focusing on guns and the damage that guns in the wrong hands do in the United States. We also, you mentioned the ATF, looking to get, the president is looking to appoint a new head of the ATF, which would be a significant event for such a vital agency in reducing violence in the United States. So it is a huge concern. He talked about ghost guns. He talked about the supply route that you just mentioned. So we've got a lot of hope, but we still have to make the things happen. This isn't just going to go away overnight, but an incident like this hopefully increases the urgency on both sides of the aisle to get something done about the amount of violence in our country.
Yeah, the president also addressed the threat of guns in the wrong hands against police officers in this country as well. I want to get back to Bryn Gingras, who's there on the scene near the subway station in Brooklyn. Bryn, have you been able to speak with any eyewitnesses or commuters, or has it been completely blocked off by police officers?
Yeah, it's pretty blocked off. And of course, they shut down the subway system beyond around here because that perpetrator is still on the loose. So that's part of the investigation. Certainly, like I said before, they're asking for any eyewitnesses to come forward to help with that investigation. But yeah, again, I'll get out of the way. We are several blocks away from the subway stops that, was where the first call came in about this incident. It's still being to be determined if this actually took place before this subway stop several blocks down or what. So like I said, several blocks open here. There are probably multiple witnesses, but we are pretty far back from anyone who might have actually witnessed anything. Certainly this is a major scene, so there's going to be a lot of witnesses, a lot of video, and that's something that investigators are going to be combing through, in addition to, of course, all the security cameras that are around here, since it is very much a business area as well.
Joseph Giacalone, former NYPD sergeant. We see a lot of what's happening at the scene there. That's the response. Of course, you get the wounded to hospitals, you investigate, you try to track the gun, and so on. But the real focus now has to be on finding the suspect. So can you describe what we're not seeing right now that the NYPD is doing to try to track this person down?
Sure. So we have the temporary headquarters vehicles will be pulling up in and around the areas. They're also going to be in constant contact with the real-time crime center as they're downloading the videos from the NYPD cameras and trying to get that information. If the issue comes down to that this person traveled by car, then the license plate readers will be in effect. Or if they see him or her get out of the subway and jump into a ride share or a taxi or something like that, or even get on a bus, once again, license plate readers will play a role in that. So the video surveillance is always what I refer to as one of the forensic horsemen. It's a tool that helps investigators narrow these cases, specifically down something like this where the danger to the community is very high, and they're going to want to capture him as quickly as possible. So these are a lot of different aspects of this. Plus, also, you got to remember, the federal agencies are going to be involved in this, and that's why these temporary headquarters vehicles play an important role. You can take them anywhere. They're with cell phones, computers, printers, you name it. And they have the aspect of being able to control an investigation from just one street corner.
Chief Ramsey, as we mentioned earlier, there are tabletop exercises conducted by police departments across the country. I'm just curious, we're now about an hour into first reports of this shooting, as concerns initially, as they always do, lead to whether or not this is an isolated incident or whether there are more. 1 hour following the attack, thank goodness we have not heard of any subsequent attacks. What does that tell you? That in fact, this is likely an isolated incident?
Well, I mean, the more time that passes by, the more likely it is an isolated incident, but you still have to keep your guard up because you just don't know. You have to have an open mind right now about everything, including who the suspect may be. Now, I don't know how they came across this individual with the safety vests and so forth. That may have come right from video where they actually saw him do the shooting. It could be eyewitness, that people saw something that looked unusual, and that's what they're going on. But you have to have an open mind when you're at this stage of the investigation, because you don't know what direction it's going to go in. You don't want to lock too closely into any one particular thing. But obviously, they're going to have their guard up now to make sure there's no other incidents that occur anywhere else in the transit system or anywhere else within the city. You know, sometimes part of a tabletop, for an example, would be if an incident occurs over here, is that the incident or is it a diversion because there's a larger event that's going to take place somewhere else? I mean, all these things are part of what you discuss and what you practice as you go through tabletops. And by the way, you don't do these things in isolation. You have ATF there, you have FBI there, you have Homeland Security, you have all the other partners will participate in the tabletop.
Charles Ramsey, we were discussing earlier the network of CCTV cameras now deployed in New York, a big legacy from 9/11, both to attempt to prevent attacks like this, right? See something before it happens, but also to track down perpetrators after things like this happen. I remember a few years ago when there was a bomb set off in Lower Manhattan. It was pretty quick. They were able to track that suspect down.
Right.
How do those resources and the ones that Joseph Giacalone were describing just then allow police departments today, hopefully, to track a shooter like this down quickly?
They are invaluable. Let's assume that the description of the individual that was given earlier is the actual suspect. What they'll start doing is they'll start pulling video from our surrounding areas and the timestamp, when this person was either going into the subway, when they were leaving, what direction were they going, and they backtrack depending on the direction of flight and pull more video until they're able to determine where this person came from to begin with. So yeah, video is incredibly valuable. New York City has an incredible network of cameras. And right now, I guarantee you, there are a lot of investigators that are doing just that right now. They're trying to find out how he got there and then where that person went after the incident took place.
Anthony Barksdale, there are a few cities in the world, obviously in the country, better prepared for crime scenes like this than New York City. I'm just curious, across the country, are police stations, are first responders, are mayors now going back and looking at their tabletop exercises and making sure that they themselves are prepared for any sort of attack?
I would absolutely believe that they are. I can recall going to New York on 9/11 to get a package of intelligence that the NYPD would only give if I came in person. And from there, I know Baltimore started to model their anti-terrorism efforts more closely to what New York was doing even back then. So all these years after 9/11, many agencies, just as Chief Ramsey is talking about, do these tabletop exercises where we know when an incident occurs, who's in command, how does the flow of information work, what resources are you bringing to the table? And I know in numerous cities that these efforts are in place and have been in place for many years. But unfortunately, we still see these efforts being tested.
Yeah, and the NYPD has its own intelligence gathering unit, almost like its own intel agency and control center. I've been to visit it. I mean, they've got an enormous law enforcement and counterterror operation there. Anthony Barksdale, Charles Ramsey, thanks so much. Please stand by. We continue to cover breaking news out of New York as we've been reporting a shooting at a Brooklyn subway station. To date, 13 wounded, at least 5 people shot there. The suspect, who used both a firearm and it's believed a smoke grenade in the course of this attack, still at large. We'll have updates as soon as we come back. Stay with us.
So those are the live updates that are coming in. As many as 5 people are believed to be shot at, while 13 in total are injured. Those are the visuals also of the attack at the subway station. This has happened in New York. What we're also getting to know is that the initial suspicion is that there's a possible smoke device that has been detonated. Fire department in New York did not elaborate on any devices, but they did say that they were called to the 36th Street subway station in Brooklyn's Sunset Park neighborhood for a smoke condition at about 8:30 a.m. If those visuals are anything to go by, then certainly it seems like a decently big, terrible attack. 13 people are affected by it, as many as 13 people injured. But what is also, of course, alarming is that this is a suspected shooting case where as many as 5 people have been shot at. Now, police have said that a male suspect was seen fleeing the area wearing a gas mask and an orange vest. And of course, a manhunt is currently on. So the updates that we're getting right now is that this man in a gas mask and orange construction vest has been declared wanted after shooting multiple people. Of course, there are some travel advisories that have also been issued because of emergency vehicle movement and delays in the surrounding area. What the New York Police Department has also said a short while ago is that they're requesting people to stay clear of the area. But they have said that there are no active explosion devices at this time. And they're also asking witnesses to call them for any tips. But there are no active devices as we speak. This is something that has been declared by the New York Police Department itself. The police, of course, are seeking a man that is in a constructor's vest of orange color and was seen fleeing the area in a gas mask. So just reiterating some of the details that we have right now. 5 people have been shot at, while 13 people in all are injured. But there is nobody who has been caught just yet. And the suspect is supposed to be a male. That is all that we know right now. One male suspect has been declared wanted. Whether there were multiple people, we don't know as we stand. What we also have learned from the Metropolitan Transit Authority, which operates the subways, is that they are also investigating the incident. And there is of course some sort of impact that has happened on the trains on both directions in Brooklyn. But earlier they had said they have not quite elaborated on the devices that have been found. Initially it was suspected that one smoke device has gone off. There was a smoke condition, quote unquote, at about 8:30 a.m. for which the police was called in Brooklyn's Sunset Park neighborhood. But in the more recent update, the New York Police Department has said that they don't believe that there is any active active explosive device at this time. So that is at least the one piece of good news that has come in. Let me also go across to Zaka Jacob, who's joining us. So Zaka, this is a shooting plus some sort of an explosion incident, it seems?
It seemed like a smoke device went off first, and in the cloud of that smoke, the attacker opened fire. What we do know is that at least 5 people are in critical condition. The attacker was seen wearing a construction vest, as you would see across New York City, wherever there is construction in downtown, in some of the suburbs. So it's something that's very ubiquitous. You'll see it all around the city. And what is of concern, Shivani, is the fact that he managed to escape. So in that confusion and chaos, this attacker managed to escape. We don't know where he is right now. A manhunt has been launched. We believe dozens of teams have been sent to this particular subway station in Brooklyn. Not just that, there's also an alert across across New York City So 5 people we're given to understand are in critical condition. The question, though, is how did he manage to bring in both a gun as well as this smoke device into the metro? There is, just like here in India, when you have to enter the subway stations in New York, there are physical checks. There are, local cops who are there present, who are checking for, metal detectors and so on and so forth. So what we are given to understand is that in the confusion that happened, in the melee that happened, because of the smoke all around, this man managed to make good, and right now there is a massive manhunt that's been launched to nab him.
All right. Taka, thanks a lot for breaking down those updates. I just want to quickly cut back across to CNN. That is, of course, bringing us more live updates on this.
Typically, Mayor Eric Adams would be coming here to the scene, starting a press conference with the police commissioner. He has COVID right now, so he's getting updates, we understand, while he is at home. But again, we're just waiting to get more information as we continue to just see more law enforcement come here to the scene and try to piece together exactly what went down, try to talk to witnesses of this, try to get area surveillance cameras and amateur video camera footage to figure out exactly the sequence of events that went down here.
Yeah, critical to investigation like this are accounts from eyewitnesses, and I believe we have an eyewitness with us on the phone right now, Conrad Aderer. Conrad, thank you so much for calling in. Talk to us about what you saw and where you were at the time of this attack.
Yes, well, I was on the level above the platform, just down from the street. I had just come down the first set of stairs from the street, and I just paused because I was texting my wife, and then there was a young man who came up to the station booth, which was some yards away from me, and he was bleeding from the legs. He had been, I guess he was injured. He was bleeding, his pants are partly down, so I guess he's injured on the upper legs, and he was just alerting people to what happened, and so he was telling the station agent that people had been injured and they're bleeding, and I wasn't sure. I thought he had said shooting at the time, but otherwise everything was pretty normal all around. There wasn't really anything unusual that I saw. It was just him, and I was taking in what he said, and so I just immediately got out of there.
Conrad, this is Jim Shootout. The initial reports are that the suspect fled wearing a gas mask, an orange vest, like a construction vest, and that suspect, we should note, still at large. Where you were on the level above, did you see anybody fleeing, and did you see the police response, the police coming down?
No, I definitely did not see someone with a gas mask running out of there. I didn't see anyone moving fast, really. I mean, basically everyone was, it was just that second when something unusual first happened. People were just in the middle of coming up or coming down. There's still plenty of people just still walking towards the station. I don't think I have any information that would help find the perpetrator.
Well, thank goodness you stopped and took some time to text your wife instead of proceeding down to the subway platform. Were there a lot of people there? I mean, we're looking at the timing, and it would have been around a rush hour commute to work.
Yeah, I mean, it was reasonable. It's not like the station up there isn't really flooded. The platform was there was probably a fair amount of people, but it wasn't where I was. It wasn't a terribly crowded situation. There were just people making their way down into the platform and from it. Hello?
Yep, Conrad, we're here. There were also reports of not only the suspect wearing a gas mask, but the FDNY initially responding to reports of gas and smoke coming from the scene. Did you see any of that? Did you see any smoke around you?
No, I didn't see anything like that. There was nothing. I mean, I wasn't really looking. The stairway down to the platform was a little bit out of my view at that point because I was just at the bottom of the first flight of steps down into the station, into the I guess they'd call it the mezzanine, where the station booth is, and then you have another set of stairs to go down to the platform.
Conrad, thanks so much. We're glad you're safe. We appreciate you telling us what you witnessed there. We have some news into CNN. We're learning that President Biden has now been briefed on this shooting, as has the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, and also the DHS Secretary Mayorkas. Given the nature of this, potential Homeland Security implications if this is seen to be a broader attack, given the planning evident at this stage. We still have former NYPD Sergeant Giacalone with us here. Listen, it's an enormous response outside there. It's just remarkable to see the number of vehicles, and those vehicles represent different teams. You have the quick reaction teams, you have the SWAT teams, as you were mentioning. You have command centers there now as they set up an operation to search for this suspect. Describe the resources at hand here now as they enter the next stage of this.
So what they're going to do is see if they'll be able to peel some of these units off too, because we don't want everybody down at the same location while this investigation is happening. So they'll be looking to move ESU teams all around Brooklyn. And for instance, there have been a lot of videos already showing up on Twitter, and it looks like it might have started actually inside of a train car coming into the station. So this is going to be another important aspect of it, and that's why the police department is asking for those videos to try to piece this together, where this person got on. I had mentioned that earlier, and this is something extremely important. But they have so many different units, and they might, if they have to, they can always call in people who aren't working at the time right now and call them into work. So that is something else that is at their disposal, and that's part of having a huge police department like they have. I mean, we have a large city that responds to all kinds of things. And remember, cops are still out there answering 911 calls and everything else. So this is a huge response, and as it should be. But they're going to look to start to lessen that out a bit and go across different avenues, because we're going to have to start collecting video and evidence all across this entire line of subway cars.
I want to bring back in Chief Ramsey. And Chief Ramsey, in the last hour, you wisely noted that this investigation needs to be conducted in a methodical fashion, in a
Namaste, ladies and gentlemen, and we stay with these dramatic developments in Brooklyn, New York, at a subway station where at about 8:30 a.m. Brooklyn time, this incident has happened. Just about around 7:15, 7:20 p.m. India time is when we first got information that an incident like this has taken place at a subway station in Brooklyn. What eyewitnesses have come out and said is that this attacker was dressed as a construction worker wearing an orange vest. He was about 5 feet 5 inches tall. What he first did is threw something that created smoke, then threw a bomb, and then started firing randomly. About 5 people are feared dead. They've been shot at. That's what we're given to understand. More than a dozen are feared injured, as we see these dramatic visuals of a train coming in, stopping in at the subway, and this incident taking place. The attacker is at large. There is a massive manhunt that is currently on. Just listen into this entire sequence. Have a look at this sequence. This is being shot by an eyewitness who also says that somebody shot up my train. Listen to this carefully. Absolute panic and shock. As we can see, there are some people who are already injured who've been helped out of the train. There is pandemonium there as people are trying to escape. There are others who are feeling asphyxiated, feeling nauseous because of the smoke. the incident seems to have happened inside the train because the smoke is billowing out of that one particular compartment as the train has come to a halt at this subway station in Brooklyn. Jagdish Shevani is live with us from New York. Jagdish ji, namaste. Quite shocking turn of events this early morning in New York and Brooklyn subway station.
Absolutely, it should be very, very shocking news. You know, I mean, early morning, this is a rush hour, and this is a residential, very, very busy area of New York, a Brooklyn borough of New York. I mean, kids were going to school and all, they're absolutely panic on the street. And so far, 13 people have been injured, and the police have cordoned off the whole area now, and they are investigating, and hopefully the things will be clear what exactly happened at 8:30 in the morning. I mean, it's Tuesday morning.
True, yes, because we've seen these visuals and it looks like it's happened inside the compartment of one of the subway, one of the metros, which has actually come there at the subways halted, and people are coming out in absolute panic. There are those who are injured. Some of them are being helped out. We're given to understand that schools have been shut down. President Joe Biden has been briefed about this. Any more details that you have? Who this attacker was, any details?
Yes, you are right. The schools have been shut down for the time being because it was a time when people go to office, people go to work, people go to school. And that area specifically is a very, very busy area. The subway, people take, you know, in New York, we take subway to go to work or office or school. So right now, everything is shut off in that part of Brooklyn. And police is investigating, and of course the president has been briefed, and New York police, one of the best police in the world, is on the top of it, and we will get to the down of it, what happened exactly.
Well, it has been quite a while since terror has, or attacks like these, I will not call it terror yet, but these attacks like these have happened somewhere in the vicinity of New York City. And this is just around one day after the 2+2 dialogue has happened between India and America. The issue of terror was raised. Terrorism was raised even by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It was discussed amongst between Rajnath Singh and Lloyd Austin. It was also discussed when we are given to understand when Subramaniam Jaishankar and Antony Blinken were interacting. And the next day we are having a situation like this, where we are given to understand this attacker had multiple devices, something to create smoke, a bomb which has not gone out, or an explosive device that's been recovered, and he had also got a gun and he was shooting randomly at people.
Yes, you rightly say the timing is very, very critical whenever Rajnath Singh and S. Jaishankar, a foreign minister and defense minister, are having dialogue in Washington, D.C. with the defense secretary and foreign secretary in U.S. and it happened. This is just to create a panic, you know. And it is very sad that what has happened in New York, a financial center of the world, and that also earlier warning. But hopefully it's not a terror. Let's wait till we hear what exactly it was, and then we can use the word terror.
Yes, we are still looking at updates. There is a manhunt that is on. But in a subway, there aren't many escape routes. So there and it is all monitored by CCTV cameras. So the authorities should be able to identify this person, this attacker, very soon.
You said it rightly. Yes, there are so many TV monitors, TV cameras in subway, outside the subway in New York City, that the culprit will be brought to justice very, very soon. I have full confidence in NYPD. They are very efficient. The detectives, they are working. And you must have seen the pictures. They are onto it. And I'm sure the culprit will be caught soon.
Can you give our viewers here in India an idea about Brooklyn, this area? Is this a very, very busy morning Tuesday? We see a lot of people office bound. It's quite cold out there also because most of them are dressed in very heavy winter clothing also.
Yeah, it's not that cold, but it is cold according to Indian standard. You see, New York City has 5 boroughs: Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, Staten Island, and Bronx. Brooklyn is one of the heavily populated borough of New York. And especially at 8:30 in the morning, there are a lot of people in the subway. So whoever has done this has thoughtfully, he has thought about it very, very seriously. That's why the timing was 8:30 in the morning, when there are hundreds of people in the subway and outside also.
True. Jagdish ji, please stay on with us. We've got Maha Siddiqui also joining us live at this point. Maha, a terrible turn of events this Tuesday morning with this attack at the Brooklyn borough.
Yes, absolutely. And the scenes that are coming to us at the moment are very discomforting, considering that we can see people injured, lying on the floor in the Brooklyn station and bleeding. Those are the pictures that have come in at the moment. Very disturbing scenes emerging from the Brooklyn station. This attack happened at 8:30 this morning. It is still being considered an active scene because the attacker is yet to be apprehended. The person and the description of the person has been given out as one who was wearing a gas mask and an orange construction vest. Those are the details that are coming in at the moment. Shelter-in orders have been given for all the schools in the Brooklyn area at the moment. Shelter-in essentially means that no student or teachers can move out of their buildings at the moment. And this clearly, because this is still being considered an active scene. Though let me point out that some time back, it was clarified that no further explosives have been found in the Brooklyn station, because initial reports had suggested that there are some explosives there. That has now been clarified. But it is still very much an active scene. All schools around the Brooklyn area have been given shelter-in orders. Moreover, the US President Joe Biden has been updated and briefed about the situation in Brooklyn in New York, and senior White House officials, as per Jen Psaki, the press secretary of White House, she's already pointed out that senior White House officials have already spoken with the New York mayor and the police commissioner, extending any assistance that they would require at this juncture when the scenes emanating from New York are certainly not looking good.
True, and the information that we have so far, this is the 36th Street station in Brooklyn. A smoke device was actually set off in the train, Maha, and the gunman opened fire. And the visuals that we have accessed here at CNN News 18 clearly show people streaming out, running out of the train the moment it stops, and smoke billowing out of one of the compartments. There you go, that's the one where people are running out because there is some random firing that's happened. At least 13 people are feared injured. The suspect actually fled the scene, and he is said to be wearing a gas mask, like you said. Some eyewitness reports are on social media are also saying that he was about 5 feet 5 inches in height. That was the height that was mentioned. But there should be, because there is this entire subway system is monitored very carefully, CCTV would have captured the attacker. It's just a matter of time that this manhunt pays off. Maha.
Yes, absolutely. At the moment, the matter, yes, Anand, at the moment, the matter is also being dealt with, not just by the New York Police Department, but also I understand, as we were given to believe, that the FBI is also investigating the matter. What is worrying here is that the attacker is still at large. I think that is the biggest concern at the moment. That is why shelter-in orders have been given. And the reason why we understand now that the attacker was wearing a gas mask was because, as you pointed out, he could have set off a smoke device within the compartment to end up injuring as many people possible, to create chaos and confusion and start shooting in that chaos. Anand, let me also point out, while there is no confirmation yet on whether this is being looked as an incident of terror, what we can tell you is that there is a raging debate on gun control within the country at the moment in the United States. And only yesterday, President Biden had spoken about how they will clamp down on ghost guns. Now, ghost guns are essentially kit-assembled guns. They do not have a serial number, and therefore it is very difficult then to track down the person who has used this sort of a weapon. That is why the president has said that they will clamp down on such ghost guns. But at the moment, we have seen a rise in shooting crimes in the United States. Perhaps this will fall in one of those categories. We do not know. That is a point that has not been clarified by any of the authorities at the moment, Anand, because it is too early at the moment. They want to immediately apprehend the attacker who was in a gas mask and an orange construction vest. This incident happened at 8:30 this morning in the rush hours at the Brooklyn station. Not a very high-profile area in New York, nonetheless very crowded, and therefore perhaps this person chose that area to create as much confusion and injure or kill as many people as possible. The scenes on the ground were looking very bad because what we could see was people injured, having fallen on the ground. Some of them were bleeding profusely. So terrible morning there for you.
Right, absolutely terrible morning, and a smoke device being used first, and then incessant firing and random firing. So, and multiple rounds fired with 13 people injured, 5 shot. Surjan Sareen is with us, Vibhuti Jaji is with us, Jagdish Shevani ji is with us, and now I'm just going to quote Tom O'Connor of Newsweek, who's saying that the Brooklyn subway attack is also being investigated as terrorism. This is what an official has told Newsweek. Multiple people believed to be shot after an incident involving use of an explosive device, possibly a smoke bomb, on a New York City train near rush hour. So that's what, so there is this angle, every angle aspect is being looked at. But Vibhuti Jha, terrible morning this in New York, 36th Street Station, inside a subway, a train that is actually getting into a subway. One compartment, people are coming out in absolute panic, smoke is billowing, and we are given to understand from eyewitnesses that there was a smoke bomb that was set off by an individual who's wearing a orange color vest with a gas mask, and then he shot incessantly and tried to make his escape in that melee as everybody tried to run out to safety. Some very graphic pictures that have come in of people bleeding, being shot and lying there injured, some of them being helped away with minor injuries, but absolute shock and mayhem and pandemonium there at the 36th Street Station. Vibhuti Jha.
Yes, it is truly unfortunate, and I just now tweeted actually that how is it that the world's two most prominent democracies, India and the United States, are under constant attack for one excuse or the other? Is the freedom in peril because people are abusing their freedoms for one excuse or the other? So it's truly tragic. It took me back, honestly speaking, it took me back to 9/11 when it happened. I was ready in the morning to go to Manhattan, and lo and behold, everybody knows what happened. Yeah. This was again one of those scenarios. At the Brooklyn area, just only recently, the post-COVID scenario, people were beginning to go and take through subways. It was so much lawlessness has come about. And believe it or not, one of the key reasons for this lawlessness is the cashless bail system that has come about in New York, which was announced about a year and 2 ago, where people can be released at whims and fancies of authorities. This is truly tragic. And, life, New York City is like Mumbai. Correct. You stall this local trains and the life comes to a halt. Yeah. And when you do this kind of a thing, it is democracy in peril, and we need to kind of stand up and do something about it. These kind of sufferings, it hurts the common men most. Yeah. Those people who take the subway are the people who have to move from one place to another for livelihood and living. So whoever does this, whether it is any justification you may have, but it is not okay. It is just not done. Violence is no way to resolve a crisis. Yeah, this is. I mean, it is frustrating, to tell you the truth, that so many violent acts are happening these days, and you derail the system, you derail the process, you destroy the trust that people enjoy. I mean, I have been on subway many times. That 36th Street is known to me. Yeah. So you go on the subway, you rub shoulders with others, and then lo and behold, this happens. It destroys the trust in the system, and that's a big factor that we must consider as free speech lovers, as lovers of democracy. Each one of us needs to attend to that issue.
No, the other aspect is, how is it that somebody has such easy access to weapons, be it incendiary devices, smoke bombs or guns? How is it so easily accessible? And these are now these ghost kit assembled guns which are randomly available without any serial numbers. This is a big issue, and it's been a raging debate across the United States for many years now in terms of gun control and who can have access to guns and who cannot. but this is shocking. Sushant Sareen with us.
It is shocking. I just wanted to add to that, since you brought in the ghost guns and you brought in a point of view that guns are causing the violence. But remember, let's bear it in mind. Violence and killings were happening even when guns were not there. Let's be clear about that aspect. That violence and killing is a mindset issue. It's not about the instrument. Instruments have changed. You know, that's what is important to determine. The criminal intent of the person is a function of what instrument you can assemble. Today, you can go on Google and assemble any weaponry you can find. You have seen it in movies. The commandos create weaponry and explosives by virtue of their training and putting two chemicals together. So how many things are we going to ban?
No, it's not about banning. It's about limiting the access and also somewhere having a certain control. But that's a debate for another time. Right now,
that's a debate for another day. But people with criminal intent can assemble anything, anytime.
Correct.
You could have had a sword slashing people there, right?
No, it's possible, and it's possible that anybody who decides that taking human lives is the solution, and I'm going to do it by targeting innocent people, trying to create an atmosphere which is going to strike fear and panic among people, then it is an unfortunate turn of events like we are witnessing.
Absolutely.
These visuals are stark, and imagine the horror for those people who are locked inside a moving train while somebody sets off a smoke bomb and starts firing at them randomly. There are so many who have got injured, who are bleeding, commuters who have come out choking because of the smoke. Sushant Sareen, shocking turn of events, and this is just a day after in that 2+2 and also the virtual bilateral between PM Modi and President Joe Biden, the issue and aspect of terrorism was touched upon.
But Anand, we don't know whether this was indeed, terrorism as the way it's strictly defined. Look, the bottom line is criminals.
Sushant Sareen, please hold your thoughts on CNN International. We have one of the eyewitnesses who was on board the train. I'll just play that out and come to you.
Been showing pictures of blood on the ground in the subway station there. Were you able to see how many victims there were? Did you see any of the victims?
All I saw was people close to me who were on the floor. There were some people whose pants were covered in blood. There were some people, it didn't even seem like their blood, because the person whose pants had most of the blood on it was okay and walking and helping other people. So at that moment in time, I couldn't tell who was injured. All I know is I saw like a lot of blood on the cart, on the floor of the train cart, and it was I don't know how many victims there were. I did not see who had injuries. All I know is that people filed out, people forgot bags and shoes, and they just left everything to just get out of there as soon as possible.
Yob, how many people would you estimate were in that car with you?
If I had to say, I would say about maybe 40 people, maybe 40 to 50 people, because it wasn't packed like rush hour usually is. It was a little bit lighter, but seats were still taken. There were a few people standing up, so there was enough space to do whatever the person did.
Lord, that number of people in the confined space of a subway car with an active shooter, it is just frightening to imagine. I'm sorry you had to go through it. I am glad you are safe. We heard that there were, from some eyewitness accounts, that there were doctors on the car who volunteered to help some of the victims after. Did you see that take place? Did you see any of the first responders arrive?
Yeah, so I heard there was somebody who was speaking before me. They said that at the next stop, because as soon as I got off, I got on the local train, the R train. The conductor of the R train said, everybody get on the train so we can get out of here. And he brought us to the next stop, which was 25th Street, I believe, but we stopped at 25th Street, and everybody got off the train because nobody was moving. There was an injured person in the front cart of the train, and that was what I saw. They made a system announcement in the train station. If any health people, anybody, doctors, nurses, if anybody can come to the front of the train and assist. That's the only time that I heard people getting assistance. I tried to get out of the 36th Street train station as soon as I possibly could.
Yeah, you said that you thought that the gunshots, now looking back, that you thought they were some firecrackers or of some sort. How many did you hear, and how long can you estimate that they went on for?
I couldn't even keep count. Because the thing, it sounded loose like fireworks on the floor. That's what it sounded like to me. It didn't. And when I heard it, I didn't think gunshots, but I did think that I need to protect myself from whatever it is, even if it was gunshots. It just sounded like a bunch of scattered popping, and whether it's fireworks or gunshots, stuff like that shouldn't be happening on the train. So regardless, I just hid. I moved myself out the way. I tried to make space for this elderly lady who even handed me her little pepper spray from her purse just in case something happened. Like, she gave it to me out of her purse and said, use it just in case. Like that's how desperate people were. Like, it was
Lord,
like
yeah.
I've never seen.
To go through this, we understand we have some video you were able to shoot. We're going to play that now. Here it is.
Oh my goodness.
Now, Yav, we're seeing people there covering their mouths, smoke in the car. As the car is moving, how soon after the shooting was this?
This video took place after all of the popping and shooting, and the train, like, I remember I said the train was delayed between 36th Street and the local stop. This was when the train started moving to approach the station. So, and the thing is, I don't think there was anybody who was focused on recording what was happening. Because while I was crouched down behind the wooden part by the door, there was a gentleman also next to me who said to put my phone away, just in case some craziness happened. That's why the video is only 10 seconds long. I just wanted to get a video of the chaos that was happening in there. And the gentleman next to me said, put your phone away because you don't know what could happen. So I put my phone away and I just focused on trying to get out as safely as I could.
It really is something to hear you tell now two stories of passengers trying to help each other, whether it's the woman who gave you pepper spray or the man sitting next to you telling you to put the phone away because he was frightened that it would be too dangerous. We see people covering their mouths and eyes from the smoke. I'm just curious, did it have any impact on you? Did it hurt your eyes? Was there any coughing? Or was it just, give us some more information on that.
Well, I'm asthmatic, so this was not an ideal situation for me. There was a lot of coughing and breathing. The same gentleman that was next to me, he was telling people to take slow breaths to try to calm them down. There were some people in our close area that were listening, but more or less there was people just panicking, focusing on getting out, trying to push themselves out. But like I said earlier, my mask was black with smoke, both sides. It was like, I can't even, it's trash. The mask was trash. It can't use it anymore. That's how thick the smoke was. Couldn't see anything. Eyes were burning. It was terrible.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason this attacker, it seemed, used the smoke. Distract, strike fear, perhaps obscure him or being able to see him by the witnesses or any first responders. Yav, I do have to ask you, where are you now? We're glad you're safe. You came close to something horrible here. Where are you now?
I'm actually at work in Williamsburg. So I take the M train from Bensonhurst to Union Square, and I take the L train back from Manhattan to Brooklyn to get to Williamsburg. I do this on a regular basis, at least 3 or 4 times a week. So for this to happen on Tuesday, this to happen on any day of the week is just ridiculous. This is scary to me.
Well, and you showed up to work right after. That's pretty incredible. That's New York, ladies and gentlemen. You see the scene out there right now, the police just outside the stairs leading down to the
So that was the person inside the car, and says that there were random shots which seemed to him to be fireworks, but he took cover because it's not supposed to happen inside the car of a metro, which was stuck between the previous station and this 36th Street station. More updates coming through. Sushant Sareen was making a point, but now another eyewitness says there was a young man who came up to the station booth, which was some yards away from me, and he was bleeding from the legs. He had been, I guess, he was injured. He was bleeding. His pants were partly down, so I guess he was injured on the upper legs, and he was just alerting people to what happened. And so he was telling the station agent that people had been injured and they were bleeding. So clearly many commuters getting gunshot wounds. And of course, a lot of them put through this entire moment of whether they are hanging in the balance, whether they don't know what's going to happen to them next. And of course, in a smoke-filled car with no way out for precious minutes as the metro was making its way and coming in to try and stop at the subway station. Another update from Moshe Schwartz, a YWN reporter, as I go across to Sushant Sareen, that it was a black male. The suspect's description: a black male, roughly 180 pounds, wearing an MTA uniform, gas mask and carrying a bag. So more updates coming through. Sushant Sareen.
Yeah, so, Anand, there have been plenty of incidents of these kind of shootings in the US. Now, whether it's one of those loonies, obviously if it's a black male, then it can't be one of those white nationalist clowns. Then the chances of somebody who has been radicalized, perhaps somebody who's a Muslim radical, because we know that there has been this propaganda among the black community as well. Maybe it could be one of those. Maybe it could be one of the loonies from one of those radical organizations on the black side. So I think it's difficult to pin it down on who might have been responsible for it. But what I find strange is the argument that guns have nothing to do with this kind of violence. I'm afraid I simply cannot agree with it. It is true that there's crime and criminals in all parts of the world, but just compare the statistics of violence where guns are freely available, like they are in the United States, and where guns are highly restricted, like they are in Europe or even large parts of India. And the figures are startling, really. So, to argue that, a ban on guns or having very strict and tight controls on guns really does not lead to any kind of an improvement. I'm afraid I find it difficult to accept that kind of an argument. There has to be very, very tight controls on lethal weapons of all kinds. It's another matter that even a kitchen knife has become a lethal weapon, a car has become a lethal weapon these days. But even then, it is easier to manage somebody trying to wield that kind of a weapon rather than somebody who, goes crazy in his head, because all radicals are crazy in their heads,
right.
and take a gun and start shooting people randomly. That's just simply should not be allowed, and that's simply unacceptable. So the point is that the Americans, I don't know, it's a strange definition of democracy which the Americans seem to have got for themselves. And frankly speaking, if that is democracy, I would rather not have it. If that is the kind of freedoms they are trying to defend, then I would rather not have it. If the freedom to loot and to argue, like many of their so-called, top anchors have done during the Black Lives Movement, that violent protests are perfectly valid, then I'm afraid I don't want that kind of democracy in my country. I have nothing against protests, but violent protests, you have to draw a line somewhere.
Yeah.
But,
No, I agree.
somehow the narrative in the United States has gone so woke, gone so crazy. There's very, very little to choose between the guys who defend the violence and the guys who perpetrate it. And that is where we are at.
Well, I've got Maha Siddiqui back with us and more updates. Several people shot, 13 people injured. Police seek a black man with an orange vest, about 180 pounds. Numerous undetonated devices have been discovered. That's what the fire department has now come out and said. We've got a very dramatic sequence with some audio also that's now just come through here at CNN News 18 on this edition of The Right Stand. Maha, before I come across to you, we'll play out that video and then I'll come to you. Ladies and gentlemen, is just about a 10-second video shot by an eyewitness who was present inside the car where the incident occurred, and he said that despite, and this is after he heard multiple shots which he felt were like fireworks going off on the floor. Other eyewitnesses are saying there were so many shots we couldn't even count. There were so many random shots. That's what other eyewitnesses are saying. Some of the visuals that are coming through, dramatic, very, very horrific start of the day for many who are inside that car that came into the 36th Street station in Brooklyn Borough. Maha Siddiqui with us with more details. All angles are being investigated. That's what reports are suggesting, Maha, and that there is going to be a team of the FBI also that is going to arrive at that Brooklyn station very soon.
Yes, absolutely. The FBI is going to take over this case. That is what we heard some time back. Also, a matter of concern here clearly is that it's almost been over 2.5 hours to that incident, and yet the person who is the attacker in this case is yet to be apprehended. His description, as you pointed out, has now been put out in public domain. He was 180 pounds. Black male is who they are looking for. Person who was wearing a gas mask on his face, and MTA, that is the Metropolitan Transport Authority dress uniform, which is essentially an orange construction worker-like jacket. And therefore, this person, because he's still not apprehended, is a cause of concern at the moment in not just the Brooklyn area, but so to speak, for other areas close by as well in New York. Meanwhile, in New York, in the Brooklyn area specifically, all schools have been given shelter in orders, which essentially means that no student, teacher is going to be allowed to leave the building. This is because this is still being considered an active case at the moment, since the attacker is yet to be apprehended in this case. Terrible scenes, as you are yourself pointing out, and visuals speak for themselves. At the Brooklyn station, what we have seen is injured people lying on the floor, bleeding. You can see blood on the floor. It's just a terrible, terrible start to the morning there for New York, with the sense of fear gripping people once again over there. These were morning rush hours. We just heard one of the eyewitnesses saying that it wasn't as packed as a morning rush hour would be. But nonetheless, if you open fire in an enclosed area, even about those 40 people he was talking about in the carriage at that time, that is enough to create chaos, panic, and injure and kill as many people as possible. Also because the smoke device was also opened up before the shooting started. So just simply mayhem there at the moment. The White House press secretary has already said that President Biden has been briefed of the situation already. The senior White House officials are in touch with the New York mayor, who at the moment is down with COVID at the moment. Nonetheless, he's been spoken to, and the police commissioner as well, and all help assistance that is required will be extended.
True, and the confirmation from Nathaniel Steyer, who's the press secretary for the city's Department of Education, that all schools in the area near the Brooklyn shooting are in a shelter in. That's what Maha was just talking about. These are visuals from right outside the 36th Street subway station, drone visuals that are coming through and zooming in to give you a bird's eye view of what activity around the station itself, right outside. A lot of security personnel all around. There are fire personnel, members of the fire department also present, and we are given to understand at least 13 people are injured, and a lot of them have actually picked up shrapnel injuries. Eyewitnesses say there were so many rounds fired that they couldn't even keep a count of how many rounds were fired. Who's this person who's about 180 pounds, is black, was wearing an MTA vest, an orange vest, and now has been missing for the last 2.5 hours? Very, very carefully planned, Vibhuti Jha, by this person. This is not a random attack. Authorities say it's a lone wolf, but it's been very carefully, meticulously planned, using a smoke bomb to try and mask identity, and then so that nobody can get a clear visual. Wow, 5 feet 5 inches, 180 pounds, black. There will be so many people. How are you going to identify this person in that melee?
I mean, it's so unfortunate. Despite all the sophisticated instruments of cameras CC cameras and everything else. Yet the criminal always steps ahead of the rules of the game. That's the problem. You know, Sushantji talked about the gun control part of it, that why people have. But you know, this Chicago, those of you who do not know, Chicago has the highest rates of black on black violence. And it is one of the most regulated gun control places. So there is an element of criminality which criminals find a way to transcend their challenges. But the issue here is very simple. I mean, you have alluded to that very nicely. Is that somewhere along the line, people are using tools available to them, and the freedom itself is at risk. That's the problem. When people begin to use freedoms in a manner to justify their own grievance, not looking at other people's grievances or situation. Look at this, innocent people in subway are hurt today. What is the reason for that? What can justify that? This is the way we have to deal with criminality. Unless and until we learn to deal with the criminality, criminal will always walk the street, because there are always laws and loopholes in laws that a defense lawyer or a criminal lawyer will exploit. Because we do know one system in the democracy is that you are not guilty until proven. And all that you need to do is to create an iota of doubt. Therefore, there has to be, the minds of democracies have to come up with a solution. How to address a particular criminal scenario. As you very rightly said, this man came prepared. He was prepared with all kinds of weaponry and gas, and he came prepared with a gas mask. So his intent was very, very serious. Some defense criminal lawyer will say, oh, he was misled. That's the point which I'm trying to say. When people take advantage of the rule of law is designed for people who subscribe to that rule of law. But when some group of people systematically choose to abuse that rule of law, then you need to tighten the belt. That's my point which I'm trying to say. It's not about, you know, I live in America. I don't have a gun. Never felt the urge to buy a gun. So the question is, this issue has to be dealt with on a very different level. The criminality is an issue. People who plan, plot, they know that they will hide behind the shelter of compassion of law and the compassion of the society. That is something that we have to take very due cognizance of. That when somebody does something and he says, oh, mera to dimag kharab tha. I was, insane. I was not like this. Kisi ne mujhe uksa diya. Somebody did that to me. That is something that needs to be attended to. We are witnessing right now in the two greatest democracies of the planet, India and the United States, a systematic abuse of freedoms, abuse of the process, and that needs to be addressed upon.
True, but now we got more updates. Police and fire investigators are trying to determine the source of smoke in the Brooklyn subway station that was the site of the shooting. A police spokesman said no active explosive devices have been found at the scene, but the latest also says that there have been a lot of devices which have been recovered. So that's also latest reports, so conflicting information that is currently coming in. But we do have proof, Vibhuti-ji, that this happened inside the car. So this person was traveling in the train, was amid the people, and the eyewitness says that there was a bit of a delay between stations. And the car was actually stalled for a bit, and then it started, and that's when this entire incident suddenly happened, that somebody decides to throw smoke bombs, leave everybody disoriented in the smoke, and then fires randomly, and he's also able to get out. What's also shocking is that this person who fired, despite about 40 people being there, none of them has got an eye as to who this person was. Nobody's been able to even nab this person.
It is difficult to nab because in the United States, there is something very interesting. When you are driving a car, you are not supposed to look at your fellow driver alongside. People don't look at people because it is considered to be uncivil, improper. That's what is a problem. And when somebody is coming with such kind of a planned process, it's very difficult to catch. And then the issue is people do not know. You are living in a society in this country right now that if anybody can sue anybody for anything. So if I were to stop that man, in the process he gets hurt and his leg gets broken, he will sue me for deliberately breaking his leg. Right. Guess what? There are lawyers who will take advantage of that. So nobody interferes and they all try to run away. Nobody tries to stop a violence. Everybody tries to run helter-skelter to avoid a situation. So avoidance has become the modus operandi of people. It is not trying to help, it is avoid. Let's not get into trouble. This is the mindset which is besetting the democratic countries, and it is wokeism. I call it a woke joke. It has become absolutely critical for this country to survive in. We have become so politically correct that we have ended up becoming dishonest about ourselves and about the way we live our life. That's what is hurting the country a lot more. In America, we have political correctness has done this country in, because that's where we have slipped into a practice of lying, being dishonest, because I should not hurt somebody. In our philosophy, we say, you can't avoid the truth. Truth always hurts. That's why you tell the truth gently and nicely and sweetly. We have become liars to ourselves. And that's the root cause of problem. This wokeism, you talked about the Black Lives Matter. Yes, there was Vice President Kamala Harris who supported that. Think about it like this. So that's the issue. There was another TV reporter. There was a fire burning, massive fires going on, and he said this particular thing is rather peaceful. This dichotomy of the media, you and I included in this, when we indulge in reporting things which are not honest, then we are doing disservice to our profession, our life, and the communities that we intend to serve. That's what is important.
There is no two ways about it. Somebody who decides, no matter what his or her motivation, if they decide to take the life of innocents and they put lives at peril, and those people who've got nothing to do with whatever grounds they have, and they decide that it is all right, it's okay, those people are criminals. They don't have a place in society, and nobody should be justifying violence in the name of anything. It cannot be justified. And New York Police Department has just issued an alert. They've said in regard to the multiple people shot at the 36th Street subway station in Brooklyn, there are no active explosive devices at this time. Any witnesses, they're asking witnesses to come forth. But this was just this was more than an hour ago that this has happened. After which there have been multiple developments also that have come to the fore. Governor Kathy has also issued a statement saying, I've been briefed on this developing situation in Brooklyn. First responders are on the scene, and we'll work with the Metro Transit Authority and, of course, the NYPD, New York Police Department, to provide updates as the investigation continues. So that's the latest. Maha Siddiqui is back with us. Maha, what is the latest coming through? There is more details coming out of this attacker, but like you said, nearly 2 hours, if not more, since this attack happened. 8:30 a.m. Brooklyn time is what the details say. And now, even now, they don't know the whereabouts of this person. How could this person escape, get out of a situation where there are multiple people who have seen who it was, despite him trying to throw a smoke bomb to disorient people?
But you have to, consider the fact that any sort of a situation of this nature where an attack has taken place, there is bound to be chaos and pandemonium. And this is what the attacker probably used to escape, because so far he has not been apprehended. And the fact that he was wearing a gas mask on his face could also perhaps make it difficult for people to identify his facial features, so to speak, or his identity. That could also be one of the reasons why it was difficult to catch him. The smoke billowing out also created a sort of a further panic, which also may have made, and I'm just, just trying to, at the moment, imagine what the situation could have been like. It would have been difficult to even understand in that chaos with the smoke around you, who exactly and from which direction is the person shooting. So we have to factor in all these situations when it comes to the person being apprehended or not. But it is a matter of huge concern. I mean, this is New York we are talking about. This is a place where, because of its past history, is always very alert to any sort of an attack. And in this situation, if a person has escaped and isn't there, hasn't been apprehended for almost now 3 hours, it is a matter of huge concern. And especially because these are the morning hours, children would be out in schools. They would have had to now, after some time, they will be going back home. Under these circumstances, it becomes even a more critical situation, Anand, at the moment. That is why shelter-in orders in Brooklyn area have been given specifically for schools at the moment. They are not to leave the building everyone is to stay where they are. That is what shelter in orders mean. Meanwhile, here in Washington, D.C., what we know is that the White House has been updated. Of course, President Biden was briefed about the situation, and the White House has said that they are extending all possible help to New York, assistance in this case to New York at the moment. The White House senior officials have spoken to the New York mayor as well as to the commissioner, and FBI is looking into this case at the moment.
True. Vibhuti Jha and Maha, I'll come back to you in just a bit. Just getting this comment, I can't wrap my head around the fact that this person, how motivated was this person? Because authorities are saying it's a lone wolf attack. He's thrown multiple smoke bombs and then fired randomly at innocents, people with whom he was actually traveling in the same car, Vibhuti Jha. What could be this person's motivation to unleash this kind of an attack on innocent people inside a subway car?
Let's not call this motivation. Motivation is generally for a good purpose. This was an evil act. The guy was plotting, planning, and scheming to destroy something. Whatever his justification or reasoning may have been, we all have our own set of grievances. Doesn't mean that we resort to killing people who have nothing to do with your grievance. That's an important part. Therefore, it is, you have expressed your shock and surprise that he's not been apprehended yet, but the guy has run away. Definitely he had his escape route planned. That's the point which I keep hitting upon the criminal mind. He plots, he schemes, and he does his escape route. We do not know who helped him. So there are, as the issues are emerging, we have to also go back, take a step back and say, who is this? He beat back the system. We have been taught in movies how the commandos escape the surveillance systems. Somebody is teaching, training, and preparing them. Guess this is important for us to know. As aware and conscious people, we have to take a defined and definitive action in these matters. What happened? We will never know the truth until that person is caught. We do not know I'm using the word motivated, what instigated him to do that.
No, and what was the driver? What can be, if you don't want to use the motivation because you'd want to attach a positive connotation to it, what is the driver for somebody who's so driven to take innocent lives inside a car when he knows this attacker knows they have no way to escape. They can't get out of that car. So clearly it's very well planned. And he has come prepared. He's come prepared with a gas mask, and with multiple smoke bombs, and he's got a firearm which can fire multiple rounds, so many that nobody could even count them. Maha Siddiqui is still with us, Maha, and this is something which should put authorities on high alert, as this instance is happening in New York City.
Yes, absolutely. And as I was pointing out, this is a city because of its past, which is always on tenterhooks because of any possibility of an attack. Their alert is always high in that sense over there as well. Under these circumstances, for an active shooter to be out and about at the moment, 3 hours after he conducted one such operation already in Brooklyn, is a matter of great concern. And that is why we are seeing repeated now messages from the education department suggesting that schools have been particularly asked to order shelter in. The shelter in orders are already in place. The students are not going to be leaving their buildings. Everybody has to stay where they are, especially as far as young children are concerned in schools in Brooklyn area. That is an order that has been passed even as the search is on to apprehend this attacker. The attacker was, as we have been pointing out, wearing a face mask and an orange construction vest, which has now in fact been clarified, and very detailed account of what this person looked like when he attacked the Brooklyn station there has been put out, which includes an MTA uniform that he was wearing. That is the Metropolitan Transport Authority's dress that he was wearing. 180 pounds is roughly the weight that has been given for this person. A black male is as he has been described, as well as the fact that this person after the attack, we do not know. I mean, even eyewitnesses, and one can imagine, I mean, when one is looking at saving their own lives, people would have hardly paid attention as to where this man is running away. But at the moment, despite the fact that the police, the fire department was in fact the first port of call, they had reached that spot at around 8:30 a.m. That was the first call made to the fire department at 8:30 a.m. They were there because smoke was billowing out. Now we know why the smoke was billowing out. This was a smoking device that was set off as well. Later it was clarified within a period of about half an hour to 45 minutes that there are no active explosive device currently that have been found. So that was a sense of relief, at least, that there could be no other explosives there, because initial reports had even suggested that. So it was sounding extremely ominous. But the situation is distressing because of the kind of injuries that we have seen, the pictures that are coming in of people lying on the floor in the station or bleeding. Those are distressing pictures coming in. 13 people initially were said to have been injured. At least one person was said to be very critical. And the injuries could have also resulted because of the panic and chaos that was created. At the moment, we do know that the matter is being actively investigated. But
Right, Maha, we just seem to have suddenly lost your audio there. We'll try and correct that and come back to you. I'm just looking at the latest updates now. There is an issue for concern that the number of injured could go up. They're saying more than 16 people are now injured. A lot of them have picked up shrapnel wounds and they've got serious injuries. They were bleeding. There are some disturbing visuals also that we've accessed. If you see some visuals which are in black and white, that's because there's a lot of blood and distressing visuals that have come forth. And we've just tried to sanitize that for our on-air broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. But Vibhuti Jha, this happening in New York City at a time when the world's two largest, oldest democracies are engaging with each other. The issue of terrorism has been brought up. At a time when there is also polarization of views over Russia's invasion of Ukraine, of course, the issue of China, a lot of shifts which are happening geopolitically. At a time when we're just emerging out of COVID-19 and the way it's paralyzed the world for more than 2 years now. We now have in New York City, which has seen perhaps one of the most and the most terrible terror attacks, and it's witness to something which has been which still is entrenched in people's minds. For something like this to happen on a Tuesday morning, 8:30 a.m., somebody decides that a car with more than 40 people closes and it's en route to the next station, decides to just let off some smoke bombs and shoot people randomly, and then gets away. Nearly 2 hours and they've not found out who this person is. Nabbed this person.
You know, you are talking about Ukraine, Russia, you know, it's very tragic, you know, talking about weaponry and everything else. The world's largest powerful countries, I might say, UN Security Council members. These 5 countries are the largest suppliers of weapons around the world. You know, it boggles your mind at times. Are we genuinely talking about peace? Are we genuinely talking about installing a sense of pride and life and living of innocence? How many innocents have died in Ukraine?
Right.
For the political battles that countries fight with each other. That's what is important. Do we really want genuine, authentic peace? And I have said this many times, and I say it, that if you genuinely want authentic peace around the world, all you need to do is to embrace the 2 terms, acceptance and respect for each other.
Vibhuti ji, I have to interrupt you because a big development has also occurred closer home, ladies and gentlemen. This is on the Hanskhali matter, the rape and murder charges. The Calcutta High Court has actually handed over the investigation responsibility in the Hanskhali rape and murder case to the CBI. The CBI will submit its preliminary investigation report before the court on the 2nd of May. The important points in order as we try and go across to Shogato for more. We have examined the case diary and have also considered the above points which the learned counsel for the petitioner raised. We find that the investigation suffers from serious lapses on several important aspects. We cannot lose sight of the fact that the accused is the son of a powerful leader of the ruling party, and there is material available in case diary indicating that the family members of the victim have been threatened. Again, after Birbhum, this is the next development where the courts in Bengal are showing low confidence in the investigation done by the Bengal police. Shogato.
Well, Anand, yes, this would be a second major embarrassment for Mamata Banerjee administration in a very short span. You do know that the investigation responsibility for the Birbhum incident, the Boktui carnage, and as well as the initial murder of the Trinamool Congress leader, both cases have been handed over to the CBI, and following that, in very close proximity, the Calcutta High Court has stepped in once again in the wake of the multiple public interest litigations that were filed before the court, seeking the court's intervention, and the court has responded. And this is an order from the Chief Justice's division bench, and the court obviously is not satisfied with the way the investigation has progressed so far. And that's the reason why the court thinks that there are ample opportunities for the investigating agency to not have perhaps conducted the investigation fairly thus far. And there is a strong element that the court suspects that the investigation team of the state police may have been,
well, this is huge. This is huge embarrassment, especially when the Home Ministry also rests with the Chief Minister of the state. Big development. This we'll keep close tabs on that. Way over time here on this edition of The Right Stand. Stay with us. Brass Tacks with Zaka right now.
We have our eye firmly set on what's happening in New York City. Latest pictures coming in 3 hours after a shootout on the New York subway at a station in Brooklyn, the suburb of New York City. 13 people at last count have been injured. It's been confirmed by the New York Police Department. 5 people had been shot at. There was a smoke detonator that went off in one of the compartments. And then as it landed at the next station, we can see people running out of that compartment and screaming, running helter-skelter, trying to make way out of that compartment. What we do know, the New York Police Department has confirmed that the shooter is a black male. He was wearing an orange vest like construction workers do. He detonated a smoke device and then opened fire. He's a black male wearing an MTA uniform and was seen carrying a backpack. He is now out on the loose, and there's a massive manhunt that's been launched to try and find this man. An FBI team has already reached this particular subway station in Brooklyn, New York. All right, I want to take you through the pictures that we're getting. Multiple pictures of this attack that has happened in the subway inside Brooklyn. This is the first set of pictures that we got from inside this particular compartment. You can see as it pulls into one of the stations, you can see people coming out. People are just running helter-skelter. They have no idea where to go and what to do. You can see smoke coming out of one of these compartments. And in this melee, in this mayhem that was happening, the shooter also managed to escape. It's been 3 hours. They still have not found him. So this is one video that we saw. We're also given to understand these are other multiple videos, the people who've been injured lying on the platform. And the reason why we've blackened out some of these pictures is it is graphic in nature. So viewer discretion is highly advised. But look at this. You can see at least a couple of people lying on the platform. One person with a backpack seen there trying to administer first aid. But you can see there people lying on the platform. These are people who have been injured. So at last count, 5 people were badly injured and 13 in all. Let's move on to the other one. This is what the NYPD confirmed as well. This has been shot from inside the compartment. There was a smoke device, a smoke detonator that went off. You can see people holding on to their shirts, holding on to their jackets in a bid to try and breathe. The smoke detector went off, and then right after that, after the smoke detonator went off, the man started randomly shooting. The shooter started randomly shooting. Let's move on to the next one. There's heavy police deployment outside this particular subway station, as indeed the entire Brooklyn borough, as it were. You can see the entire area has been cordoned off by the New York Police Department. Also, for school students and teachers in the nearby area, a shelter-in has been ordered, which means they're not allowed to move until the entire neighborhood has been sanitized by the police department. Let's move on to more stuff. Undetonated explosives have also been found. Right now, what the New York Police Department is saying is that no active detonated explosive is there right now on the scene, on the ground right now, but they did find some explosives in the immediate aftermath of this attack. This attack happened at 8:30 in the morning. It's a Tuesday morning in New York. It is rush hour. And clearly, in New York City, the last time we had a big attack like this, you have to go back all the way 20 years, if you will, to 9/11. But so far, the only silver lining, as it seems, is that there are no fatalities. There are 5 people who have been badly injured. They're in hospital. They're getting the best of care at this point of time. But so far, no fatalities, and that seems to be the only silver lining. We'll keep an eye out on these developments. Let me go across to Maha Siddiqui, who's joining us, our foreign affairs editor. We'll try and go across to her in just a moment. But let's see what CNN is playing right now.
Officers into the subway system to deal with the rising crime and disorder concerns, and that's been added to by additional officers who are assigned there to routinely walk through stations while they're on street patrol. So the complexity of it is phenomenal, and this is going to add to that complexity where there's now the fear of potential terrorist acts, the idea of how easy it is to pull off an act of terrorism or a crime anywhere in that system. We were very good at keeping that system safe. The crime level, when it was 6 million riders a day, was down to 6 crimes a day, down from 50 a day when I first took over in 1990 with 3.5 million riders. But the concern of terrorism was certainly heightened after 9/11. It's something, fortunately, New York, NYPD...
From the Indian consulate in New York, which has just put out a tweet, deeply disturbed by the horrific shooting in Brooklyn today. We're in touch with local authorities. Our prayers and thoughts with those injured. This has been put out by the Indian consulate in New York. Let me go across to Zeba, who's joining us live from New York. What's the latest that you're picking up, Zeba? I believe that an FBI team has reached the spot. The NYPD has put the entire area under cordon. Any word on the shooter himself?
Well, law enforcement agencies are still on the lookout for the shooter, for the suspect at the moment. And NYPD, MTA, and the New York City mayor have all issued, statements assuring that at the moment there is no active explosive device that has been found on the metro station. The area, the intersection of the D, N, and R metro train in New York has been cordoned off. Commuters have been asked to avoid that area. In fact, several other spots leading up to that Brooklyn station, those metro stations are not functioning, not operational at the moment. Most metro trains are running late because of that incident. The investigation is currently underway, Zaka, but certainly this grim incident has shaken up New Yorkers. As you were rightly pointing out, it is something that is very distressing. It happened early today morning at around 8:30 in rush hour. Another important aspect is that this particular Brooklyn station at the Sunset Park neighborhood in Brooklyn, it was frequented by a lot of students who try and reach the New York University from Manhattan. So it is a busy metro station, and the disturbing visuals and images that came in that commuters themselves recorded, that passengers of New York City subway recorded, they have certainly sent a lot of shockwaves around the city.
Okay, Zeba, give me a moment. I'm going to come back to you. Maha Siddiqui is also joining us. Maha, I believe that the White House has been briefed. President Biden has been briefed. The Attorney General has been told about what's going on. What's the latest you're picking up from Washington, D.C.? We have seen such mass shootings in the U.S. in the past as well. Is this also going to go down as one of those shootings where a shooter managed to procure a weapon very easily, and then we're seeing the resultant mayhem, as it were?
As of now, that is what it appears to be like, because nowhere has any authority at the moment called it a possible terror attack. And there has been an ongoing debate and discussion about gun violence in the United States. We have seen only yesterday President Biden talking about how they are going to clamp down on what they call ghost guns. These are guns which are assembled guns. There are kits for assembling these guns. They have no serial numbers, and therefore it becomes easier for the person who has used them to escape the law. Now, there has been raging debate about that as well, with the the Republicans on the one hand saying that instead of clamping down on the perpetrators, they are clamping down on guns. Obviously, because the Republicans are not in favor of, in one sense, gun control. On the other hand, those in favor of gun control are also saying this is not enough and that the Biden administration is diluting what we have seen at the moment. The gun control issue is important in the U.S. also, Zaka, because the number of gun-related shootings and crimes has gone up. In New York itself, the trend has been pretty worrying. In this case particularly, what we are seeing, as eyewitnesses have pointed out, that this shooter, in fact, which is still an active case, let me point that out, because the shooter has not been apprehended, which again is a matter of great concern right now. It's almost 3 hours to the incident. He opened firing inside a compartment after, in fact, opening some sort of a smoke device, which meant that people were anyway confused. The entire area was smoke-filled, and then even if in a small carriage during rush hour, although one eyewitness said the rush hour commuters were not as much as he usually sees, but even then he says that there were about 40 people in that carriage. So if you open firing with smoke billowing around you, creating more chaos and panic, the point here is that the number of people injured or potentially who could have been killed could have been high. At least that was the attempt that the shooter was trying to make. The description of the shooter has now been put out as a black male wearing a gas mask, wearing an MTA, which is a Metropolitan Transport Authority vest, orange in color. He was wearing that uniform, 180 pounds. All this description has been out, but he has not been apprehended. Moreover, in Brooklyn, all schools have been asked to shelter in, which means that no student or teacher will be allowed to leave the building. They are to stay where they are because this is an active crime scene at the moment. So for the moment, this seems to be a case of shooting, but we are yet to hear more on this. The FBI is also looking into the matter. President Biden has been briefed. White House senior officials are in touch with the mayor of New York and the police commissioner.
Okay, Maha, we'll let you go. We'll try and come back to you in some time. But I also want to bring in Adele Nazarian. She's a media fellow for the Gold Institute of International Strategy. One of the things that's concerning about this attack, not just the ease with which this happened, is that if the shooter managed to make good in the middle of all of this smoke, it's going to be extremely difficult to identify him even from CCTV footage. How worrying is that?
Hi, thank you so much for having me on. It's, I think that our technology has advanced to the point where it should hopefully be okay to identify him. But we have so much out there. There are people who witnessed, I'm sure, who the shooter was, were able to identify him. I don't know if the individual was masked or not, but I do have to point out that this is a clear indication that there is a severe mental health crisis in this country, and that needs to be addressed. We don't yet know all the details, but we'll figure out why this individual chose to carry out an attack on innocent, commuters. But it's definitely raising awareness again about the need to address the mental health epidemic, especially as we're coming off of a severely distressing time with the past basically 2 years with the coronavirus pandemic.
But we don't know the motivations of this particular shooter. We don't know what is it that drove him to do what he did. What we do know is that it seems like he fired from an assembled gun. There was a smoke device that went off, and obviously using the cover of that of the gas that was spread around in that compartment, he started firing at people.
Absolutely. And I just want to point out, I know that it's very, very, it's very fashionable to go and talk about the need for gun control and all that stuff. I just want to note that the countries with the highest rate of gun violence, honestly, it's not just America. There's Brazil, there's Venezuela, there's Mexico, India's on that list, Colombia, the Philippines, Guatemala. And the last, actually, if we look at it, gun-related shooting in the United States, in New York City, was in December of 2014, and it was an anti-police attack, which resulted in the shooting of 2 police officers and the perpetrator actually killing himself. So it's, whether it's violence using a gun, or whether it's a stab using a machete, which has also occurred, or people taking their cars and ramming them into, attacking people by ramming into very crowded places. There's no shortage of, unfortunately, devices or tools that can be used to attack unaware bystanders. It's just a matter of finding out what the root and the causes, and for citizens to be more aware, and to, if you see something, as they say something. And again, addressing this, what I believe is perhaps a health-related, mental health-related issue.
Okay, I want to go back to Zeba, who's joining us from New York. What is the latest that you're getting in from this Brooklyn borough? I'm given to understand there are a lot of immigrants who live in this part of the woods as well. What is the latest information, just in terms of, do they have any more details about this shooter, other than the fact that he was a black man, 180 pounds, wearing a T-shirt with, of course, a construction vest on top of it? Do we know anything about his motivations, or how soon the police hope to apprehend this man?
Well, Zaka, this is still an active investigation, and from what we're given to understand from the law enforcement agencies is that the shooter is still on the run. The suspect has not been apprehended as yet. The FBI is looking into it. The NYPD is looking into it. The New York City as a whole is, of course, shaken up, but Brooklyn specifically, the Brooklyn borough, like you rightly pointed out, that is certainly something that is being watched very closely. Most metro stations, most subway lines that are leading to Brooklyn are either delayed or are not operating right now. Students have been asked to stay inside campuses. The New York University has also issued a statement to its students urging them to maintain utmost caution. New York City Mayor has urged citizens to stay indoors, to stay away from the 36th Street station. Importantly, this is the particular metro station line which was used by a lot of students who go to New York University. It is an important metro intersection, and of course Sunset Park. That is the neighborhood. That is the Brooklyn neighborhood where this particular station is located. What we're picking up about the initial reports, of course, is that this suspect took the metro, took the train, and then reached the station, and then started firing at commuters on the platform. A smoke device was also used, so there was that that created a lot of confusion and chaos on the platform. Initial reports suggested that 5 people were injured, but now official figures are going up to as high as 13. We do not know as to what the nature of the injuries are. We also don't know what the motive is, of course. But like you were pointing out, gun violence and gun control laws is a polarizing issue in the United States. Every time there is a mass shooting, every time there is an incident like the one that happened today morning, the debate opens up. But at the end of the day, it is commuters and people, ordinary citizens, who are victims of this incident. And it could have been anyone at that platform, Zaka.
All right. We'll come back to you, Zeba. We're getting some more breaking information on this particular development in New York City. It's been more than 3 hours since this shooting happened. At least 5 people, I'm afraid, are injured, in a bad shape. Eyewitnesses have spoken to CNN. In fact, people who were there at the station when this happened, some of them have shared their accounts on CNN, expressing the horror that they saw. The morning commuters, and remember, it's a Tuesday morning, some of them were saying that the regular rush hour traffic was not seen this Tuesday morning. But the moment the smoke device was detonated, the moment that smoke device went off, and the shooter used the confusion and the chaos around that to try and attack these innocent victims who were there on this compartment. Let's try and play out a chunk of one of the morning commuters who witnessed this horror, who spoke exclusively to CNN.
Everything seemed pretty normal. So from 59th Street to 36th Street, because the N train is express, between those 2 stops is where all the dramatics happened. And I'm in the 3rd part of the N express train, and it happened like the smoke grenade or bomb went off, I would say about 2 minutes before we got to the 36th Street platform. And there was train delays because the conductor said that there was train traffic ahead. So the train was inching towards the 36th Street platform while this was happening. It seemed like it was planned because it's at least 4 minutes between each stop. So for this smoke bomb and what I thought was fireworks, but I'm now reading and hearing that it was gunshots, and I'm thankful that I hid behind one of the chairs. But yeah, I honestly have no words for what I've experienced. I was in the front end of the third car, and everything happened at the back end of the same car. Jesus. So what happened was, as soon as the smoke flared up, it started to engulf everything. People started migrating to the front of the cart. And at the front of the cart, I don't know if people know this, but it was one of those old trains where they locked the doors to travel in between carts. So there was one gentleman on the train using all his strength to try to open that door, and he ended up opening it, but the other door to get into the other cart was locked. And there were people in that other cart that saw what was happening, and they tried to open the door, but they couldn't. So we were stuck in the cart, and I mean, I don't know if this is too vulgar for TV, but there was blood on the floor. There was a lot of blood trailing on the floor, and at the time, in the moment, I did not think that it was a shooting because it sounded like fireworks. All I saw were people trampling each other, trampling over each other, trying to get through to the door, which was locked, and there was just a lot of panic. But thankfully, the train moved pretty quickly to the next stop, and everyone filed off the train in a rush.
All right, we're getting the latest from the New York Mayor, Eric Adams. He's overseeing the New York City's response to this mass shooting that happened in Brooklyn. He is in quarantine right now. He's tested positive for the coronavirus a couple of days ago. We're also expecting a briefing, a police briefing by the New York City Police Department about this subway shooting. What is of particular concern is that so far there are no reports, so there is no information of this man having been apprehended. What we do know is that the toll has just gone up. So can we break that in just a second? We're getting information that the toll in terms of the injuries has gone up now. It was 5 before. It's gone up to 8. 8 people. This is the latest from the New York shooting. 8 people have been shot at and 16 of them injured. So it looks like multiple rounds went off when this attack happened at 8:30 in the morning local time. 16 people have been injured. We don't know the nature of injuries, but at least half a dozen of them were given to understand are suffering from serious injuries. So clearly, this shootout has had consequences way beyond just 1 or 2 individuals. So more than a dozen individuals have been injured. They're all being given preliminary care and first aid. The New York City Police Department is expected to address the press shortly and give us an update as to who the shooter was and whether he's been apprehended. Let me go back to Adel Nazarin. Again, it comes back every time there is every time there is a mass shooting of this kind in the U.S., the debate invariably moves to gun control and gun violence. And I know it's a deeply divisive issue, but surely this must have been talked about, that if you look at all of the Western countries, all of the OECD countries, the U.S. has the maximum number of gun-related injuries and deaths. You compare it to the UK, Australia, France, Germany, anywhere in the developed world.
Well, I have to say, thank you for the question. Of course, you're right. Every time an incident like this occurs, the first reaction is to go towards the number of shootings and to pinpoint gun control laws in America. I have to say, though, in developed world, I will say Brazil actually does also, a developing world rather, even top America in terms of the number of shootings. And I think it's very easy to pinpoint, America as the big bad person that has horrible gun laws, but the reason that America is so different than the rest of the other countries in the Western world is that we were actually founded, and the founding fathers, with guns, with arms. And the interpretation of the Constitution, of course, can be taken in different ways depending on who you're speaking with. But America is exceptional in regard to the fact that the Second Amendment, in my opinion at least, is really not going anywhere, at least in our lifetime. So attempts to continue to make sure that gun laws are more prohibitive and are safe, to make sure that the checking process to ensure that someone is going through the checks before they do acquire a gun. There definitely can be improvement. I don't necessarily see the need for having, semi-automatics and guns that are used during military combat for everyday civilians. But I think that there needs to be more done before even addressing, honestly, the gun issues, the mental health issues, because as I said earlier, it's not just guns that can be used to kill people. And I will say this, it's not guns that kill people, it's people that kill people. And at the end of the
Is there
day,
some conversation going on, and it's been there for a number of years now, about having better security checks, better checks of who these guns are being sold to and whether those people have a history of gun violence, and also the kind of weapons that are being sold. From this attack too, it's clear now that the number of people who were shot at has gone up to 8. And assuming it happened in a matter of a few seconds, you can safely say that this was some kind of an automatic weapon that the shooter in this instance was using as well. Where is the debate in America on those two things? A, better checks for who's buying these, and B, whether there can be a restricted sale of weapons, particularly the high-end variety, which shoots off tens of bullets in a matter of seconds.
I think there's definitely more of a partisan divide when it comes to the debate over gun control laws in America. Of course, you have the Republicans that are generally more supportive of the Second Amendment as it stands, and you have the Democrat Party that tends to be more in favor of more restrictive laws, and actually, I say fundamentally altering the Second Amendment ultimately. But definitely, there is no doubt that better checks do need to be in place in certain states. I think that what we're seeing is an increased need for, schools and for law enforcement to get involved. Of course, you have movements such as defund the police, which are not actually helpful. They're counterproductive because then they end up leaving the civilian population unable to defend themselves in situations where, for example, if today's incident had resulted in more law enforcement officials, maybe even on that train during the time that the perpetrator actually carried out his attacks, how many less people would have been shot? Maybe he could have been tackled sooner and prevented from even injuring. I think the number was 13 people injured. So 100% you're correct in pointing out that more checks do need to be put in place. But I do not think that all out, for example, ban on guns is the solution. And I don't think it'll ever occur. But I do obviously see the need for law enforcement and supporting law enforcement to ensure that people who are unable to defend themselves in situations like this can have the appropriate backup and support.
Okay. Adele
so
Nazarene and
like this
Zeba Warsi, for the moment, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much for joining us. We'll be back in touch with you as and when there are further developments on this story. All right. I'm also just been told by my producer, so I'll go back to Zeba in just a second, that the New York City Police Department press briefing is due to begin anytime now. You can see the mics have been laid up there. The cameras are on. They're just waiting for the New York City Police Commissioner to come and brief the press on what exactly happened this morning at this Brooklyn subway station. Zeba is still there with us. What's the word in from the police just yet?
Well, we're going to get to know that in the briefing, Zaka, but what we can assure you is that the investigation is still underway, and we will, of course, get to know the latest from the NYPD. Eric Adams, the New York City mayor, remember, has also said that he's looking into the matter and closely monitoring the situation. He's working closely with NYPD, and FBI team is also on the spot. What we can tell you is that it is an active investigation. We know that the Sunset Park neighborhood in Brooklyn is a high security zone at the moment. Schools in Brooklyn have been placed in a shelter. We also know that the DN and R metro lines have been suspended pending an investigation. What we're now waiting to hear from the NYPD is whether or not the suspect has been apprehended, because that is something that is very, very worrying, considering that he was dressed in an attire which resembled the MTA staff. He was wearing a vest, he was wearing overalls. He also had a gas mask on, as per eyewitnesses. So makes the identity very, very difficult to ascertain. We are, of course, waiting to get the official word from the NYPD. The briefing is set to start. anytime now.
Okay, Zeba, we'll wait for that as we see those pictures of the briefing sort of table being readied for the New York City Police Commissioner and other officials who will be telling the press what exactly happened this morning. We'll take a break on those pictures. When we come back, we'll have that live press conference.
Okay, thanks.
She gets just from stock options in Infosys. A viral video showing the terrifying moment a hot air balloon came crashing down in California. The video was captured by a man who was on the balloon when all of a sudden the video cuts to the crash with high-speed wind weighing the balloon down. Fortunately, no one was injured in this incident. Footballer Cristiano Ronaldo is facing flack for knocking a phone off a supporter's hand as he was trying to walk off the field. The incident happened after Ronaldo's club, Manchester United, lost to Everton. A police inquiry has been ordered into the incident. Ronaldo, on his part, has apologized. Ahead of Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor's big fat Bollywood wedding, RK Studios in Mumbai is all lit up. RK Studios was set up by Ranbir's grandfather Raj Kapoor and was also where Ranbir's parents Rishi and Neetu got married. Rumour has it that the studio will be the venue for Ranbir and Alia's Mehendi ceremony as well as the Sangeet. Let's see what else is making the news. At least 3 people were killed after cable cars collided with each other in Jharkhand's Deoghar district.
The incident occurred due to a technical snag, which resulted in the mid-air collision of cable cars on a ropeway. The Indian Air Force was roped in to rescue those stuck inside the cable cars for several hours.
आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों में सीधे कि हेलीकॉप्टर के माध्यम से जो है यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू का कार्य किया जा रहा है। ट्रॉली के ऊपर जो है यहाँ के टेक्नीशियन चढ़े हुए हैं और आर्मी के जवान भी हैं।
The ropeway is situated 20 kilometers away from the famous Baba Baidyanath temple in Deoghar, where thousands of people offer prayers every day.
And the tragedy did not end there, unfortunately, as rescue operations were underway. One of the people who was being rescued by the IAF fell to his death as he was being reeled into a chopper. It's unclear if he lost his grip or the mechanism to pull him in malfunctioned. Unfortunately, the rope seems to have snapped and then it was a free fall. On Friday morning, at least 4,000 people were waiting at the Kramatorsk railway station, waiting to be evacuated. Instead, this happened.
When a large blast was heard nearby and shrapnel rained down on the crowd below. 59 people were killed in that attack.
Now, this train station is no longer functioning. We saw that one of the strikes hit some of the wires that control the switches on the tracks. They're repairing them right now. People are being essentially bused to the north of here to the city of Slovyansk, where the trains are still running.
Ukrainian authorities have advised women and children to evacuate regions in eastern Ukraine, anticipating heavy fighting.
Meanwhile, Russian forces have started retreating from around the capital Kiev, but they're leaving behind a trail of destruction. Gorenka in the Kiev Oblast faced the same fate as many other cities. Aerial footage showing the city with empty streets, bombed out buildings, and miles of rubble, where at one point of time houses were. On Saturday, Russian forces struck a nitric acid tanker in Rubizhin in the Luhansk region. The Ukrainians have called this a chemical attack by the Russians. A similar attack was also carried out in the same town on the 5th of April. The governor of the Luhansk Oblast, Serhiy Hadai, has urged people to stay in their bomb shelters. Nitric acid is dangerous to the human body when inhaled, swallowed, or when it comes into contact with skin. A 15-year-old Russian go-karting champion has come under fire after a video of him doing the Nazi salute on the podium went viral. Artem Severyukin, who raced under Italy's flag at the championship, did the Nazi salute and then laughed as the Italian national anthem played. Remember, the 20-year-old gymnast Ivan Kuliak wore the Russian supremacy Z symbol during a medal ceremony in Doha recently. In a rare acknowledgement, Russia has admitted to significant losses of its troops in Ukraine. Russia has said that over 19,000 Russian soldiers have been killed since this invasion began back on the 24th of February. 150 Russian fighter jets, state-of-the-art air assets, have been shot down. 135 Russian helicopters have been destroyed as well. That's not all. 700 Russian tanks have been demolished by Javelin anti-tank missiles. So clearly, Russia acknowledging the kind of damage and devastation it has faced at the hands of the Ukrainian defense. Meanwhile, clashes broke out during the Ram Navami processions in several states across India. Ram Navami celebrations were marred by violence as clashes broke out in 5 states. In Madhya Pradesh's Khargon, stones were pelted at a Ram Navami procession. Police were forced to fire tear gas shells to control the mob.
कठोरतम कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर दंगाइयों को कोई स्थान नहीं है।
The clashes in Gujarat took a deadly turn. In Khambhat, a 65-year-old man died after stones were pelted at a Ram Navami procession. Similar scenes were also witnessed in Howrah in Bengal. In Jharkhand's Lohardaga, vehicles were burnt during clashes. And in Gulbarga in Karnataka, students came to blows. Such incidences of Hindu religious processions being attacked have only increased in recent years. That's not all. A mob went on a vandalism spree in Mankhurd in Mumbai, destroying at least 25 vehicles, including cars, two-wheelers, auto rickshaws. A probe is on to ascertain the identity of the culprits. Maharashtra Home Minister Dilip Walse Patil has urged people to maintain peace and harmony. A 14-year-old girl died after she was allegedly gang-raped in Panchkali in West Bengal's Nadia district. The victim's family claims that the main accused is the son of a Trinamool Congress Panchayat member. The accused has been arrested and slapped with POCSO charges, apart from... Welcome back to Brass Tacks. A massive row has broken out over Madhya Pradesh government's action of running JCBs over the houses or properties of those caught pelting stones and rioting over the Ram Navami procession in Khargon.
A day after Ram Navami procession was attacked in Madhya Pradesh's Khargon, MP government swung into action. JCBs ran on the houses of those who were seen pelting stones. But has the state government been so eager to send out a message that they have left aside basic provisions of the law?
Under what law the government of Madhya Pradesh has demolished houses of the Muslim community? Fifth, if they were illegally built, you cannot arbitrarily demolish any house. You have to give a notice.
The government continues to defend its actions, not mincing any words, but also adding that properties that were acted upon were illegal to begin with.
ये बदमाश है, बहुत सारी जगहों पे अतिक्रमण किए हैं, तो जो लीगल पूरी कार्रवाई वो करते रहेंगे हम लगातार.
उनको दंडित तो किया ही जाएगा, लेकिन चाहे सार्वजनिक संपत्ति हो, चाहे निजी संपत्ति हो, जितना नुकसान हुआ उसकी वसूली भी उनसे की जाएगी.
Meanwhile, Congress's Digvijay Singh added fuel to the fire by tweeting an image of a mob attacking a Bihar mosque, claiming it's in Madhya Pradesh, almost presenting it as an excuse for stone pelting and arson. It was deleted shortly after, but the damage was done.
कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी, वैधानिक कार्रवाई होगी. उन्होंने गलत किया, ये भड़काने का काम किया, प्रदेश में आग लगाने की कोशिश की, अशांति फैलाने की कोशिश की. ये चिंतनीय भी है और निंदनीय भी है.
The Madhya Pradesh government has now filed an FIR against Digvijay Singh for disturbing religious harmony. With Natasha Menden, Shivani Gupta, CNN News 18.
All right, on the political face-off tonight, Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP, is joining us. Ashpreet Kadyal is an advocate and spokesperson for the Congress party. He'll be joining us as well. Sanju Verma, the question that the opposition is asking is under what provision of the law are you going around bulldozing buildings of these criminal elements, alleged criminal elements?
You know, Zaka, first and foremost, let me tell you that some of the buildings that have been bulldozed were illegal constructions, and hence the government was well within its right to bulldoze these buildings. Point number two, and the more important one, assuming these were not illegal constructions, because that is what the opposition has been saying, that the buildings were not illegal and still Shivraj Chauhan government bulldozed some of them. I just want to remind the opposition, Zaka, very categorically that there is the Prevention of Damage to Public Property Act of 1984, the PDPP Act of 1984, which clearly says that the government can take suo motu action if there is enough prima facie evidence to justify a suo motu action. If the government believes that there have been, elements that have vandalized or engaged in arson, loot, and destroyed public property, necessary action can be taken.
But Sanju, the accusation from the opposition is you're doing this selectively. When the communal violence happened in Khargon and in other places, of course, it was not a one-way street, it was a two-way street. So out of the 12 people whose properties have been bulldozed by the state government, all 12 happen to be Muslims. So selective approach, that's what is you're being accused of.
Okay, Zaka, I'm glad you raised that point. Now, I will quote Narottam Mishra, the Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh. And I'm sure, he has no axe to grind. He is somebody who has categorically said, be it a Hindu or a Muslim or any other community for that matter, anybody who's the aggressor, anybody who's the oppressor, anybody who's the perpetrator will be brought to book as per the law of the land. Please note, Zaka, FIR has been filed in Khargon against 200 individuals. So if there are a dozen individuals who have been arrested and they are Muslims, we don't know. The others could be Hindus, could be Christians, could be Sikhs, whatever. The moot point is
will their properties also be destroyed?
Yes, yes. Let me make it very clear, Zaka, that this whole element of polarizing the law and order situation into a Hindu versus Muslim narrative. I fail to understand one thing. If there are Muslims who are the ones who are destroying public property, who do you expect the government to arrest the Hindus? Who do you expect the government to arrest the Parsis? Who do you expect the government to arrest the Christians? I mean, I am quite appalled by this entire victimhood narrative. You first perpetrate, you are the oppressor, you are the aggressor, and you also play the victimhood card.
No. I've always maintained a criminal is a criminal. Religious affiliation should not come in the way. Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian, whatever it is, you have to go after them. That's absolutely fine. But by your own admission, and I'll get the Congress spokesperson also to weigh in, but by your own admission, ma'am, you said 200 individuals have been named, of which 12 properties have been destroyed. What is the guarantee that these 200 individuals, there are no members of the Hindu community as well?
Zaka, let me please finish. The last and most important point is this. The Congress, instead of pointing fingers at the BJP and making this entire, act of vandalism into a Hindu versus Muslim narrative, I want to ask a simple question. On the 2nd of April 2022, there were riots in Karoli, and all the 30-40 odd shops that were destroyed were those of Hindus. Did anybody ask how come only Hindu shops were destroyed? How come only Hindu shops were vandalized?
Okay.
How come only Hindu families were asked to leave Karoli? Nobody asked the question then. Let me finish.
Okay, I'm out of time. I want to thank Sanju Verma. We're not getting the Congress guest even on the phone line. I'm not sure why they've decided to drop out of this debate. But clearly, a message needs to be sent. A strong message needs to be sent. And I think that's the attempt by the Shivraj Singh Chauhan government. The question, of course, is under what provisions of law? The government there claiming that these are illegal buildings. Let me now go back to the story that's coming in from New York. The New York City Police Department, we're expecting a briefing from them any moment now about this shootout that happened at a New York subway station in Brooklyn. Let's listen into what's happening on CNN right now.
YPD issue. But given this device that was used, and we need more clarity on exactly what was used, I've heard from officials describe it in different ways, so what we really need to hear on the record from law enforcement as to what exactly it was. The way this attack unfolded is very concerning for officials because it would almost indicate some level of planning. The fact that this suspect had a gas mask, the fact that he had this orange vest, and then obviously this device.
Shimon, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We need to take you to this press conference right here on the scene in New York City. Let's listen.
You're going to hear from First Deputy Mayor Lorraine Grillo, Governor Kathy Hochul,
Police Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell will outline the events as we know them. Laura Kavanaugh, the first Deputy Commissioner and Acting Fire Commissioner, will walk you through casualties.
Andy McCabe, as we wait, they're doing the introduction of who's about to speak here. As you bring in, what is the most important thing for these officials to bring forward out of the gate? Is it whether they know the identity of the suspect? Is it that they've cleared the subways?
We'll update that, and then additional briefings as needed. First Deputy Mayor Lorraine Grillo.
Thank you, John. So from the very minute this incident occurred, the mayor and I have been on the phone monitoring the situation constantly. We have worked with all of our agencies, the FDNY, NYPD, OEM, all of the agencies who have worked really hard together, and we continue to throw all of the city's resources at this situation. We've made all of the resources available, and we'll work with the Office of Emergency Management for any additional needs. I'm going to ask the Police Commissioner, Keyshawn Sewell, to speak to you and give you an update on the events of today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're here to update New Yorkers about an active shooting incident that took place this morning inside the 36th Street subway station on the N line. I want to begin by assuring the public that there are currently no known explosive devices on our subway trains, and this is not being investigated as an act of terrorism at this time. We can also report that although this was a violent incident, reportedly we have no one with life-threatening injuries as a result of this case. This investigation is only hours old, so please note this information is subject to change. Just before 8:24 this morning, as a Manhattan-bound N train waited to enter the 36th Street station, an individual on that train donned what appeared to be a gas mask. He then took a canister out of his bag and opened it. The train at that time began to fill with smoke. He then opened fire, striking multiple people on the subway and in the platform. Again, we will describe him as an individual. He is being reported as a male black, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall with a heavy build. He was wearing a green construction type vest and a hooded sweatshirt. The color is gray. At this time, we are working with our federal partners, where we are asking for the public's help. Anyone with information, videos, or photographs, no matter how insignificant they think it may be, is encouraged to call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS. All calls are strictly confidential. I'd like to turn it over to the FDNY to give information about the victims. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. The governor would like to speak now. Governor Holcomb, my apologies. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
All right, those were New York authorities, the New York City Police Commissioner and other officials giving out details. What we do know is that 13 people have been injured, 5 people were shot at. The suspect is a male black, 5 feet 5 inches, wearing a gray sweatshirt. He is still absconding, so the search is still very much on for this man. Meanwhile, let's bring you up to speed with some of the other stories. 9 more bodies were exhumed today from a mass grave in a local church in Bucha. A total of 30 bodies were recovered from the site. Bucha Mayor Anthony Fedruk says that the body count now stands at 320. Some of the corpses had their hands bound and gunshot wounds, similar to what we saw in the other bodies found in Bucha. Ukraine has warned of a massive Russian offensive in the eastern part of the country. The biggest prize that Russia is eyeing is Mariupol, the main eastern port city. If Mariupol falls into Russian hands, then Moscow will be able to better link its troops that are advancing from the east with those from the Crimean Peninsula. The Ukrainian National Guard's Azov unit has released videos of Russian tanks being blown up in Mariupol. Ukrainian forces have held out for weeks now in the besieged port city. But reports suggest that the Russians are now poised to mount a major new offensive. In fact, Mariupol citizens have been cut off from basic necessities for a number of days now. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has claimed that Russian forces might even resort to using chemical weapons in Mariupol. Ukraine has accused Russia of using chemical weapons in Mariupol after reports emerge that people in the area have developed respiratory issues. While Moscow is tight-lipped, NATO allies have repeatedly warned that any move by Russia's President Vladimir Putin to deploy chemical weapons would change the nature of this conflict. So what exactly is a white phosphorus bomb which Russia is being accused of planting in Mariupol, and what damage can it do? It ignites once it is in contact with oxygen. So the moment it is opened up into an open surface, it goes off. It is used to create smoke screens, much like a smoke device or a smoke detonator. It helps mark targets for airstrikes. So what it does is it separates the airstrike targets with separate colors. It causes serious burn injuries, particularly to the eye and the upper face. It's illegal to use any kind of chemical weapon, including white phosphorus, in civilian settings. Meanwhile, the second biggest city, the eastern city of Kharkiv, has also come under heavy shelling, causing multiple casualties.
You can see all around us just the sheer devastation. Right here is the crater from where a bomb was dropped just 2 days ago. Russian troops are amassing. That was just a mortar strike as we were talking. Imagine what it's like to live here. Imagine what it's like to be in one of these apartments, to have been unable to evacuate. Hearing that every day since this war began.
Amid growing pressure from the West over purchasing oil from Russia, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and India's total oil purchases were less than what Europe buys in one afternoon. Jaishankar said this after the 2+2 talks in Washington on Monday.
I noticed you refer to oil purchases. If you are looking at energy purchases from Russia, I would suggest that your attention should be focused on Europe, which probably we do buy some energy which is necessary for our energy security. But I suspect, looking at the figures, probably our total purchases for the month would be less than what Europe does in an afternoon. So you might want to think about it.
The rape and murder of a 14-year-old girl in West Bengal has turned into a political slugfest. This is what's happened so far. Netas made a beeline for the victim's village in Nadia district.
This is the house where she lived, and what is very interesting is that her parents are nowhere to be found.
The situation was exacerbated after this comment from Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee.
এভিডেন্সটা পাবে কোত্থেকে? অ্যাকচুয়াল রেপ হয়েছে না প্রেগন্যান্ট ছিল?
The remark prompted fury in the opposition camp.
तृणमूल कांग्रेस के संरक्षण में, उसकी सरकार के संरक्षण में क्राइम और क्रिमिनल क्लस्टर बन गया हो, वहाँ पे इसी तरह से जघन्य अपराध होते रहेंगे और तृणमूल कांग्रेस उसको जस्टिफाई करती रहेगी.
The victim's family claims that the main accused is the son of a Trinamool Congress Panchayat member. The Calcutta High Court has now stepped in and handed over the investigation in the Hanscully rape and murder case to the CBI. The investigating agency has been given time till the 2nd of May to submit its preliminary report. Government sources reveal that there is an international campaign to disturb harmony in India. The disinformation machinery has been active in Pakistan and in Afghanistan as thousands of tweets with the hashtag Indian Muslims under attack have surfaced in the last few days. A contractor who had accused Karnataka Minister K.S. Ishwarappa of corruption was found dead in Udupi. According to the police, prima facie, the cause of death appears to be suicide. The contractor had accused Ishwarappa of corruption and claimed that he had not cleared outstanding bills. Multiple people were injured in a stampede at the Tirumala shrine in Andhra Pradesh's Tirupati. The incident took place when a large crowd of pilgrims gathered at the ticket counter, leading to a stampede. The Tirumala authorities have now suspended VVIP darshan for 5 days. In Rajasthan, a Congress leader was caught on camera mercilessly thrashing a youth with a lathi. The reason, the youth brushed past the car of the Congress Neta. Cops have taken cognizance of this matter and have registered a case. Violence broke out in West Bengal's Asansol during voting for by-elections today. Tensions ran high when BJP candidate Agnimitra Paul tried to inspect a polling booth. She claimed she was heckled and stones were pelted at her car by members of the Trinamool Congress.
बूथ नंबर एखाने एसेছি তৃণমূল के लोग अटैक किया हमारे सिक्योरिटी को मारे हाथ काट के माथा में लगे स्टोन पेल्टिंग करना शुरू कर दिए बांस लेकर मारे
The TMC has fielded actor-turned-politician Shatrughan Sinha against Paul. Bypolls were necessitated when Babul Supriyo resigned as a member of parliament after switching over to the TMC from the BJP. A mammoth operation in Deoghar to rescue dozens who've been stranded after two cable cars collided. That's finally ended now, but there was a second incident of a person falling to their death during the rescue operation. A woman fell while she was being brought to the ground from a stranded cable car. She did not survive the fall. COVID cases are rising once again in the Delhi National Capital Region, with students in schools, both in Ghaziabad and in Noida, testing positive. In fact, the positivity rate in Delhi has climbed up to 2.7%, which is the highest that has been seen in the last 2 months. Subhash Shankar Parab, a close aide of fugitive diamantaire Nirav Modi, was brought to India from Cairo and arrested by the CBI. Parab allegedly played a key role in the PNB scam. He fled to Cairo from Dubai in January of 2018, around the same time when Nirav Modi and his uncle Mehul Choksi fled in. Let's break down Subhash Shankar Parab's role in the entire PNB scam. What is he accused of? He worked at Nirav Modi's firm, Firestar International Limited. He was in charge of transactions of 6 Hong Kong-based firms. The firms received as much as 8,200 crore rupees from LOUs, letters of intent that were issued by the Punjab National Bank. Fraudulent LOUs worth 24,000 crores were issued to these 6 firms in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka has announced that it will be defaulting on its $51 billion of external debt. The island nation has blamed the COVID pandemic and the fallout from hostilities in Ukraine as the main reasons for defaulting. The country is seeing its worst economic crisis yet, with widespread protests across the island nation demanding the ouster of the Rajapakshas.
It's day 4 of protests outside the presidential secretariat. You can see that's the presidential secretariat, and on the entire stretch you can find thousands of people raising slogans against President Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his family members. In fact, the slogans that they are raising here is Gota, go home. They want the president to go home. They say that the economic crisis has worsened because the government did not do anything. They want a long-term solution. They want a change in the government.
Meanwhile, Pakistan's newly elected Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif has said that he wants to have good ties with India, but not without the resolution of the Kashmir issue. Shahbaz once again raised the abrogation of Article 370, claiming that the people of the valley were bleeding. Hours later, Prime Minister Modi congratulated Shahbaz on his election and said that India desired peace and stability in a region that's free of terrorism. India's indigenously developed anti-tank guided missile Helena was successfully flight tested from an advanced light helicopter. Helena is the 3rd generation fire-and-forget anti-tank guided missile and has all-weather day and night capability. It can engage targets both in direct hit mode as well as in top attack. The city of Shanghai has eased restrictions on some neighborhoods after massive outcry over its strict COVID-19 rules that have locked down a city of 25 million people. The lockdown has caused massive food shortages and left thousands in quarantine. China's zero-COVID policy is aimed at eliminating infections through rigid lockdowns, mass testing, and travel restrictions. Meanwhile, authorities in Shanghai have introduced the 3-tier disease control system, and this is how the 3-tier system works. Shanghai has tweaked the rules. Residents are allowed to step out of their homes only in those areas where for 14 days there's not a single case. Areas which have no cases for the last 7 days, their residents are allowed to just collect food deliveries. And in those areas which are closed control areas, cases have happened in the last 7 days, residents are in complete and total lockdown. Meanwhile, Delhi is reeling under a severe heat wave with the daily maximum temperature constantly touching 42 degrees. This is the first time in 70 years that Delhi has recorded such a high temperature in the first half of April. So far this month, the capital has recorded 6 heat wave days. Kurt Cobain's guitar from one of the most iconic music videos of all time, Nirvana's Smells Like Teen Spirit, is going on auction. Bidding for the 1969 left-handed Fender Mustang will start at $600,000. The proceeds of the auction will go to Kicking the Stigma, which is an initiative which spreads awareness on mental health. Countdown to the Ralia wedding has well and truly begun.
The couple will reportedly be getting hitched on April 15th in true Punjabi style. following in the footsteps of Neetu and Rishi Kapoor. Preparations are on in full swing. RK Studios, Krishnaraj Bungalow and Ranbir's house Vastu, where the wedding ceremonies are to take place, have been bejeweled with lights. The festivities will kick off with a Mehndi ceremony on April 13th and will go on until the 17th. On Monday, a Sabyasachi outfit was delivered to the wedding venue in Kali Pili. Reports suggest that both Alia and Ranbir will be wearing Sabyasachi for the wedding and Manish Malhotra pieces for the other ceremonies. The two actors will share screen space in Brahmashtra, which is set to release in September.
Hello everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. It has been a morning of fear in New York City. 13 have been injured in a shootout at a Brooklyn subway station. The city's police department and the FBI is at the scene of the shootout. The area has been cordoned off. A possible smoke device was reportedly detonated, but according to the NYPD, no active explosives have been found at the scene of the crime. The manhunt for the suspect is underway. He's reportedly a black male wearing an MTA uniform and carrying a backpack. Reports suggest he donned a gas mask and a construction worker's vest while shooting at commuters. Joining me now is Glenn Carl. He's a former CIA officer and author, joining me from Washington, D.C. We also have Zeba Warsi joining me from New York City. I'm going to come to you, Zeba, first. Has New York settled down after this shootout?
Well, it is still an active investigation, Maria. In fact, the New York City officials just held a press briefing. We heard the New York City governor also talk about how this incident has shaken up the city and we all stand united. The New York City Police Department and the fire department has updated us that there are 16 people who are being treated in the hospital and 10 of them have gun wounds. The other 5, the remaining have other sorts of wounds. So that means that 10 people sustained gun injuries in that incident today morning. What we do know is that this particular suspect is still on the run, has not been apprehended. It is an active investigation. The New York City subway lines, many of them are suspended, especially the NDNR lines, the ones that were most affected. This was, remember, an intersection stop. What we now know after the press briefing is that the shooting began in the train. It was an express train which was Manhattan bound. It was coming to Manhattan before it stopped at the 36th Street station where the shootout happened. The suspect did shoot inside the train. Then he used some sort of a smoke can, and that created chaos. When the train stopped, people started getting out on the platform. They poured out on the platform. There was chaos, and in that chaos, he shot more people. The visuals that have come from the crime scene that are now viral on social media are very distressing indeed. But what we do know is that the suspect was wearing a construction worker's vest. He was 5'5", around 180 pounds, and he is still on the run. And it is an active crime scene right now. Okay. We know that that schools in Brooklyn are now in shelter because remember, this is something that New York City has experienced and United States has experienced time and time again.
Yes, and Glenn, as far as the investigating officers are concerned, they are being cautious, and it's still not being called an act of terror. The description that is coming of the suspect is that he is possibly a black male, someone who was wearing a worker's vest as well. So where is the investigation heading?
Well, the first thing is maybe helpful would be to describe the organization that does it. There is an organization called the Joint Terrorism Task Force. There are a number of those across the United States, and they bring together all of the relevant agencies for a potentially terrorist or a terrorist act. There will be the FBI, the CIA, the local police force, a host of government agencies. they will be the ones who are directly involved in this with the local law enforcement, who's the people on the scene initially. And the first thing you do, of course, is to try to do a forensic analysis and find some leads, some facts. Are there shell casings? What was the gas? Where was this gas procured? Are there videos, as there surely will be, of the event itself? Does anyone recognize the individual? All of that is playing out now, and that's why you always secure a crime scene. And beyond that, we don't know what or who has done this yet.
Yeah, so a long list of unanswered questions because the investigations have just begun. Maha Siddiqui is also joining me from Washington, D.C. Maha, the details that are coming from White House is that President Joe Biden has been briefed. You also heard from the governor of New York as well. As far as the investigations go, this is, of course, subject of multiple agencies that have begun the probe. You know, the message that is coming from the Washington still is that there is a great degree of caution, and the suspect, who is still not been apprehended, we do not really know much about it, what will be his next move. So is there panic on ground, or is there a sense that the administration has things in control?
There is certainly concern on the ground in New York because this is an active crime scene that we're talking about since the shooter has not been apprehended, as you were pointing out, Maria. And in that entire area of Brooklyn, at the moment, all the schools have been ordered shelter in, which means that no student, teacher or anybody from the schools can leave. They have to stay where they are, which clearly means that there is concern on the ground that this active shooter could do anything at the moment. So that is why there seems to be concern, continued concern on the ground, even though this entire case is now not only being looked at by the New York Police Department, but also the FBI. The one important thing is that, and that came as a sigh of relief also for New York, is that within the first half an hour after the call was made at around 8:30 this morning, and the initial reports that had suggested that there could be more explosives at the Brooklyn station, it was clarified that there were no explosives there. But having said that, this attacker seemed to have planned his moves in such a way that he causes injury and harm to the largest amount of people. That is why this happened in an enclosed area in a carriage where there were about 40 people. The rush hour in the morning was chosen, though one eyewitness said that the number of commuters was not as high as is usually seen. But even then, he said the carriage had about 40 people in it. And he then first opened a smoke device, which resulted in smoke spreading through the carriage, and then the shootout happened. So it was carefully planned to cause as much injury. Under these circumstances, the concern on the ground is understandable. The President Joe Biden has been briefed. In fact, top White House officials are in touch with the mayor, who the mayor is down with COVID, but he is actively looking at the situation from quarantine. They are also in touch, the White House officials are also in touch with the police commissioner, and they are monitoring the situation. They have also said that any assistance that is required will be extended.
Okay, and Ziba, the train services, we did hear that they got delayed during the morning rush hour. What is the scene like right now?
Well, I can tell you that train services in Brooklyn continue to be disrupted. The NDR lines, the QM lines, they're all still disrupted. The Manhattan train services, especially some like the 1, 2, and 3 trains, are functioning, but they're running late. Train services are still, of course, not normal, and they're not likely to be till the time the investigation is currently underway. That particular area, the Sunset Park neighborhood in Brooklyn, Maria, where this attack took place, where this incident took place, has been cordoned off. Schools in Brooklyn, like Maha was pointing out, are now placed in a shelter. But yes, what we heard from the New York City Police Department is that they're still on the lookout for the suspect. It is an active investigation, and it has certainly sent shockwaves through the city.
Yes, and Glenn, the nature of investigation, as you said, not just NYPD, but also FBI, CIA, all of them, all the agencies have got into the investigation. It's happening in New York City. This is the morning rush hour that we are looking at. The nature of weapon, what do we know about it?
I don't think we know much of anything yet. I've heard no reports about the specific kind of weapon firearm used, nor about the gas. Unfortunately, as we all know, obtaining a firearm is very easy in the United States. There are more firearms, I think, literally, than there are citizens in the country. But that will tell us a lot. It can be traced, the shell casings and so on can trace us to the place of origin, and that will be a help, but we don't know.
Yes, but Glenn, the morning rush hour being chosen, this is the time that, and the suspect is, the description of the suspect is going in a particular direction. We do not know the motive as yet because this is very preliminary as far as the investigations are concerned. But New York City waking up to this kind of crisis early morning, where is it all heading?
Well, that's the big question, I guess, for us. Of course, we don't know. My initial reaction is not worth more than the air it takes to say it, I suppose, since none of us know the facts. But the fact that he used gas to distract or confuse and was wearing a mask would indicate some level of premeditation that, to me, then makes it seem more likely that it is an organized, a planned event rather than simply an act of passion. But it's too early to say.
And the NYPD officials who are investigating the incident have been quoted as saying that during preliminary searches, Glenn, no active explosive devices were found at the scene of Brooklyn subway incident. These are, of course, news agencies which are reporting, including Reuters, quoting U.S. Attorney as well, Attorney General. But but why do you say that this could be very well pre-planned, a larger conspiracy rather than just an act of passion?
Well, it's only, of course, it's speculation from afar on my part, like as it is for everyone at this point. But sadly, many people have weapons, and in a moment of anger at a loved one or someone who has angered them at work or so on, they will lash out and shoot someone. In the United States, this has happened far too often.
Okay.
The fact that there is some thought involved in what happened would make me think that maybe it's an act of vengeance or an act of terrorism rather than simply an act of someone lashing out in a moment of passion.
Let's listen in now to what the governor of New York had to say.
Sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. You'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. The people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now.
And let me go straight to New York City, where CNN's Gloria Pezmino is joining me. Gloria, I appreciate your time. What do we know in terms of the number of people who have been shot at? Because initial reports were suggesting that there are 13 injured. Now that number seems to have gone up.
Yeah, that number continues to change. We just heard from fire department officials who confirmed that 16 people in total were injured during that chaotic scene that unfolded early this morning, shortly after 8:30, when people were just on the subway car on their way to work, on their way to school, on their way home. 16 people in total have been injured. 10 of them were shot. 5 of them are in critical but stable condition. That is the latest information we just received from fire department officials here in New York. The scene is still very much an active, ongoing situation here. The investigation continues, and you could hear from Governor Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York. They're talking about the fact that New Yorkers need to remain vigilant. The investigation on exactly what went on this morning, as well as the perpetrator behind that incident, is continuing.
Yes, and Gloria, since the suspect is on the run, what do we know about him besides the description that has been given by the eyewitnesses? What could be the possible motive behind this act of...
police officials...
Yes.
Police officials have not spoken about that yet, but we did hear from the police commissioner just a short while ago, who ruled out this as a terror incident, as an act of terror. But she did describe a man who was riding the subway this morning who appeared to be donning a gas mask. That man reached into his backpack where he had a gas canister. He opened it and released it onto that subway car, creating that chaotic situation. He also then proceeded to open fire on the subway. That part of the investigation is still continuing.
All right, Gloria, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us, and thanks to Zeba, Maha and Glenn as well. We are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be all details of the fact that the case, that minor girl rape case, has been handed over to the CBI. There have been scathing observations by the Calcutta High Court. I'll get you all the details on that story.
So they can together hold this press conference. They are still, as far as we know, looking for this suspect, and that is something that police obviously are still out there looking for this man. And so that is what we know at this point, and hopefully shortly we will learn more here, John, from officials.
Yeah, guys, listen, it's a chaotic scene here in Brooklyn. I can get out of the way so you can see how far the flashing lights stretch, several blocks, because that's believed, as you've been getting updates from Jason, that this stretches several blocks. And according to sources, the perpetrator is not in custody yet, so this is still very much an active investigation. I can tell you, arriving to the scene with quick force is we have emergency vehicles like ambulances, we have the ATF here, we have the FBI, JTTF, in addition to, of course, the NYPD.
We're joined now by Yav Montano. He was on the train as this shooting took place. Yav, if you can hear me, I want you to tell us what you saw.
Hi, good morning. So it was crazy to me. So I take the N train every morning to get to where I have to work, and everything seemed pretty normal. So from 59th Street to 36th Street, because the N train is express, between those two stops is where all the dramatics happened. And I'm in the third part of the N express train, and it happened like the smoke grenade or bomb went off, I would say about 2 minutes before we got to the 36th Street platform. And there was train delays because the conductor said that there was train traffic ahead. So the train was inching towards the 36th Street platform while this was happening. It seemed like it was planned because it's at least 4 minutes between each stop. So for this smoke bomb and what I thought was fireworks, but I'm now reading and hearing that it was gunshots, and I'm thankful that I hid behind one of the chairs. But yeah, I honestly have no words for what I've experienced.
We're actually hearing the governor is likely here on the scene as well. So there are just going to be a number of people, I think they're gathering together to get to this press conference and give the information that they give out right now. And I know you've been talking about it, Kate, but this suspect is still on the loose. I've been talking to a few sources here on the ground. I know that they are sharing a description to the best of their knowledge with each other that is going out within the law enforcement agencies to try to find this perpetrator, because again, that is the main thing right now, is locating that person. So much information still needs to be pieced together. That's what we're hoping to get from this news conference. When did this start? As far as what train station, when did it end? Exactly how many people are we talking about as victims here? How serious are the injuries? Exactly what happened on board that train? Of course, we heard from that eyewitness. I've also been hearing from sources that, as you mentioned with one of your analysts, video is big here. They are just combing this area and around this area, very big radius, looking for video of where this perpetrator possibly headed to in efforts to locate them. So yeah, right now we are just seeing a lot of people get together near the podium behind us to get this press conference on board, but there are a lot of agencies we expect to hear from momentarily.
This is the Sunset Park area of Brooklyn. And what we hear is that this morning, according to officials, there was this smoke bomb, some kind of a smoke device that the suspect set off on the train, and then the gunfire started. And as you said, reports of 16 people injured, 8 of them shot. We're told 1 of them seriously injured. I'm also told that some of the people who have been injured suffered smoke inhalation injuries. So this from this device that this person set off. So that is why some of the people were taken to the hospital. And also some people just fleeing from the scene, fleeing for their lives in this terrifying moment. They got injured as well. The suspect, all we know, according to police, is that he was wearing a gas mask and this orange reflective construction type vest, obviously indicating that there was some kind of premeditation. And that is why we're seeing this response here from city officials, from the FBI and the ATF, the Joint Terrorism Task Force on scene. We don't yet know, John, the motive, whether this is terrorism or something else here. Obviously, the fact that the JTTF is on scene, that is significant. And as you said, hopefully we'll get more details here from officials once they come to the mics. We expect that press conference to start at any moment. But obviously, one of the big things out here has been just this enormous response from the NYPD. When you think about the subway system here in New York City, it is the lifeline of this city. And anytime there's any kind of attack, shooting, crime, it always gets a lot of attention because it is the lifeline of the city. So many people relying on it to get to home, to get to work, and that is why this is such a significant incident here in New York City, and that is why we're waiting for the FBI and the NYPD as well as transit officials all together. We're just waiting for some more of those officials to get together so they can together hold this press conference. They are still, as far as we know, looking for this suspect, and that is something that police obviously are still out there looking for this man. And so that is what we know at this point, and hopefully shortly we will learn more here, John, from officials.
Yeah, guys, listen, it's a chaotic scene here in Brooklyn. I can get out of the way so you can see how far the flashing lights stretch, several blocks, because that's believed, as you've been getting updates from Jason, that this stretches several blocks. And according to sources, the perpetrator is not in custody yet, so this is still very much an active investigation. I can tell you, arriving to the scene with quick force is we have emergency vehicles like ambulances, we have the ATF here, we have the FBI, JTTF, in addition to, of course, the NYPD.
We're joined now by Yav Montano. He was on the train as this shooting took place. Yav, if you can hear me, I want you to tell us what you saw.
Hi, good morning. So it was crazy to me. So I take the N train every morning to get to where I have to work, and everything seemed pretty normal. So from 59th Street to 36th Street, because the N train is express, between those two stops is where all the dramatics happened. And I'm in the third part of the N express train, and it happened like the smoke grenade or bomb went off, I would say about 2 minutes before we got to the 36th Street platform. And there was train delays because the conductor said that there was train traffic ahead. So the train was inching towards the 36th Street platform while this was happening. It seemed like it was planned because it's at least 4 minutes between each stop. So for this smoke bomb and what I thought was fireworks, but I'm now reading and hearing that it was gunshots, and I'm thankful that I hid behind one of the chairs. But yeah, I honestly have no words for what I've experienced.
We're actually hearing the governor is likely here on the scene as well. So there are just going to be a number of people, I think they're gathering together to get to this press conference and give the information that they give out right now. And I know you've been talking about it, Kate, but this suspect is still on the loose. I've been talking to a few sources here on the ground. I know that they are
যদি উপরে যাও যদি ডাক্তারের কাছে যাও তোমাদের বাড়িঘর জ্বালিয়ে পুড়িয়ে
এখন যদি কোনো ছেলে মেয়ে কেউ কারোর সাথে প্রেম করে আমরা এটা নিশ্চয়ই দেখব যদি কেউ অন্যায় করে অন্যায়ের বিরুদ্ধে অ্যাকশন হবে অ্যাকশন হয়েছে
सीबीआई चाहिए इसका वो पुलिस इस फैमिली को तंग कर रहा है
The horrific gang rape and death of a 14-year-old in the Nadia district of West Bengal has sparked a political war between the Trinamool Congress and the BJP. The young girl was brutalized and then bled to death. TMC leader Samar Gwala's son Braj Gopal Gwala has been arrested in connection with the case. The FIR was registered 5 days after the incident as the victim's family claimed they were threatened by the TMC workers. The body was in fact cremated without an autopsy as the family claims they were under pressure. While the West Bengal Chief Minister has promised action against the guilty, she has sparked a row by saying that it could have been a love affair gone wrong. A BJP delegation led by the leader of opposition in Bengal Assembly, Shubhendu Adhikari, visited the victim's family. After Adhikari called for the centre's intervention and a CBI probe, the Calcutta High Court has handed over the case to the central agency. The court ruled, and I quote, "We find that the investigation suffers from serious lapses on several important aspects. We cannot lose sight of the fact that the accused is the son of a powerful leader of the ruling party and that there is material available in the case diary indicating that the family members of the victim have been threatened. The fact that there is no post-mortem report and no death certificate also creates a suspicion about an attempt to suppress the entire incident and to wipe out the evidence. The CBI will be submitting its preliminary investigation report before the court on the 2nd of May. Since the post-poll violence probe, now again another case handed over to the CBI, taken away from the state police's purview. This has only fueled the political war in the state, but the question remains, will justice be delivered to the victims? Joining me on the show, Saurav Sikdar, spokesperson of the West Bengal BJP, Dr. Kakuli Ghosh Dastidar is a member of parliament of the TMC, Kabir Bose, Supreme Court lawyer, Yashwardhan Azad, former IPS officer, Professor Dinesh Varshney is the leader of the CPI. Ma'am, coming to you first, what is a government? What is the duty of a chief minister? Can you defend your chief minister's remark that the teenager may have had a love affair with the accused? The dead here is a minor, and instead of ensuring justice, the chief minister is casting doubts on the details of the gang rape and murder.
First, let me tell you that I am deeply anguished, like many of y'all. I was listening to your show just now. So I'm deeply anguished by the shooting in New York, and I am really apprehensive of a media trial in which you might come up with by saying that we have done it, that Trinamool Congress has done it. Because the media is taking such proactive role these days that the media trial is becoming much more serious. With utmost respect to the court, we accept that the court, honorable court, has given the case to CBI for investigation. But the vernacular language used by the deceased father is being misrepresented by the English media like yourself. The person never names that the two people standing there when his daughter came home belonged to the Trinamool Congress. He never says that the body was cremated at the behest of Trinamool Congress or the police, as it happened in Hathras, where police officers and government officers did the cremation and no CBI was done there. When we went, I personally was there. Rape is a heinous crime. We deplore people who do this. We want them punished. And our chief minister strongly stands with the women of the state and the country.
Kakuli Ghosh Dastidar, there's no media trial here, and I'm sure the NYPD will not be linking the TMC to what has happened in New York City. They would perhaps not be knowing which political party is there in India, which are these multiple political parties. But I'm talking about this particular judgment, ma'am. I'm talking about what the Calcutta High Court has said while handing over this case to the CBI. It says, the fact that there is no MLC, no post-mortem report, no death certificate also creates a suspicion about an attempt to suppress the entire incident and to wipe out the evidence. This has been said in the context of Bengal police. Only recently, and this has been Calcutta High Court, August 19th, 2021, that is last year, in the context of post-poll violence, has said that the High Court observed that the state government's lukewarm response to the FIRs registered in the incidents of grievous, serious and heinous offences. There are multiple questions being raised about the law enforcement agencies. What will you be saying the response of these agencies have been, particularly after what the Chief Minister said?
I said, with due respect to the Honorable Court and their judgment, let us wait and not go into discussion so that we don't trample with the investigation that the court has ordered. Let the investigation take place. Let the guilty be punished. Because if a crime is, done by somebody, then as a law-abiding citizen, I should think that that person should be punished. We really don't know why the parents, without telling the neighbors and without taking her to the doctor, cremated the body. So let the investigation go on. The person, the parents, the father who's talking in vernacular has never implicated the Trinamool Congress. He only said that the
You are right that this is a heinous crime, ma'am. But why should the Chief Minister say that this is a love affair gone wrong?
See, what she said, I don't know. What the Honorable Chief Minister, but I know that she is working very hard towards empowerment of women, and the NCRB report says that Calcutta is a very safe city for women, and she has made 65 new women police stations so that women get justice.
Okay.
This much I know.
Sikdar.
And staying in Kolkata, I know that Bengal is a safe place. But of course, this is a very unfortunate incident, and proper investigation should take place and the guilty must be punished.
Okay. Saurav Sikdar, here is the state government representative, a member of parliament of the TMC, saying that the Chief Minister is committed to ensuring justice. Will BJP continue to protest after the case has been handed over to the CBI?
Well, this is very unfortunate that a senior member of parliament like Kakolidi, she just said she doesn't know what CM said about that incident. And thank you to your media, all medias, that CM's version was very much elaborately broadcasted, and everybody knows how a party which campaign start with Ma Mati Manus. So that Ma is saying about 11 years children who was brutally raped and murdered. She questioned about that incident. So I am just asking a simple question to Kakolidi. As a woman, as a mother, do you support what Mamata Banerjee said about that 11 years little child? If not, are you going to condemn her statement? Because this is very unfortunate.
I don't want to comment. Because this is a sub-judice matter.
Because you cannot comment, madam. Because you don't have guts to say the truth. In West Bengal, people are unfair. Police is acting as your cadre. No general people gain justice from police. From Anis Khan to Baktui to Haskani. Everywhere police is not performing their duty. Kakolidi, don't forget, few months back, Human Rights Commission mentioned in Calcutta High Court that ruler's rule is going on in West Bengal. So this is a very shameful incident. A little child,
a heinous crime, a shameful incident, and there is no word to describe this incident. Dr. Dasidar, Kakuli Ghosh Dasidar, the point being made by your political opponent here on the panel is that will you condemn it, or will you just say I do not want to, comment on this incident and the statement in particular about your Chief Minister?
I think you missed my opening remarks when I said that rape is a heinous crime perpetrated by aberrant minds, and those people who do this must be punished. But we don't want to influence the investigation. We don't want to influence those people who are trying to find out the guilty. The guilty must be punished. These are the sentences I said as opening
but
remarks.
the irony is, ma'am, the Chief Minister is trying to influence the investigation by saying that this could be a love affair having gone wrong. Yashwardhan Azad, the incident happened on 5th and the FIR has been registered on 10th. The Calcutta High Court order is very scathing about the role of the state government, has raised multiple questions about the entire investigation at multiple levels. How the victim was found on the road bleeding and was taken by someone, but blood-stained mud has not been seized from the spot of the recovery of the girl. No crime reconstruction of the incident has been done. The chemical test to trace out the blood stains was not done. He has submitted that the West Bengal police does not have necessary facility for the test and it can only be done by the CFSL Delhi. Multiple questions being raised. The question is that can Bengal police continue to do these investigations anymore? Multiple cases now being handed over to the CBI. Recently we saw what happened in Birbhum and now Nadia district.
Yes, behind the political crossfire, my worry is about the evidence for this case and whether the family will actually get justice. As the court has rightly remarked, there is no MLC, medical legal report. There is no post-mortem, and it's very tragic. So the most critical thing to find out is that the incident happened on the 4th, and the poor girl was found bleeding, and she died on the 5th, perhaps. And why was the FIR lodged on 10th? So in these 5 days, was there external influence which was used to cremate the body without any, even the hospital report, etc. And I think that is the viciousness of this the entire incident, which needs to be looked into. Besides, even when the case was reported on the 10th, why the necessary backup evidence and forensics could not be done, as pointed out by the court, is also an extremely serious matter, which might bring the culpability of the police along, siding with the powers that be. Unfortunately, a few cases in the recent times have shown that the local leaders perhaps exercise more authority than the state institution. And that is a very serious thing, because the High Court in the last few incidents has given such an order. In this case, I do feel that the CBI, which has the best CFSL, can get into it, and whatever could be done can only be done by the CBI now. I do hope the evidence is marshaled properly
and has not been destroyed.
Where ultimately this.
Yes. So, Kakuli Ghosh Dastidar, point being made by Yashwardhan Azad, why this 5-day delay in FIR?
That you have to ask the parents, because the father himself has been quoted to say that I didn't go because I was feeling scared. Now, if he would take few of his neighbors or relatives and go to the police station and lodge a complaint, then I am sure the police would have started the investigation, and rightly so. We would have known what exactly happened. But the father didn't go. So now it is for the investigating agency to find out. And I think we should not talk about it. No, we don't want to disturb the investigation. We have full faith and respect for the court order, and we hope that investigation properly takes place, because it is the father or the family who should not have cremated the body without asking for a proper report from the doctor for the postmortem, and also reported it to the police right away instead of wasting so many days.
The accused is a TMC leader's son. And you said rightly, the father said that he was scared. And that is the reason why perhaps there has been delay. So, ma'am, the question is, why has that fear been generated even in the minds of a victim's father? That a father cannot seek justice for the minor, a minor who has been raped brutally and then she bleeds to death. Kabir Bose, looking at the court order, give us further more details of how things are in Bengal and what have been multiple observations of various judgments.
You see, a plain reading of the order clearly goes to show that there's something rotten in the state of West Bengal. It is most alarming that when you read the order, what comes out very plainly is the involvement of the police in this case. Now, the High Court has highlighted in several places that the police does not do its job correctly. And this is not the first instance.
Yes.
We've seen before post-poll, we've seen after post-poll as well. Several cases of crimes against women have come up in the state of West Bengal, and the Calcutta High Court did not have faith in the local police that they would continue the investigation. And that is why these cases are being transferred to a premier agency, who just my speaker before me said that CBI has the best FSL in the country, and the court is having faith that they would actually reach the correct position and ends of justice could be secured. Now, a reading of the order would go to show that the police, and if ultimately this comes out to be true, the police are involved in destruction of evidence. It is so shocking that this is happening in the state of West Bengal, that a girl is raped, gang raped, and there is no action by the police for 5 days. Not only that, even after FIR is registered, they don't do their job properly. If this is not criminally implicit, then what is my question to the state administration. And the CBI should definitely look at the role. I mean, a perusal of the order itself shows that the police are implicit in this crime.
Okay.
Destruction of evidence is a very serious offense.
Yes.
And that also should be probed. The order clearly says that.
Yes.
And in West Bengal, we are seeing this happening repeatedly.
Yes.
It's very unfortunate.
Yes,
as a
serious
legal
lapses
practitioner.
on several important aspects is what the court order says. Kakoli Ghosh Dastadar, I'm going to bring you again here. I'm looking at the order and I'm going to quote another part. It says, the case diary further reflects that the rape may have been committed upon the victim not only by the person named in the FIR but by other persons also. It's a case of gang rape. There is one accused who has been arrested. Do we know about others? Because that will again point at the nature of investigation by your police so far.
See, as far as my information goes, more people have been arrested besides the particular person who has already been named. The police has been working. Now, I would like to ask the question that I am informed that in Chhattisgarh, I think yesterday or a couple of days back, a lady was raped, and not only raped, an iron rod like the Nirbhaya case was shoved up her private parts and she bled to death. So did the Bharatiya Janata Party, did they think to put CBI there also? If not, why not? Why are they targeting Bengal?
Okay.
The Bharatiya Janata Party leader of opposition, he went to Nadia. So they should have also gone to this Chhattisgarh to find out why this lady very unfortunately got raped and killed, or why it happened in Hathras or in Unnao or other parts of the country. The rule has to be same for the whole country. If they ask for CBI for Bengal, they should ask for CBI investigation.
So, Saurav Sikdar, respond to this.
Yes,
yes. While we are questioning the statement that has been made by Mamata Banerjee, and it's certainly condemnable to look at the love affair angle that the Chief Minister is talking about there. Similar statements were made by BJP leaders in the context of Hathras as well. Why are leaders so insensitive when it comes to issues of women?
Well, first years together, women have been trampled, women's rights have been trampled upon. It is only in the last few years in Bengal that Mamata Banerjee government has been trying to empower women through Kanyashree. 77 lakh girls have studied through
everybody knows all this story, Kakuliji. Can I speak now? Can I speak now?
Yes,
can I speak now?
Yes, please go ahead. She is asking a specific question about Chhattisgarh.
I am asking
well,
ma'am, you should also ask this question to the Congress government, which is there in Chhattisgarh. Besides, of course, asking to opposition, why is opposition not doing its duty in raising the question in Chhattisgarh? Go ahead, Mr. Sikdar.
Why not in Uttar Pradesh, in Hathras and Unnao
problem
also?
Ma'am, please listen to me. Kakuliji, please allow me to speak, please.
And the
I'm not interrupting when you are speaking.
Yes, go ahead.
In West Bengal, none of police station takes a single FIR or a complaint without instruction of local Trinamool leader or higher Trinamool leader. So that 5 days delay story everybody knows. Two senior lawyers are here in this panel. They also know in West Bengal if you go to launch a FIR or even a general complaint, that police station in charge has to instructed by the Trinamool party. So now I'm just what about whenever some Trinamool leaders accused or they are connected with this kind of incident like Park City incident, everybody knows about the Sujan Jordan case. They are also CM made this kind of statement. You come to Kamnuni, again CM made this kind of statement. Wherever the TMC leaders are accused or are framed this kind of heinous crime, Chief Minister always came to save them. So the
charge is that the Chief Minister and the government of the day trying to shield the culprits. Is the point being made? And Professor Varshney has been extremely patient. Let me go to him for opening comments as well. Professor Varshney, thank you so much for being so patient and coming in this debate now. You're hearing what the TMC had to say. There are a lot of comments that have been made by multiple Congress leaders as well who have raised this point that does this victim not fall under TMC's Mati Manu, that is mother, land and people. The governance that has been pointed out, the governance angle being highlighted here by colleague Ghosh Dastidar, that here is the Chief Minister who has taken care of the women of the state. But why should a Chief Minister make that kind of comment against a child? She's a minor.
Look, Maria, as a matter of principle, irrespective of our political affiliations, irrespective of our individual views, we all must condemn this heinous crime of rape on a 14-year girl or any girl.
Yes.
Rape is a crime which cannot be excused by anybody. And unfortunate is that Ms. Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, said it may be a cause of fail love angle. That is also bad. But I beg pardon from Kakoli Diji that in West Bengal the problem is that the TMC cadre is by and large is a goons. Most of them are goons. They are protecting the goons. And their psychosis of fear has developed among the people of West Bengal and the poor people of West Bengal that if they speak against TMC, they will be beaten up. They will be trashed up. So this atmosphere must go. And the same atmosphere is being created by BJP throughout India. Not only, it's not only a question of West Bengal. It's a question over. But there I agree with Kakolidi that the use of the CBI or the central agency must be uniform. It cannot be selective to only those states where the BJP is not ruling. It should be a common practice. It should be a principal position. And judiciary should protect that principal position of the use of central agency.
Okay.
The third angle in the West Bengal is that the women, those who say that women is protected, no, it is not. The crime against women is very much there in the West Bengal. It has not gone down. You may try to say that this thing that you defend it, but it is not defect. As far as we know, and our party reports, the West Bengal unit reports, that the women is also not safe. Calcutta may be the safest city because of various cultural reasons, but in the outskirts of Calcutta or the rural area or the interiors, girls are not safe. I am very sorry for that.
Okay, Saurav Sikdar, coming to you first. The point being made here of the misuse of central agencies. That is the charge against the BJP, particularly the central government, that you're misusing central agencies. Yes, in this particular incident, there are multiple such cases that have been handed over to the CBI, but you are also using these agencies, be it the ED or the CBI, against your political opponent. So here is West Bengal government governed by TMC, and that is the reason why every case is being handed over to the CBI, because that you are in a opposition position there.
Well, last few days,
I would like to
whichever case has been handed over to CBI. That was an order of Honorable Calcutta High Court. Secondly, any central agency, any BJP has nothing to do with any central agency. They take their own courses. But yes, why Calcutta High Court has to give so many cases to CBI and other central agencies because of failure of Calcutta police, because of they are not impartial. And what I said earlier also, Calcutta police or West Bengal police is totally driven by Mamata government. And somewhere police is acting as a Trinamool cadre. Police officers are acting as Trinamool cadre. Even after the order and timeline given by Calcutta High Court, till date Anis Khan murderer are not arrested. So people doesn't have any faith on Calcutta police or West Bengal police or Mamata Banerjee's police. So central agency actually they are digging the truth and
Kabir Bose wants to make a point. Kabir Bose, come in on this. But before that, I'm just going to read a part of what Calcutta High Court had said in the context of post-poll violence. In 60% of the cases, FIRs were not registered. This is despite the fact that on account of shortage of time, the committee could not record the statements of a number of complainants and victims. The High Court goes on to state that from the report of the committee, sample data could be culled out, which show that 20 cases of murder where the complainant were referred to by the committee to the police of registration. Again, there has been lukewarm response from the state. So this is in the case of other cases, that is post-poll violence. Similar observation of the Calcutta High Court has been in the context of multiple such cases, including Birbhum as well. Kabir Bose, come in on this and then I'll go to Kakoli Ghosh Dastidar.
You see, when the High Court passes an order, we need to respect the judicial decision. In the post-poll violence case, it was not a single bench or a division bench. It was a bench of 5 honorable judges of the Calcutta High Court who felt that in the backdrop of the situation and the way the state police were acting and the large-scale violence, this ought to go to the CBI. There is no political party's involvement in this. It's absolutely the judiciary who felt that it should go to the CBI. Even in this case, in the facts of the situation, in the facts of the case, the shoddy investigation as it is coming out from the order, the High Court felt it fit that it should go to a central agency, a premier agency. The question that has to be asked is that the Chief Minister of West Bengal has to be responsible enough. Why has she made the statement that has actually shamed the victim? It's a minor girl, let's not forget that.
Yes.
She's a minor girl aged 14.
Yes.
Rape is a crime, gang rape is a heinous crime, murder is a crime. This young girl has been violated and murdered. Why should the Chief Minister make a statement, shame the victim when investigation is going on? More responsibility is expected from the head of the state. That's all I have to say.
Yes, Kakoli Ghosh Dastidar, why is she defending those who committed the crime and why is she trying to shield the culprits?
I think you are doing no less. Because the investigation is going on and a premier agency has been handed over the case by the Honorable Court, media trial should not take place and we should not be discussing this girl. I am sorry to say. I mean, you are politicizing the issue and you are just looking after your time on the screen. I think we should not be discussing rape is a heinous crime. The person should be punished. The guilty should be found out. Nobody has any doubt about that. Not even me, not you.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
Why do you want to politicize it?
No, we are not politicizing it, ma'am. We are not politicizing it. I am just quoting you, quoting the points that have been made by the Calcutta High Court. Multiple such judgments, and particularly in the context of this gang rape and murder of a 14-year-old, questions will be asked to the state government, ma'am. And since you are a senior TMC MP, I will ask those questions to you.
Let the court ask the question. Let the Honorable Court ask. Let the agency find out. But it is not your business to discuss this and shame that girl. Like just now, the learned member said, I know that he is an advocate. So we should not be really discussing this. There should not be any media trial about it. As far as the police is concerned, somebody was referring to the Birbhum incident. I would like to remind you that the Honorable Chief Minister on the spot, she went and she suspended police officers the OC, the SDPO of that area. So action has been taken. But as far as a girl, her rape and her murder is concerned, you should not discuss it like this openly in the media just to increase your time.
That is not a fair thing to say, ma'am. If it is the state government which is responsible for protecting each and every woman and child in a state, every citizen of the state, we will be asking those questions because these are questions that must be asked. Professor Varshney, come in on this, and then I'll give the final words to Yashwardhan Azad.
Look, we are not supposed to, we don't agree to what Kakolidi say, because the police has not done a post-mortem. Police has not done the legal procedure which has to be taken in this case, in every case. And therefore, Kakolidi without the intention of the Calcutta police, which is under the state government. And the problem is, this is happening in nowadays, that the state government protect the wrongdoings of the police. And they are being pressurized to not to touch the ruling party cadres. This is very unfortunate. This will enhance the crime and the politics will become the criminal politics. That will be very dangerous for the nation in future. This I am saying as a teacher in the philosophical perspective.
The police was not informed, sir. The police got the information after the cremation took place. And the cremation was done by the father. It was not done by the police. It was not done by the Trinamool Congress. And the person who was standing there, the father did not say that they were Trinamool Congress. The story is now undergoing a media trial. Let the court...
Do you support what CM said about that little girl? Do you support her statement?
Do you?
Do you support her statement, what CM has told about that little girl?
I detest the media trial that is going on now. And it is unfortunate that I am part of it.
I'm just asking a simple question. As a woman, as a mother, do you support what CM said about that little girl?
I am not supposed to answer you. And you should not bring such things on the forefront when an investigation is going on. It might affect the investigation.
I'm just asking a simple question. This is nothing related to investigation.
You are
Honorable
disrespecting
CM has made a statement. Do you support that or not? I'm just asking that. This is nothing related with investigation, ma'am.
You are disrespecting the court because you should not discuss it. We should not be disrespecting the departed soul. We should not be disrespecting the honorable court with the order. So we should not have this discussion.
I didn't make any comment. Honorable CM made a comment on her. I didn't make any comment. And I'm just asking, did your party or you support that or not?
Why did your party and leader of the opposition, why did he go to Hashkhali? He is showing disrespect to the court if he goes there. He is showing disrespect
in West Bengal, other political party cannot stand with their people. Only TMC people have the right.
You are disrespecting the court and you are trying to trample upon
Why Mahamitra went there? That's why our leaders also went there.
Ma'am, going by that logic, TMC and other political parties should not even have gone to Hathras. If that is the logic that you're trying to give. Yashwardhan Azad, you get the final comments.
My final comment is that this case has been finally botched up and is botched up very, very badly. And I just want to make a point here. This is not sub judice or anything. Honorable Court has given a direction to the CBI for investigation.
Yes.
So people have their every right to comment on it. Like they have a right to comment on what is happening across the country. In this particular case, I'm glad that the CBI will be able to salvage whatever is left of the evidence and try to build up a case in this horrific case against these politically backed gundas who have committed this gang rape. And yes, it's true that the second man has also been caught. Regarding my last point, Maria, you know, the police acting in West Bengal is not unique in itself. Police is acting in shades of this in every state like this. And when the Chief Justice of India said that for the police to develop credibility, for the central organizations to have some kind of a popular image and to go to the public, there has to be a distance between the police and the political executive. And unless we do that, this malady will remain and we'll continue debating like this.
But Mr. Azad, the larger question is also about the nature of lapses here. And yes, we will ask questions. Yes, there will be issues by political parties. But sir, the larger question of the nature of investigation that is going on. The fact that the law enforcement agencies in Bengal right now and in multiple states, again I will say, which are under the scanner, then who will give justice to people? Then how will people ensure that their first responders actually, they can turn to them for justice?
I totally agree with you. The police leadership has to be blamed a lot for this. And all over, where these police reforms have been completely stalled, none of the states want any kind of reform, neither the opposition, neither ruling party. We have to look up only to the police leaders. But the choice of police leader is also a very, very important thing. You can see today in the CPOs, there are 5 vacancies, but there is no posting of Director General of Police. So there has to be a policy. There has to be a policy somewhere to have the best people at the helm of affairs. If you don't have them and you have a political executive which is not willing to bring about any reform, we'll have to suffer this in our democracy.
Yashwardhan Azad, thank you so much. Kakuli Ghosh Dastar, always a pleasure to have you on my shows, ma'am. Saurav Sikdar, Professor Vashne and Kabir Bose, thank you so much for joining us. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching. It's been a morning of fear in New York City. 16 have been injured in a shootout at a Brooklyn subway station. The city's police department and the FBI is at the scene of the shootout. The area has been cordoned off. A possible smoke device was reportedly detonated, but according to the NYPD, no active explosives have been found at the scene of the crime. The manhunt for the suspect is underway. He is reportedly a black male wearing an MTA uniform and carrying a backpack. Reports suggest he donned a gas mask and a construction worker's vest while shooting at commuters. Let's first listen in to what the governor of New York City had to say.
Sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. You'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. The people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now.
I want to begin by assuring the public that there are currently no known explosive devices on our subway trains, and this is not being investigated as an act of terrorism at this time. We can also report that although this was a violent incident, reportedly we have no one with life-threatening injuries as a result of this case. An individual on that train donned what appeared to be a gas mask. He then took a canister out of his bag and opened it. The train at that time began to fill with smoke. He then opened fire, striking multiple people on the subway and in the platform. Again, we will describe him as an individual. He is being reported as a male black, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall with a heavy build. He was wearing a green construction type vest and a hooded sweatshirt. The color is gray.
Joining me now, straight from New York, is Gloria Pezmino. Thank you so much for your time, Gloria. It's been few hours now since the incident took place. What more do we know of the motive and the suspect?
That part remains under investigation. Police officials are warning New Yorkers, asking them to be vigilant. It very much continues to be an active situation. That man is on the loose, and the governor warning New Yorkers to keep their eyes open and to remain vigilant throughout the day, describing it as an active shooter situation here in New York City. We also know the number of people that were injured during that chaotic incident on the New York City subway this morning shortly after 8:30. 16 people were injured, 10 of them were shot. 5 of them are in critical condition but stable in area hospitals. We heard from police officials describing the moment the man was on the train, reached into his backpack and released a gas canister. They also said he was wearing a gas mask. And shortly after that, he opened fire on that subway car, creating the chaos that you've seen in many of those videos, people running for cover, trying to get out of the subway station. Really a confusing and chaotic scene. Thankfully, no more people were injured, but certainly a lot of shaking up commuters here in the Sunset Park section of Brooklyn.
And Gloria, so far, the investigators and the Commissioner of New York has actually said that this is not being seen as an act of terror. Then what could be the motive behind this incident?
The motive will be exactly what police officials and other authorities will be investigating over the next couple of hours. And the police commissioner did say that at this time, this is not being investigated as an act of terror. However, she also said that she was not ruling anything out. And that is, of course, because the investigation first has to take place. Officials have to comb through the scene, figure out exactly what went on. And many of the subway platforms here in New York City have surveillance cameras. They're also combing through witnesses and people who were on the train and might have seen exactly what went on. So she was not jumping to conclusions, saying that for now this is not being investigated as an act of terror, but also saying she will not rule that out just yet.
Last question to you, Gloria. A few hours back, we were told that the number of those injured was around 12. That number has gone up to 16. Are the agencies fearing that that number could rise?
At this time, we have not heard that just yet. We do know that 16 people were injured in total, different kinds of injuries across all of them. We know that 5 people are in critical but stable condition. 10 people were shot. You know, not just injuries from possible smoke inhalation, but also the fact that that man opened fire inside that subway car. You know, dozens of people can fit into a subway car, hundreds fit into a whole train. So the potential for injuries here was really, really high. But we know that, as I said, 10 of them shot, 5 of them in critical but stable condition at area hospitals here in Brooklyn.
All right, CNN's Gloria, thank you so much for joining us and sharing us all the details. Now let's listen in to the eyewitness accounts in the wake of this attack.
Joined now by Yav Montano. He was on the train as this shooting took place. Yav, if you can hear me, I want you to tell us what you saw.
Hi, good morning. So it was crazy to me. So I take the N train every morning to get to where I have to work, and everything seemed pretty normal. So from 59th Street to 36th Street, because the N train is express, between those two stops is where all the dramatics happened. And I'm in the third part of the N express train, and it happened like the smoke grenade or bomb went off, I would say about 2 minutes before we got to the 36th Street platform. And there was train delays because the conductor said that there was train traffic ahead. So the train was inching towards the 36th Street platform while this was happening. It seemed like it was planned because it's at least 4 minutes between each stop. So for this smoke bomb and what I thought was fireworks, but I'm now reading and hearing that it was gunshots, and I'm thankful that I hid behind one of the chairs. But yeah, I honestly have no words for what I've experienced.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what that experience must have been like for you, Yav. So just to clarify, were you in the actual car where the shooting took place, or were you in a separate car and still were witness and saw the smoke?
I was in the car. I was in the front end of the third car, and everything happened at the back end of the same car. Jesus. So what happened was, as soon as the smoke flared up, it started to engulf everything. People started migrating to the front of the cart. And at the front of the cart, I don't know if people know this, but it was one of those old trains where they locked the doors to travel in between carts. So there was one gentleman on the train using all his strength to try to open that door, and he ended up opening it, but the other door to get into the other cart was locked. And there were people in that other cart that saw what was happening, and they tried to open the door, but they couldn't. So we were stuck in the cart. And I mean, I don't know if this is too vulgar for TV, but there was blood on the floor. There was a lot of blood trailing on the floor. And at the time, in the moment, I did not think that it was a shooting because it sounded like fireworks. All I saw were people trampling each other, trampling over each other, trying to get through to the door, which was locked, and there was just a lot of panic. But thankfully, the train moved pretty quickly to the next stop, and everyone filed off the train in a rush.
Yav, we are so glad you're safe to be this close to that. I wonder, in the midst of the chaos, the smoke, the fear, did you see the gunman?
I didn't see anything. All I saw was smoke. And I saw smoke, and I saw people running away and screaming towards me. So I just moved around and sat behind the wooden plank on the side of the chair by the doors, the entry doors of the train cart, and I just stayed there. I was even scared to take a video. There was a gentleman next to me that said to put my phone away just because you never know what craziness can happen. The whole cart was engulfed in smoke. Like I had a mask on in the train. I couldn't even use my mask anymore because it was black with smoke. It was ridiculous.
My goodness, Yav, I'm so sorry that you have to experience this, and I'm thankful that you're okay right now. I know that in crises and situations like this, it's very difficult to get a sense of timing. But how long, at your best estimate, did you then have to wait for that subway car to stop and open and get out?
I would say, because if we were moving between 59th Street and 36th Street, so the local stop before 36th Street, I don't know which number it was, but I remember we were between 36th Street on the express line between 36th Street and the local stop after that. So we were literally about to approach into the station while all of this was happening. But there was a delay. The conductor said that there was a delay because there was train traffic ahead of us, and during that delay was when the chaos was happening. So we were stuck in the train right about to get to reach to the stop. And then, thank goodness, the train moved within a minute. Or I don't know what had happened if we were stuck there for longer.
Goodness, Yav. You get a sense of why now this shooter used a smoke grenade or something, some sort of smoke device, wouldn't allow you or potential first responders, at least in that moment, to see who was carrying out the shooting. I hate to ask you this because you described, and by the way, we have unfortunately been showing pictures of blood on the ground in the subway station there. Were you able to see how many victims there were? Did you see any of the victims?
All I saw was people close to me who were on the floor. There were some people whose pants were covered in blood. There were some people, it didn't even seem like their blood because the person whose pants had most of the blood on it was okay and walking and helping other people. So at that moment in time, I couldn't tell who was injured. All I know is I saw like a lot of blood on the cart, on the floor of the train cart, and yeah. I don't know how many victims there were. I did not see who had injuries. All I know is that people filed out, people forgot bags and shoes, and they just left everything to just get out of there as soon as possible.
Yoav, how many people would you estimate were in that car with you?
If I had to say, I would say about maybe 40 people, maybe 40 to 50 people, because it wasn't packed like rush hour usually is. It was a little bit lighter, but seats were still taken. There were a few people standing up, so there was enough space to do whatever the person did.
Of 16 people injured, 8 of them shot. We're told 1 of them seriously injured. I'm also told that some of the people who have been injured suffered smoke inhalation injuries. So this from this device that this person set off. So that is why some of the people were taken to the hospital. And also some people just fleeing from the scene, fleeing for their lives in this terrifying moment. They got injured as well. The suspect, all we know according to police, is that he was wearing a gas mask and this orange reflective construction type vest, obviously indicating that there was some kind of premeditation. And that is why we're seeing this response here from city officials, from the FBI and the ATF, the Joint Terrorism Task Force on scene. We don't yet know, John, the motive, whether this is terrorism or something else here. Obviously, the fact that the JTTF is on scene, that is significant. And as you said, hopefully we'll get more details here from officials once they come to the mics. We expect that press conference to start at any moment. But obviously, one of the big things out here has been just this enormous response from the NYPD. When you think about the subway system here in New York City, it is the lifeline of this city. And anytime there's any kind of attack, shooting, crime, it always gets a lot of attention because it is the lifeline of the city. So many people relying on it to get to home, to get to work. And that is why this is such a significant incident here in New York City. And that is why we're waiting for the FBI and the NYPD, as well as transit officials, all together. We're just waiting for some more of those officials to get together so they can together hold this press conference. They are still, as far as we know, looking for this suspect, and that is something that police obviously are still out there looking for this man. And so that is what we know at this point, and hopefully shortly we will learn more here, John, from officials.
Yeah, guys, listen, it's a chaotic scene here in Brooklyn. I can get out of the way so you can see how far the flashing lights stretch, several blocks, because that's believed, as you've been getting updates from Jason, that this stretches several blocks. And according to sources, the perpetrator is not in custody yet, so this is still very much an active investigation. I can tell you, arriving to the scene with quick forces, we have emergency vehicles like ambulances, we have the ATF here, we have the FBI, JTTF, in addition to, of course, the NYPD.
We're joined now by Yoav Montano. He was on the train as this shooting took place. Yoav, if you can hear me, I want you to tell us what you saw.
Hi, good morning. So it was crazy to me. So I take the N train every morning to get to where I have to work, and everything seemed pretty normal. So from 59th Street to 36th Street, because the N train is express, between those two stops is where all the dramatics happened. And I'm in the third part of the N express train, and it happened like the smoke grenade or bomb went off, I would say about 2 minutes before we got to the 36th Street platform. And there was train delays because the conductor said that there was train traffic ahead. So the train was inching towards the 36th Street platform while this was happening. It seemed like it was planned because it's at least 4 minutes between each stop. So for this smoke bomb and what I thought was fireworks, but I'm now reading and hearing that it was gunshots, and I'm thankful that I hid behind one of the chairs. But yeah, I honestly have no words for what I've experienced.
We're actually hearing the governor is likely here on the scene as well. So there are just going to be a number of people, I think they're gathering together to get to this press conference and give the information that they give out right now. And I know you've been talking about it, Kate, but this suspect is still on the loose. I've been talking to a few sources here on the ground. I know that they are sharing a description to the best of their knowledge with each other that is going out within the law enforcement agencies to try to find this perpetrator, because again, that is the main thing right now, is locating that person. So much information still needs to be pieced together. That's what we're hoping to get from this news conference. When did this start? As far as what train station, when did it end? Exactly how many people are we talking about as victims here? How serious are the injuries? Exactly what happened on board that train? Of course, we heard from that eyewitness. I've also been hearing from sources that, as you mentioned with one of your analysts, video is big here. They are just combing this area and around this area, very big radius, looking for video of where this perpetrator possibly headed to in efforts to locate them. So yeah, right now we are just seeing a lot.
Welcome back. A new piece of news coming in now on the investigation. Sources in the New York Police Department are telling CNN that a gun has been recovered from the Brooklyn subway station. And I'm going to go straight to Zeba Warsi, who will give us more details on this. Zeba, what else can you tell us?
Well, it is currently being investigated, but the latest piece of information that we're getting by way of our sources is that a gun has been recovered by the NYPD. Remember, it is a joint effort. The New York City Police Department, the Fire Department, the FBI and FBI team, they're all working together. The New York City Governor and the New York City Mayor both have assured that they're all monitoring the situation very closely. So far, we do not have an official word on whether the suspect has been apprehended. From what we are given to understand, is that the suspect is still on the run, but a gun seems to have been recovered as per initial reports from the Brooklyn borough area. Remember, the Sunset Park neighborhood, that metro station where this incident took place, that is entirely cordoned off. Many subway lines that are leading up to 136th Street Station, 36th Street Station, they're all suspended because it's still a pending investigation. There is, of course, a lot of concern around it, considering that this happened early morning today. New York City woke up to this grim news that this shootout took place at a subway station in Brooklyn. We've been reporting on it since morning, Maria, but so far we do not have any confirmation on whether the suspect has been apprehended. Police teams are currently working on it.
And what about the train movement overall? Because this is a busy Tuesday morning for New Yorkers. There are students also going to schools and colleges. What about the train movement? That got delayed briefly. Is it back on track?
Well, trains are still running delayed, especially all trains that are leading up to and coming out of Brooklyn borough. They're all running late, especially the N, D, and R lines. This is the particular metro line which was severely impacted. The 36th Street station is an intersection station, so it was an important spot. It was a rush hour at 8:30 in the morning. Eyewitnesses tell us that particular car, that particular subway car, had around 40 people in it. It was an express train that was Manhattan bound, and the shooter, as per reports, opened fire inside the subway train, then used some sort of a smoke device to create chaos when the train stopped at 36th Street Station. So all trains around Brooklyn are either running delayed or they are suspended, especially the NDR lines. They currently stand suspended because it is still an active crime scene, Maria.
Yes, and because it happened in New York City, and of course details that are coming in from Washington is that the president has been briefed about this incident. Are there other parts of US which is on alert? Because are they suspecting that there could be the larger conspiracy or a planned attack, as it is being called now?
Well, the New York City police officials said that we're not ruling out anything, but it is not being treated as a terror attack. It is being investigated. The motive is still unfounded. But yes, there has been an uptick in shooting incidents in New York this year. In the first quarter of 2022, there have been 290 such incidents as opposed to 260 the previous year. So there has been an uptick in gun violence. There has been, of course, also been a concerted effort from the Democrats to bring up this issue once again. The New York City mayor and the New York City governor, both Democrats, have also talked about it, that it's time that we take this issue very, very seriously. President Biden has been briefed about this incident, and at the moment, of course, Maria, while the city officials are not ruling out anything, it's not being treated as a bigger conspiracy, but certainly the motive is unfounded.
All right, Ziba, thank you so much for joining us. And now let's listen in to the governor of New York, who says the culprit is still at large and New Yorkers must remain vigilant.
This morning, ordinary New Yorkers woke up in anticipation of a relatively normal day. They left their homes en route to school, en route to their jobs, and to a normal day, as I mentioned. That sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted, by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. And you'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. I just got off the phone with the mayor. He's recovering well. He is monitoring. He's actively engaged in this situation. I wanted to let him know that the people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now. And we are sick and tired of reading headlines about crime, whether they're mass shootings or the loss of a teenage girl or a 13-year-old. It has to stop. I'm committing the full resources of our state to fight this surge of crime, this insanity that is seizing our city, because we want to get back to normal. It has been a long, hard 2 years. That's what we crave, that sense of stability and normalcy. And this is what the mayor and I are going to continue to work toward. And I thank the partners, the brave people of the MTA, the first ones who had the sense, the drivers of the train, to leave the station to make sure no more victims could be hurt. The NYPD, FDNY, state police, everyone involved in this has one purpose, and that is to stop the insanity of these crimes. You'll hear now from our fire department. I want to thank them for being there to help us diffuse a volatile situation. But we'll be giving continued reports as this day unfolds. Again, we ask everyone to be careful, be cautious, report what you see. It is likely that someone out there listening to this is going to help us lead us to that individual. You have a description of what they're wearing. You know the details. But this is the day we pull together as New Yorkers, united in a common purpose to say no more. And that is what I'm going to continue to do as the governor of the state of New York, working with our local partners right.
From the NYPD. When you think about the subway system here in New York City, it is the lifeline of this city. And anytime there's any kind of attack, shooting, crime, it always gets a lot of attention because it is the lifeline of the city. So many people relying on it to get to home, to get to work, and that is why this is such a significant incident here in New York City, and that is why we're waiting for the FBI and the NYPD as well as transit officials all together. We're just waiting for some more of those officials to get together so they can together hold this press conference. They are still, as far as we know, looking for this suspect, and that is something that police obviously are still out there looking for this man. And so that is all we know at this point, and hopefully shortly we will learn more here, John, from officials.
Yeah, guys, listen, it's a chaotic scene here in Brooklyn. I can get out of the way so you can see how far the flashing lights stretch, several blocks, because that's believed, as you've been getting updates from Jason, that this stretches several blocks. And according to sources, the perpetrator is not in custody yet, so this is still very much an active investigation. I can tell you, arriving to the scene with quick force is we have emergency vehicles like ambulances, we have the ATF here, we have the FBI, JTTF, in addition to, of course, the NYPD.
We're joined now by Yav Montano. He was on the train as this shooting took place. Yav, if you can hear me, I want you to tell us what you saw.
Hi, good morning. So it was crazy to me. So I take the N train every morning to get to where I have to work, and everything seemed pretty normal. So from 59th Street to 36th Street, because the N train is express, between those two stops is where all the dramatics happened. And I'm in the third part of the N express train, and it happened like the smoke grenade or bomb went off, I would say about 2 minutes before we got to the 36th Street platform. And there was train delays because the conductor said that there was train traffic ahead. So the train was inching towards the 36th Street platform while this was happening. It seemed like it was planned because it's at least 4 minutes between each stop. So for this smoke bomb and what I thought was fireworks, but I'm now reading and hearing that it was gunshots, and I'm thankful that I hid behind one of the chairs. But yeah, I honestly have no words for what I've experienced.
We're actually hearing the governor is likely here on the scene as well. So there are just going to be a number of people, I think they're gathering together to get to this press conference and give the information that they give out right now. And I know you've been talking about it, Kate, but this suspect is still on the loose. I've been talking to a few sources here on the ground. I know that they are sharing a description to the best of their knowledge with each other that is going out within the law enforcement agencies to try to find this perpetrator, because again, that is the main thing right now, is locating that person. So much information still needs to be pieced together. That's what we're hoping to get from this news conference. When did this start? As far as what train station, when did it end? Exactly how many people are we talking about as victims here? How serious are the injuries? Exactly what happened on board that train? Of course, we heard from that eyewitness. I've also been hearing from sources that, as you mentioned with one of your analysts, video
It's been a morning of fear in New York City. 16 have been injured in a shootout at a Brooklyn subway station. The city's police department and the FBI is at the scene of the shootout. The area has been cordoned off. A possible smoke device was reportedly detonated, but according to the NYPD, no active explosives have been found at the scene of the crime. The manhunt for the suspect is underway. He is reportedly a black male wearing an MTA uniform and carrying a backpack. Reports suggest he donned a gas mask and a construction worker's vest while shooting at commuters. Let's first listen in to what the governor of New York City had to say.
Sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. You'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. The people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now.
I want to begin by assuring the public that there are currently no known explosive devices on our subway trains, and this is not being investigated as an act of terrorism at this time. We can also report that although this was a violent incident, reportedly we have no one with life-threatening injuries as a result of this case. An individual on that train donned what appeared to be a gas mask. He then took a canister out of his bag and opened it. The train at that time began to fill with smoke. He then opened fire, striking multiple people. He is being reported as a male black, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall with a heavy build. He was wearing a green construction type vest and a hooded sweatshirt. The color is gray.
Joining me now, straight from New York, is Gloria Pezmino. Thank you so much for your time, Gloria. It's been a few hours now since the incident took place. What more do we know of the motive and the suspect?
That part remains under investigation. Police officials are warning New Yorkers, asking them to be vigilant. It very much continues to be an active situation. That man is on the loose, and the governor warning New Yorkers to keep their eyes open and to remain vigilant throughout the day, describing it as an active shooter situation here in New York City. We also know the number of people that were injured during that chaotic incident on the New York City subway this morning shortly after 8:30. 16 people were injured, 10 of them were shot. 5 of them are in critical condition but stable in area hospitals. We heard from police officials describing the moment the man was on the train, reached into his backpack and released a gas canister. They also said he was wearing a gas mask. Shortly after that, he opened fire on that subway car, creating the chaos that you've seen in many of those videos, people running for cover, trying to get out of the subway station. Really a confusing and chaotic scene. Thankfully, no more people were injured, but certainly a lot of shaking up commuters here in the Sunset Park section of Brooklyn.
And Gloria, so far, the investigators and the Commissioner of New York has actually said that this is not being seen as an act of terror. Then what could be the motive behind this incident?
The motive will be exactly what police officials and other authorities will be investigating over the next couple of hours. And the police commissioner did say that at this time, this is not being investigated as an act of terror. However, she also said that she was not ruling anything out. And that is, of course, because the investigation first has to take place. Officials figure out exactly what went on. Many of the subway platforms here in New York City have surveillance cameras. They're also combing through witnesses and people who were on the train and might have seen exactly what went on. So she was not jumping to conclusions, saying that for now this is not being investigated as an act of terror, but also saying she will not rule that out just yet.
Last question to you, Gloria. A few hours back, we were told that the number of those injured was around 12. That number has gone up to 16. Are the agencies fearing that that number could rise?
At this time, we have not heard that just yet. We do know that 16 people were injured in total, different kinds of injuries across all of them. We know that 5 people are in critical but stable condition. 10 people were shot. You know, not just injuries from possible smoke inhalation, but also the fact that that man opened fire inside that subway car. You know, dozens of people can fit into a subway car, hundreds fit into a whole train. So the potential for injuries here was really, really high. But we know that, as I said, 10 of them shot, 5 of them in critical but stable condition at area hospitals here in Brooklyn.
All right, CNN's Gloria, thank you so much for joining us and sharing us all the details. Now let's listen in to the eyewitness accounts in the wake of this attack.
Joined now by Yav Montano. He was on the train As this shooting took place, Yav, if you can hear me, I want you to tell us what you saw.
Hi, good morning. So it was crazy to me. So I take the N train every morning to get to where I have to work, and everything seemed pretty normal. So from 59th Street to 36th Street, because the N train is express, between those two stops is where all the dramatics happened. And I'm in the third part of the N express train, and it happened like the smoke grenade or bomb went off, I would say about 2 minutes before we got to the 36th Street platform. And there was train delays because the conductor said that there was train traffic ahead. So the train was inching towards the 36th Street platform while this was happening. It seemed like it was planned because it's at least 4 minutes between each stop. So for this smoke bomb and what I thought was fireworks, but I'm now reading and hearing that it was gunshots, and I'm thankful that I hid behind one of the chairs. But yeah, I honestly have no words for what I've experienced.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what that experience must have been like for you, Yav. So just to clarify, were you in the actual car where the shooting took place, or were you in a separate car and still were witness and saw the smoke?
I was in the car. I was in the front end of the third car, and everything happened at the back end of the same car. Jesus. So what happened was, as soon as the smoke flared up, it started to engulf everything. People started migrating to the front of the cart. And at the front of the cart, I don't know if people know this, but it was one of those old trains where they locked the doors to travel in between carts. So there was one gentleman on the train using all his strength to try to open that door, and he ended up opening it, but the other door to get into the other cart was locked. And there were people in that other cart that saw what was happening, and they tried to open the door, but they couldn't. So we were stuck in the cart. And I mean, I don't know if this is too vulgar for TV, but there was blood on the floor. There was a lot of blood trailing on the floor. And at the time, in the moment, I did not think that it was a shooting because it sounded like fireworks. All I saw were people trampling each other, trampling over each other, trying to get through to the door, which was locked, and there was just a lot of panic. But thankfully, the train moved pretty quickly to the next stop, and everyone filed off the train in a rush.
Yav, we are so glad you're safe to be this close to that. I wonder, in the midst of the chaos, the smoke, the fear, did you see the gunman?
I didn't see anything. All I saw was smoke. And I saw smoke, and I saw people running away and screaming towards me. So I just moved around and sat behind the wooden plank on the side of the chair by the doors, the entry doors of the train cart, and I just stayed there. I was even scared to take a video. There was a gentleman next to me that said to put my phone away just because you never know what craziness can happen. The whole cart was engulfed in smoke. Like I had a mask on in the train. I couldn't even use my mask anymore because it was black with smoke. It was ridiculous.
My goodness, Yav, I'm so sorry that you have to experience this, and I'm thankful that you're okay right now. I know that in crises and situations like this, it's very difficult to get a sense of timing. But how long, at your best estimate, did you then have to wait for that subway car to stop and open and get out?
I would say because if we were moving between 59th Street and 36th Street, so the local stop before 36th Street, I don't know which number it was, but I remember we were between 36th Street on the express line between 36th Street and the local stop after that. So we were literally about to approach into the station while all of this was happening. But there was a delay. The conductor said that there was a delay because there was train traffic ahead of us, and during that delay was when the chaos was happening. So we were stuck in the train right about to get to reach to the stop. And then, thank goodness, the train moved within a minute. Or I don't know what had happened if we were stuck there for longer.
Goodness, Yav, you get a sense of why now this shooter used a smoke grenade or something, some sort of smoke device wouldn't allow you or potential first responders, at least in that moment, to see who was carrying out the shooting. I hate to ask you this because you described, and by the way, we have unfortunately been showing pictures of blood on the ground in the subway station there. Were you able to see how many victims there were? Did you see any of the victims?
All I saw was people close to me who were on the floor. There were some people whose pants were covered in blood. There were some people, it didn't even seem like their blood because the person whose pants had most of the blood on it was okay and walking and helping other people. So at that moment in time, I couldn't tell who was injured. All I know is I saw like a lot of blood on the cart, on the floor of the train cart, and yeah. I don't know how many victims there were. I did not see who had injuries. All I know is that people filed out, people forgot bags and shoes, and they just left everything to just get out of there as soon as possible.
Yav, how many people would you estimate were in that car with you?
If I had to say, I would say about maybe 40 people, maybe 40 to 50 people, because it wasn't packed like rush hour usually is. It was a little bit lighter, but seats were still taken. There were few people standing up, so there was enough space to do whatever the person did.
Perpetrator is not in custody yet, so this is still very much an active investigation. I can tell you, arriving to the scene with quick forces, we have emergency vehicles like ambulances, we have the ATF here, we have the FBI, JTTF, in addition to, of course, the NYPD.
We're joined now by Yav Montano. He was on the train as this shooting took place. Yav, if you can hear me, I want you to tell us what you saw.
Hi, good morning. So it was crazy to me. So I take the N train every morning to get to where I have to work, and everything seemed pretty normal. So from 59th Street to 36th Street, because the N train is express, between those two stops is where all the dramatics happened. And I'm in the third part of the N express train, and it happened like the smoke grenade or bomb went off, I would say about 2 minutes before we got to the 36th Street platform. And there was train delays because the conductor said that there was train traffic ahead. So the train was inching towards the 36th Street platform while this was happening. It seemed like it was planned because it's at least 4 minutes between each stop. So for this smoke bomb and what I thought was fireworks, but I'm now reading and hearing that it was gunshots, and I'm thankful that I hid behind one of the chairs. But yeah, I honestly have no words for what I've experienced.
We're actually hearing the governor is likely here on the scene as well. So there are just going to be a number of people, I think they're gathering together to get to this press conference and give the information that they give out right now. And I know you've been talking about it, Kate, but this suspect is still on the loose. I've been talking to a few sources here on the ground. I know that they are sharing a description to the best of their knowledge with each other that is going out within the law enforcement agencies to try to find this perpetrator, because again, that is the main thing right now, is locating that person. So much information still needs to be pieced together. That's what we're hoping to get from this news conference. When did this start? As far as what train station, when did it end? Exactly how many people are we talking about as victims here? How serious are the injuries? Exactly what happened on board that train? Of course, we heard from that eyewitness. I've also been hearing from sources that, as you mentioned with one of your analysts, video is big here. They are just combing this area and around this area, a very big radius, looking for video of where this perpetrator possibly headed to in efforts to locate them. So yeah, right now we are just seeing a lot of people get together near the podium behind us to get this press conference on board, but there are a lot of agencies we expect to hear from momentarily.
This is the Sunset Park area of Brooklyn. And what we hear is that this morning, according to officials, there was this smoke bomb, some kind of a smoke device that the suspect set off on the train, and then the gunfire started. And as you said, reports of 16 people injured, 8 of them shot. We're told one of them seriously injured. I'm also told that some of the people who have been injured suffered.
Welcome back. A new piece of news coming in now on the investigation. Sources in the New York Police Department are telling CNN that a gun has been recovered from the Brooklyn subway station. And I'm going to go straight to Zeba Warsi, who will give us more details on this. Zeba, what else can you tell us?
Well, it is currently being investigated, but the latest piece of information that we're getting by way of our sources is that a gun has been recovered by the NYPD. Remember, it is a joint effort. The New York City Police Department, the Fire Department, the FBI team, they're all working together. The New York City Governor and the New York City Mayor both have assured that they're all monitoring the situation very closely. So far, we do not have an official word on whether the suspect has been apprehended. From what we are given to understand, is that the suspect is still on the run, but a gun seems to have been recovered as per initial reports from the Brooklyn borough area. Remember, the Sunset Park neighborhood, that metro station where this incident took place, that is entirely cordoned off. Many subway lines that are leading up to 136th Street Station, 36th Street Station, they're all suspended because it's still a pending investigation. There is, of course, a lot of concern around it, considering that this happened early morning today. New York City woke up to this grim news that this shootout took place at a subway station in Brooklyn. We've been reporting on it since morning, Maria, but so far we do not have any confirmation on whether the suspect has been apprehended. Police teams are currently working on it.
And what about the train movement overall? Because this is a busy Tuesday morning for New Yorkers. There are students also going to schools and colleges. What about the train movement? That got delayed briefly. Is it back on track?
Well, trains are still running delayed, especially all trains that are leading up to and coming out of Brooklyn borough. They're all running late, especially the N, D, and R lines. This is the particular metro line which was severely impacted. The 36th Street station is an intersection station, so it was an important spot. It was a rush hour at 8:30 in the morning. Eyewitnesses tell us that that particular subway car had around 40 people in it. It was an express train that was Manhattan bound, and the shooter, as per reports, opened fire inside the subway train, then used some sort of a smoke device to create chaos when the train stopped at 36th Street Station. So all trains around Brooklyn are either running delayed or they are suspended, especially the NDR lines. They currently stand suspended because it is still an active crime scene, Maria.
Yes, and because it happened in New York City, and of course, details that are coming in from Washington is that the president has been briefed about this incident. Are there other parts of U.S. which is on alert? Because are they suspecting that there could be the larger conspiracy or a planned attack, as it is being called now?
Well, the New York City police officials said that we're not ruling out anything, but it is not being treated as a terror attack. It is being investigated. The motive is still unfounded. But yes, there has been an uptick in shooting incidents in New York this year. In the first quarter of 2022, there have been 290 such incidents as opposed to 260 the previous year. So there has been an uptick in gun violence. There has been, of course, also been a concerted effort from the Democrats to bring up this issue once again. The New York City mayor and the New York City governor, both Democrats, have also talked about it, that it's time that we take this issue very, very seriously. President Biden has been briefed about this incident, and at the moment, of course, Maria, while the city officials are not ruling out anything, it's not being treated as a bigger conspiracy, but certainly the motive is unfounded.
All right, Zeba, thank you so much for joining us. And now let's listen in to the governor of New York, who says the culprit is still at large and New Yorkers must remain vigilant.
This morning, ordinary New Yorkers woke up in anticipation of a relatively normal day. They left their homes en route to school, en route to their jobs, and to a normal day, as I mentioned. That sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted, by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. You'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. I just got off the phone with the mayor. He's recovering well. He is monitoring. He's actively engaged in this situation. I wanted to let him know that the people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now. And we are sick and tired of reading headlines about crime, whether they're mass shootings or the loss of a teenage girl or a 13-year-old. It has to stop. I'm committing the full resources of our state to fight this surge of crime, this insanity that is seizing our city, because we want to get back to normal. It has been a long, hard 2 years. That's what we crave, that sense of stability and normalcy. And this is what the mayor and I are going to continue to work toward. And I thank the partners, the brave people of the MTA, the first ones who had the sense, the drivers of the train, to leave the station to make sure no more victims could be hurt. The NYPD, FDNY, state police, everyone involved in this has one purpose, and that is to stop the insanity of these crimes. You'll hear now from our fire department. I want to thank them for being there to help us diffuse a volatile situation. But we'll be giving continued reports as this day unfolds. Again, we ask everyone to be careful, be cautious, report what you see. It is likely that someone out there listening to this is going to help us lead us to that individual. You have a description of what they're wearing. You know the details. But this is the day we pull together as New Yorkers, united in a common purpose to say no more. And that is what I'm going to continue to do as the governor of the state of New York, working with our
together hold this press conference. They are still, as far as we know, looking for this suspect, and that is something that police obviously are still out there looking for this man. And so that is what we know at this point, and hopefully shortly we will learn more here, John, from officials.
Yeah, guys, listen, it's a chaotic scene here in Brooklyn. I can get out of the way so you can see how far the flashing lights stretch, several blocks, because that's believed, as you've been getting updates from Jason, that this stretches several blocks. And according to sources, the perpetrator is not in custody yet, so this is still very much an active investigation. I can tell you, arriving to the scene with quick forces, we have emergency vehicles like ambulances, we have the ATF here, we have the FBI, JTTF, in addition to, of course, the NYPD.
We're joined now by Yav Montano. He was on the train as this shooting took place. Yav, if you can hear me, I want you to tell us what you saw.
Hi, good morning. So it was crazy to me. So I take the N train every morning to get to where I have to work, and everything seemed pretty normal. So from 59th Street to 36th Street, because the N train is express, between those two stops is where all the dramatics happened. And I'm in the third part of the N express train, and it happened like the smoke grenade or bomb went off, I would say about 2 minutes before we got to the 36th Street platform. And there was train delays because the conductor said that there was train traffic ahead. So the train was inching towards the 36th Street platform while this was happening. It seemed like it was planned because it's at least 4 minutes between each stop. So for this smoke bomb and what I thought was fireworks, but I'm now reading and hearing that it was gunshots, and I'm thankful that I hid behind one of the chairs. But it yeah, I honestly have no words for what I've experienced.
We're actually hearing the governor is likely here on the scene as well. So there are just going to be a number of people, I think they're gathering together to get to this press conference and give the information that they give out right now. And I know you've been talking about it, Kate, but this suspect is still on the loose. I've been talking to a few sources here on the ground. I know that they are sharing a description to the best of their knowledge with each other that is going out within the law enforcement agencies to try to find